Yes, summer is still in full swing in the Philippines, which gives us good reason to come back to beautiful Nuvali Sands in Santa Rosa City, Laguna. And this time for the 2025 Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures, attracting talent from all around the world. We are 10 minutes away from the first serve, and let's take a look at the four Philippine teams you're going to be seeing in action at center court, taking on Latvia, the Netherlands, Hungary, and the USA. Hi, everybody. Thank you for watching us on One Sports Plus and Pilipinas Live. I'm Eric Tipan alongside Coach Ronnie Magsano.
And this four-day competition has brought us to its third or second to the last play day. And these teams are eager to earn a spot in the quarterfinals. Things that will be top of mind for the teams playing in the morning, simply because these teams that are playing in the morning came from a loss in yesterday's matches.
We're still finishing up pool play before we begin the round of 12 a little later on, and then a little bit of the quarterfinals as well as you take a look at the tournament format.
The runway that each team has to go through if they're to make it to the next phase. Modified pool phase, 16 teams divided into 4 pools. Top 3 teams from each pool will move on. And then, when you get to the playoffs, the top team in each pool earns an automatic bye and a berth in the round of 12. Wherein when we get to that spot or that phase, it will be a single elimination competition or mode all the way to the finals.
All right, let's take a look at the teams battling in Pool D of the women's division. And this is how it stacks up for now.
And this, as we mentioned earlier, 16 teams divided into 4 pools. And this is Pool D play with Japan, Vanuatu, Latvia, and the Philippines trying to get an edge over one another. And so far, inside footing for Japan into the quarters, fighting for their lives, of course, Latvia and the Philippines, simply because only 3 teams will make it to the next phase.
So this is a winner-go-home situation for Latvia and the Philippines. Latvia lost yesterday, like what Coach mentioned. The teams playing today all came from losses. Latvia losing to Vanuatu yesterday in 43 minutes. That was a 3-setter. So Monica Mamaya and Alice Alexan, they will try to get a win here today. You look at Mamaya on your screens.
Definitely the taller combination. The result of their game yesterday against Vanuatu, a match that could have gone either way, but right now fighting for their lives, pretty much the same situation as the Philippines. Alexia Polidario and Dich Rodriguez are in.
Meanwhile, their opponents, like what we mentioned, the Philippines, Alexa Polidario and Dich Rodriguez, who makes her return to the Sands after playing with the Creamline Cool Smashers during the All-Filipino Conference. They're also coming off a loss.
Treading the same pathway as Cici Rondina and Bernadette Pons, making their way back to the Alas Pilipinas Beach Volleyball national team. And this is what happened yesterday in the 3-set loss against the team from East Asia, which is Japan. But all is not lost for Polidaria and Dich Rodriguez. A win here in this match will move them to the next phase. However, that is also top of mind for the team from Latvia, looking to inch closer to a spot in the playoffs.
All right, so slap on your sunscreen, put on your shades, because set number 1 is coming up when we return right here on Nuvali Sands. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our coverage right here at Nuvali Sands, live on One Sports Plus and Pilipinas Live. You see the weather conditions at just 7:58 in the morning, 31 degrees already, and 69% humidity. It actually rained in Santa Rosa early this morning just to freshen everybody up. It's a little cloudy right now. Let's listen to Noel Zarate, our PA announcer, for the official introductions.
Let's first meet our officials for this match. Our first referee, Abim Yarena from the Philippines. The second referee is Nguyen Tai Bin from Vietnam. And now let's meet the players. First for Latvia. Number 1, Monica Mamaya. Number 2, Alice Alexane. And their opponents across the sand from the Philippines. Number 1, Alexa Polidario. And number 2, Deej Rodriguez. This is match number 16 in the women's division. Good luck to both teams. First serve to the Philippines, serving deep.
It is a do-or-die situation right now for Alexa Polidario and Deej Rodriguez as they take on the Latvians, Mamaya and Alexane.
Same scenario for all of the Philippine contingent in the national pool, except for Cici Rondina and Bernadette Pons, who swept their first 2 games and are safely in the playoffs.
These are the 2 bottom teams in the 4-team lineup of Pool D. By the way, just in case you are wondering, as you look at that nice dig and that hit by Polidario. Right, Polidario and Rodriguez are going up against 16-year-olds. Wow. Mamaya and Alexane are both 16-year-olds out of Latvia. So very young opponents, still obviously not as experienced as the duo of Polidario and Rodriguez. 2-0 start here for the Philippines. Deej Rodriguez, that's picked up easily by Mamaya. Mamaya on the attack,
oh, nice.
Got it.
Well played. 2-way play coming from Monica Mamaya. First the tomahawk dig, and then that nice put away going long, going deep in that left corner pocket.
First attack point for the Latvians. Mamaya is an under-16 Latvian champion in 2023 and an under-18 champ in Latvia in 2025. Wow, beautiful hit there from Alexa Polidario.
No problem for Polidario. Polidario pushing the Philippines once again ahead of Latvia.
It's a 3-1 lead.
2-point edge.
Good serve from Alexa Polidario, and that save from Alexane, not good enough.
Biggest lead so far here in this set. A 4-1 edge. Good start for Rodriguez and Polidario.
27-year-old Alexa Polidario, who played for the Army Troopers, the Lady Army Troopers, gets an ace.
And so far, so good for Team Philippines. Attack points, even the service ace. So a lot of teamwork and cohesion. And that service ace will push the Philippines to a 4-point lead. 5 serving 1.
Polidario repositioning, serves to Mamaya. Alexane pops it up. And Mamaya knocks it in.
Excellent pokey coming from Mamaya. All of the points of Latvia coming from Monica Mamaya. Still behind though by 3 at this stage.
Polidario and Rodriguez coming off a 3-set loss against 2 players we saw in the ABC Nuvali Open.
That's right.
Riko Tsujimura and Take Nishibori. That was a 3-setter. Alice Alexane, also 16, stands 5'9". She's the taller of the 2 Latvians.
Oh, nice.
Soft touch.
Excellent drop coming from Polidario, sensing that the pullback defense was bound to happen. Getting that shot away and beyond reach. This one. Perfect read. Excellent drop. 4-point edge.
Ditch Rodriguez almost getting an ace, but a nice receive there from Mamaya. Mamaya with a drop shot. Got it.
A rolling shot. 3 attack points. All of their points coming from Mamaya, but still behind by this much.
The Latvians are qualifiers. They had to play 2 qualifying games. The first one was a bye, and then in round 2 of qualifying, they won 3 sets against Canadians.
And that gained them a spot here in the main draw.
That's right.
Because this competition started 2 days ago.
Polidario got it again.
Excellent placement. Kissing the line. Restoring a 4-point edge. And again, so far, mobility and foot speed has been a question mark here for Latvia in the early goings of set 1.
Polidario serving again. She played with Lorien Gamboa in the AVC Nuvali Open just a month ago.
Right.
Nice cut shot there coming from Mamaya.
Well, with the return of Cici Rondina and Bernadette Pons and Ditch Rodriguez, it has given more flexibility to the national team coaches to mix and match. Pretty much the same situation in the men's side.
That's right.
With Requinton and Jude Garcia also returning to the national pool.
That hit is good again. Back-to-back points for Polidario. She is on a roll here in the opening set.
On fire, if you'd like to put it that way. And so far, seamless play here for the Philippines. Rodriguez on serve.
Mamaya. And she has had quite an opening in the front as both Filipinas have been defending in the back row.
And Mamaya has scored all of the points for Latvia. How long does it get for these players to reach Southeast Asia from that part of Europe?
Yeah, Latvia. You probably know, Coach. Have you been to?
Not yet. Not yet. But we played against them.
It should be about a little more than 15?
A day.
A day.
And they would like to make it worthwhile in terms of time travel, in terms of experience. But definitely, in this 3-tier event, experience and circuit points are essential to make it to the next tier, which is the challenge. And eventually to play in the Elite 16.
Good up coming from Ditch Rodriguez. And the pokey, Ditch Rodriguez, one of the very few attack points from her.
A veteran in this sport, has played since 2019 at least.
Yeah. And a bronze medalist as well in the Southeast Asian Games.
Just like Rondina and Pons and Jovelyn Gonzaga.
And Ditch Rodriguez is very familiar with the Futures events. She won silver in 2022 in Subic with Jen S. Lapor, Latvia calling a timeout. Right now, Philippines dominant performance to start opening set. Biggest lead at 6 points for Polidario and Rodriguez versus Latvia's Mamaya and Alexane. 11-5 is the tally.
Through the years, Rodriguez has played with different partners like Beatan and Zihar Vasho, for instance.
Good dig. A chase by Alexane, keeping the rally alive. Alisei with the easy over. Now Philippines on the attack. Ditch Rodriguez with an easy point.
Time and again, they have attacked the defense of Alexane. Every time she pulls back, they go for a drop or a short shot. This one, second time for a 7-point lead. Tremendous and blistering start here for Team Philippines.
Mamaya Easily picked up by Rodriguez. They don't go for the 1-2. Rodriguez battling against a taller Alexane. Here's another free ball. Rodriguez got it.
Could have been out. Instead, it was touched last by Mamaya. The lead is ballooned to 8.
And in case you guys are wondering, and in case you're just tuning in, you didn't catch us saying it earlier, Ditch Rodriguez is 27, so is Polidario. They're very well experienced in beach volleyball. They're going up against a bunch of teenagers. These are two 16-year-old players out of Latvia who are just learning the ropes of beach volleyball. Obviously, they've got a long way to go, which explains this dominant performance so far for Rodriguez and Polidario.
Although this pair really played well in the 3-set loss against Vanuatu.
Right.
In a match that could have gone either way.
Rodriguez lobbing it over and scoring. Mamaya let it go.
Misread by Mamaya. Rodriguez beating the blocking defense of Alexane. Was slow to get to that spot to defend the net. Another 8-point lead here for Alas Pilipinas.
Mamaya. Rodriguez on the attack. Nice one-handed dig for Mamaya. What a save. And easy pokey for Polidario.
And that counter drop will put the Philippines to a 9-point lead. Excellent defense here for Alas Pilipinas, leading to this transition point. 15-6 scoreline. All goes well here for Alas Pilipinas, looking for a spot in the last 12.
The Philippine Sports Division, the Philippine Olympic Committee, PLDT.
Back here at center court, featuring Pool D action between Polidario and Rodriguez versus Mamaya and Alexane.
And please stay tuned in because we will be bringing you multiple games of Alas Pilipinas, not just on the women's side but also on the men's category. And hopefully most, if not all, can cross over to the quarterfinals. And that will only come if they win their matches in today's hostilities. 10-point lead, Philippines.
We have Kylen Prohelia, Pia Pagara still to come. And then men's action from James Buitrago, Rancel Varga, plus Jude Riquinton, Jude Garcia, and Jaron Riquinton. Meanwhile, just an update. I believe Sunny Villapando and Jenny Gabiola are playing court number 2.
On the other side, yes. About 100 meters away, maybe even less from center court.
That's also a do-or-die situation. We'll try and give you an update on that. But in the meantime, this is a make that an 11-point lead. Back to 10 for the Philippines.
First point here for Alexane at the net. And that is why time and again the Philippines trying to push Alexane to being a facilitator instead of an attacker at that spot.
Commanding lead for the Philippines. They are just 4 points away from closing out set number 1. Ditch Rodriguez makes it an 11-point lead again.
And again, with that formation, that was easy pickings for Ditch Rodriguez in between Mamaya and Alexane. And that pullback defense has not worked so far for Latvia against the Philippines. First service error for the Philippines. Still up by 8 from a high of 11.
Alice Alexane serving for Latvia.
An under 20 and under 18 Latvian champion, Alice Alexane serving. Rodriguez. Good save by Alexane. And a beautiful angle put together by Mamaya to get a point.
And that is something that she has done really well. Find the angles, go for short shots. As we take a look at Pagara and Prohelia, already warming up along that area trying to prepare their mindset as well as get loose for the upcoming match.
First run for the Latvians. That's a break point that they won. They scored 2 in a row, but that's all the Philippines will give them. Nice shot by Rodriguez right down the middle.
Rodriguez opting to play without eye protection. Glare of the sun so far, not as hard.
Yep. Well, it's still very early, and it's a cloudy day.
But very humid though.
Very humid, very good for the players.
If you have time, please do join us today or this afternoon and tomorrow.
We're going to be here until 7 p.m. tonight, so it's going to be fun, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have quarterfinal action. CC Rondina, Bernadette Pons in the quarterfinals. That will be played this afternoon, so come on over and check out all the action of the Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures.
That is a combo that has already won in the fixtures, by the way.
Yeah.
A few years back in Subic.
Mamaya on the attack. Got it.
Oh,
no, it
out.
is just out.
And now the Philippines at set point.
Back to a 10-point lead. 10 set points. Alas, Filipinas.
Serving for the set, Alexa Polidario.
Philippines looking to close it out with a good defensive play.
Again.
Unsuccessful.
One set point saved by Monica Romania.
At least 6 or 7 points for Mamaya in this set. And the Philippines so far has disallowed Alexane from being a force in terms of offense for Latvia. Excellent
Service ace for Alexane. Another 2-point run here for the Latvians.
Second 2-point run of the set. And that's not going to be enough because the inevitable is going to happen sooner than soon.
Philippines ranked higher at number 12 versus the qualifiers seeded number 13 coming into the main draw. Mamaya. And chance to put it away on the second touch for Didge, or make that Alexa Polidario.
That pokey leading to a drop shot for a 9-point win here to end set 1 at 21-12.
A huge win in the first set for Alexa Polidario, Didge Rodriguez against the Latvians Monica Mamaya and Alexane. Take a look at the highlights.
Majority of the highlights in set 1 belonging to Alas Filipinas. +7 in attack points. Punishing likewise the reception of Latvia, scoring 3 service aces and keeping their errors to a minimum, committing only 2 errors in that seamless first set win. Numbers that will tell you it was a one-sided win for Alas Filipinas, something that they would like to replicate in their bid to make it to the quarterfinals.
Both teams coming off 3-set losses in their first game in the main draw yesterday. And the winner today proceeds to the round of 12, while the loser ends their trip to the Philippines. First point going to Alexa Polidario.
And again, in as much as possible, the action should be away from Alexane. And the Philippines has been able to impose that game plan to the hilt.
Ready.
Alexane's height advantage has been minimized and contained by the smart play here of Alas Filipinas.
Alexane, the tallest player on the court at 5'9", while both Filipinas are 5'7". Meantime, Mamaya with a dig. Mamaya is 5'6". Rodriguez with the pokey. And Mamaya trying to answer, but unsuccessful.
That push will not sail through. Another good start here for Las Filipinas. Up by a set, ahead by 2 points.
Similar start for the Filipinas, up 2-0.
Oh,
That serve. They wanted to target Mamaya, obviously, but that went too wide for Dij Rodriguez.
Serving for Latvia.
Rodriguez went to Southwestern University.
The heat is on here, the Nuvali Sands.
It's starting to pick up. That serve is outside for Alexane. Second major beach volleyball tournament here at Nuvali Sands for 2025. Back-to-back service faults for the Philippines after the ABC Nuvali Open. Just, was it 2 weeks after, right?
April?
That was late April.
Late April.
And then we have the Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures.
Oh, I believe that was early April. And then we will have one more come October.
October, that's right.
Which we will all be waiting for. Philippines only committed 2 errors in that set 1 win. Likewise with Latvia here so far, the first 6 points. All of the points of Latvia has come from service errors from Rodriguez and Polidario.
Alexane to Mamaya.
Well read.
Easily picked up. Polidario, nice dig coming from Mamaya. Latvians on the attack and a nice pokey from Mamaya.
And that was the shot that she wanted to take earlier on that push that she missed. Good recovery here for Latvia in their attempt to stay close and push this match into a possible third set. What a serve again coming from Alexane.
Mamaya picking it up. Chance to tie for the Latvians, and they do! First deadlock of the match.
Mamaya spearheading this chase down. First deadlock. Definitely a closer set is what we're seeing. First, excellent serving coming from Alexane, and then 2 free points given up by Alas Pilipinas. That's why we have a tight scoreline.
Alexane back to Mamaya. And the first lead for Latvia here in the entire match.
From a 2-0 scoreline, it has been a 5-2 run generated by Latvia. Alexane was still on serve.
But a service fault ties the game.
And side out that the Philippines needed. Tied at 5.
Now serving for the Philippines.
Not a good pass from Alexane. That one is outside.
Too much good pullback defense for Alas Pilipinas, forcing Alexane to miss.
So back-to-back errors right now for the Latvians, and they give up the lead to the Philippines. Mamaya looking to tie the game, and they do.
Mamaya has been a major force offensively for Latvia. But the biggest reason why Latvia is playing much better also is with the inspired player of Alexane. Tied at 6 after the first 12 points.
Mamaya, good defense in the back row. Chance to retake the lead for Dij Rodriguez.
Oops.
Now the Latvians with a chance to go ahead. There it is.
Lost opportunity for Alas Pilipinas. It was on the return play. Mamaya once again, excellent read on the defense. Fueling this 1-point lead, anchoring a 5-4, or rather a 7-4 counter run to regain a 1-point edge. Excellent serving, not just for Mamaya, but also for Alexane. And as a result, down by 2 points. Now ahead by 6 or by 4, by 2. Coming off a 4-point turnaround.
This is the biggest lead for the Latvians in the match after losing big in the first set. What a turnaround here.
They had a very slow start that the Philippines pounced on. Now with urgency, they're playing much better. Definitely moving with more ease.
Mamaya makes it a 3-point lead.
over the blocker, beating the digger for a 3-point lead.
Philippines calling a timeout now. They're down by 3. This is the biggest lead of the Latvians after losing by 9 points in the first set.
In a set that the Philippines even led by as much as 11 points.
Back here at Nuvali Sands, this is center court action. Polidario and Rodriguez taking on Mamaya and Alexane of Latvia. Philippines won the first set 21-12 but are down 6-9 here in set number 2. In the meantime, just a quick update on court 2 where Sunny Villapando, Jenny Gaviola right now are on the court. They lost the first set 21-16 against a team out of Japan, Sekiguchi and Okuno.
Also a knockout match.
That's right.
Philippines has lapsed into a series of errors here in set 2. Just like that behind right now by 4 points. 6 straight points right now generated by Latvia. Mamaya has put a lot of pressure here on Alas Pilipinas, aided by the resurgence as well coming from Alexane.
Who would have expected after a commanding performance in the first set? Philippines right now staring down a 5-point deficit. Make that a 6-point deficit.
7-point run. Again from a 2-0 start in favor of Alas Pilipinas since that time. 12-4 run on 7 straight points generated here by Latvia.
Took a while for the Latvians to warm up, but once they started, they have not taken a step back. And here's a chance ball for the Philippines. Polidario on the attack. And what seemed like easy points to get in the first set is not coming in easy for the Philippines right now. Defense is out of order as Didge Rodriguez nowhere near close where the ball landed.
Definitely Mamaya has scored over 10 points already in the match. Losing by 9 points in that set 1 defeat. But playing with a lot of fire here in set 2. Up 7.
I have scored at least, finally, that stops at least a 9-point run for the Latvians as Didge Rodriguez gets a side out.
Finally. Will this be the start of an uprising here for Alas Pilipinas? And they have to make their move soon as possible time.
Oh, tough pass there for Didge Rodriguez.
Mamaya always puts the digger on her heels with the way her shots have been placed. The top gun of Latvia has pushed the Philippines 1 point down for a 7-point lead.
And GMS partners to bring and protect solutions. Alibaba Cloud, Alchemy, 1/0 Technologies, and broadcast partners Signal, One Sports Plus, and Pilipinas Live.
Take a look at the prize money for the Nuvali Futures.
This is a total of $5,000, by the way. And that will be spread along that line. Of course, what goes with that is the critical tour points beside that reward money. And this is what the players are chasing, hoping to build on in their quest to play in the higher tier tournaments.
Serve into the net for Alexane.
Serving for the Philippines, Alexa Polidario.
Mamaya. Much better defensive posture there coming from Dij Rodriguez. And Rodriguez gets the side out.
Going the other way is Dij Rodriguez. The lead of Latvia is down to 5.
The fight back continues here for Alas Pilipinas.
Pool D action. Winner goes to the round of 12, while the loser goes home. Another nice shot from Mamaya.
And that's something that has been innate so far based on what we have seen here of Mamaya. Plays the defense so well. No blocker there, goes for the short shot. Blockers there, goes for an angled hit.
Solidario. Mamaya, great defense. Latvians on the attack, and Mamaya delivers again. Back-to-back points for Monica Mamaya.
And this time, sensing that the digger was at that mid spot, goes long and over the defender, restoring a 7-point lead. So skillful. And definitely very smart.
Just like their game against Vanuatu, where they lost in 3 sets, they won the second set. And it looks like they're on their way today, although nice shot there from Dij Rodriguez to stay within, I guess you can call it striking distance, down by 6.
Contrast of night and day. We talk about the performance of Philippines and Latvia.
Tough chase for Alexane. Rodriguez looking for back-to-back points. Good defense, Alexane. Alexane on the attack.
You know
Got
it
it.
was forthcoming. And that's the first one we've seen from Alexane. Two-way play for the 5-9s. Alexane increasing their lead.
And that 9-point win by the Philippines, you'd think we won't see a third set. That's exactly what we're going to see right now. Despite that easy point given up, this is still a 6-point game, and Latvia only 4 points away from winning set number 2. Quite the climb for the Philippines late in set number 2. Not an impossible task. We've seen weirder things, as they say, as the cliche goes. Let's see if they can complete a comeback here. Mamaya has been the toughest attacker. She continues to put in these timely, strategically placed shots for Latvia and lead us back to 7. 3 points away, like what PA announcer Nuvali mentioned. Latvia on the brink of sending this into a third and deciding set. Rodriguez blocked by Alexane. Now Latvia 2 points away from winning set number 2. Philippines down by 8.
2 points away from a deciding set 3. Latvia fighting back fiercely.
Almost an ace. Rodriguez sends it outside. It is set point for Latvia.
And they were still ahead. Talking about Alas Pilipinas, 6 against 5. 2-0 start, up still at 6-5. And since that time, 6 points for the Philippines, 15 for Latvia. Punctuated by an 8-point run.
2 16-year-olds out of Latvia punishing the Philippines and winning set number 2 and sending this match into a third and deciding set.
Just like the way we like it to start the hostilities here in day number 3 of this Beach Pro Tour Futures.
Point win for the Latvians in the second set. Much bigger margin than the 9-point win of Solidario and Rodriguez in the first set. And this, the highlights of set number 2 belonging, without a doubt, to the Latvians.
And again, as we pointed out earlier, a contrast of night and day. We talk about how the set progressed between the Philippines and Latvia. In the set The previous set, it was all Philippines plus 7 in attack points. In this particular set, plus 9. An even more imposing number for Latvia. And then the Philippines, those 4 errors hurt the Philippines because those errors happened in the early goings when they were still ahead.
A short 15-point set. And the all-important first point going to Alexa Polidario and the Philippines. Yeah, race to the finish between these two teams. The winner makes it to the round of 12 and gets their first win of the main draw, while the loser will end their bid in the Nuvali Futures. Polidario got it again. Block touch against Alexander.
Exactly.
Off the hands for Alexa Polidario.
It boils down to this race to 15, the third and final set, the decider. Can't look back. All you need to do is play through the next coming points for a chance and for a seat in the quarters.
Well, let's not get complacent. Remember, Philippines had a 2-0 lead in the second set.
Right.
Led 6-5 before Latvia ran away with it and won eventually by 10 points, the biggest winning margin of the match. Because the Philippines only won by 9 in the first set. Mamaya looking to tie on the serve. And there it is. Serve ace.
16-year-olds playing more mature than their years.
Yep.
Red flag is on here for Alas Pilipinas.
Yep. This is a 3-point run for the Latvians. They were down 2-0, but don't look now. Latvia up 3-2.
Can the Philippines hold on? Or will Latvia steal this match away from Alas Pilipinas?
Alexa Polidario on your screens. Served by Monica Mamaya, who does not turn 17 until July. Meanwhile, Polidario, who just scored, just turned 27 last January.
More experienced here, of course, from the Philippines, and the youngsters or the young Turks of Latvia, trying to march forward to the last 12.
For the lead.
Yes.
Mamaya again.
Not later, but now here for Mamaya. And they believe that their time is now.
Yeah.
But for the Philippines, reunited combination trying to stop this juggernaut by Latvia.
Good serve. Almost an ace for Alexander. There's a block.
That's a monster block from Alexander.
Alexander was a non-factor in that 21-12 loss in set 1. Regained their confidence in that overwhelming second set win. But now, best set so far we've seen from Alexander.
5-1 run for the Latvians.
Yes, indeed.
Polidario lobs it over Alexander to make it a 1-point game.
That's the only way to get past someone that tall who's defending the net. Angled hit over the blocker, beating the digger defender as well.
Alexander is 5'9". She will turn 17 this September.
Oh,
Hit by Mamaya makes it a 2-point lead again.
Mamaya has been very hard to guard. Almost unstoppable at times. Philippines still not out of it. But they have to try and disallow Latvia from increasing this 2-point lead.
These two Latvians, as we mentioned earlier, are Latvian champions in the under 16 and under 18 category. So they're experienced in their own right. Not as experienced yet as
Smart.
the Filipinas, but they're showing brilliance here.
Yes. The ability to adjust on the fly, read the opponent, and execute after losing the initial set.
By the way, this is the third setter played by the Latvians. All of their games have gone 3 sets.
So perhaps this is a slow starting team.
Yeah. Third setter in round 2 of qualifying. Third setter in the main draw first game.
Oh my.
And a nice two-handed dump shot there by Alexander to make it a 4-point lead.
Overpass leading to that 3-point surrender by Alas Pilipinas. Up to 0 since that time. 8-2 run imposed by Latvia against Alas Pilipinas.
Meantime, the pair of Polidario and Rodriguez, this is just their second game because they're already in the main draw. They are seeded number 12. 5-point lead for the Latvians. Alexander doing an excellent job at the net.
And again, her presence has been a telling factor in their favor. Mamaya has been a constant. Philippines looking to regroup, rebound, and fight back from this 5-point disadvantage.
Latvia 6 points away from the round of 12. Make that 5 points away from the round of 12 after that ace.
If there's one thing that they have done well in the match, in the last 2 sets, it's to serve effectively. Scoring on aces, putting the defense on its heels. Now up by 6 after being down by 2. Make that 7.
Oh my goodness. What a barrage of points. And the bounce of the ball going the way of the Latvians as well. And they have delivered a magnificent performance in the last 2 sets. They're 4 points away from taking down the number 12 seeds in the Nuvali Futures, losing the first set by 9, but winning in overwhelming fashion in the next 2 sets. That's outside, but just barely. 6-point game, but the Latvians 4 points away from winning the match and eliminating Polidario and Rodriguez. Now just 3 points away, Coach Ronnie.
Unbelievable turnaround. Youth over experience is what we're seeing here in the last 2 sets.
Good save by Mamaya. Rodriguez. Yes. The Philippines still in it, but barely hanging on, down by 6.
Indeed, barely hanging on. Perfect description.
All Latvia needs is play the side-out game. Mamaya has been so good. This dig way up. Going to be a chance ball for the Latvians. Mamaya again. Easy pickup for Polidario. Here come the Philippines. Got it. Back-to-back points.
Not giving up. Lost opportunity, I thought, there for Latvia. Alas Pilipinas extracting that critical point, but still behind by this much. Down 5, third set.
Back here at Nuvali Sands for the 2025 Nuvali Futures. An update in Pool C action. Sunny Villapado, Jenny Gaviola going down in 2 sets against a pair out of Japan, Sekiguchi and Okuno. So they are eliminated from the round of 12. Okuno and Sekiguchi will make it through. Easy over, makes it across the net for the Latvians. A nice block by Alexander as we return to action at center court. Dij Rodriguez with the pokey, and this is now a 3-point run.
Yes, the biggest scoring run here for the Philippines. We've seen 7-point runs. Yep. 8 points runs as well. Philippines looking for one major run here in set 3 to try and steal a spot in the quarterfinals. Why not?
Still 4 points down. Meanwhile, Latvians 3 points away. Now the Philippines 3 points down with an ace by Ditch Rodriguez.
The pricing is on. Rodriguez has been a fire starter. Polidoro has played a lot of fours in the last few points.
This is turning out to become a nail biter. Mamaya looking for a side out. Philippines making it a 5-point run. It's outside. It is wide. Latvians 2 points away.
The presence of Alexiane forcing that miss has been omnipresent at the net. And it's with reason. A tight advantage.
Big serve coming up. Monica Mamaya. Good pass coming from Ditch Rodriguez. Rodriguez on the attack. The block by Alexane. Down the line. It's on the line for Polidoro.
Tremendous conversion coming from Polidoro. Almost roofed, but found a way to score. No match points yet, or no match point yet for Latvia.
Mamaya says, not just yet. Good push all the way to the back row from Ditch Rodriguez. Alexane on the attack, and there it is. Match point for Latvia.
What about that high set coming from Mamaya? At the sweet spot of Alexane.
Philippines down 4 match points. Alexane has picked up several aces in the game. And there it is, the final one to win it. And Latvia goes to the round of 12.
Talk about coming from behind. Losing the first set, running away with set 2. Down here in set 3 early. Rattling off 8 consecutive points. And diffusing a late rally coming from Alas Pilipinas, Latvia safely in the quarterfinals.
In all of their 3 matches and the Nuvali Futures, Latvians have always lost the first set, come back in the second set, and in the first and third 3-setter, they won their 5th set, and in convincing fashion here today against the Philippines, no less, Coach Ron.
Without a doubt, a deserving spot in the quarterfinals. Philippines had their chances, but eventually, this set count will tell you that a big recovery in set 2 allowed Latvia to be able to make their way to the playoffs. And again, excellent at the service line, scoring 4 service aces. And that was one thing that the Philippines suffered from. The first ball woes, and that told heavily against the chances of Alas Pilipinas to move on to the quarterfinals.
We'll take a look at the highlights of the 3rd set.
Up to 0, Team Philippines. Eventually, that was an overtake coming from Latvia, and they did never look back. They held on to the lead, building one big cushion after another. And when the lead was just down to about 3 points, they found a way to score and close the door on the aspirations of Alas Pilipinas to move on to the playoffs.
And here are the numbers of the three sets put together.
And again, excellent at the service line. Eventually, after losing the attack point count by 7 in set 1, in terms of sum total, at the end of 3 sets, playing much better, especially from the service line and the presence of Alexane at the net. Big factors as to how and why Latvia is in the quarterfinals.
So a heartbreaker of a 3-set loss for Alexa Polidoro and Ditch Rodriguez as they are out of contention in the Nuvali Futures. The 16-year-olds out of Latvia, Monica Mamaya and Alexane, make it to the round of 12. Coming up, we have Pia Pagara and Kailan Prohelia taking on the duo out of the Netherlands next, right here on Pilipinas Live. Welcome back to Nuvali Sands in Santa Rosa City, Laguna. You look at the flags participating, countries from all around the world, this time not just in Oceania and Asia. Welcome back to our coverage on Pilipinas Live. Eric Lipan alongside Coach Ronnie Magsano. Bird's eye view of center court. And we'll feature Kylen Prohelia, Pia Pagara taking on Daniek Prince from the Netherlands and Anyemeke Dresen. That's going to be a fun match. Both teams coming off losses. Prohelia and Pagara losing in 3 sets to a couple of Filipinas, no less. Si Rondina and Bernadette Pons. Meanwhile, Prince and Dresen losing in 2 sets against Americans Melissa Powell and Lindsay Calvin. So, again, it's a winner-take-all situation here as you take a look at where the two Filipinas are and the 2 Dutch players are as well.
And as we mentioned earlier, the top of the coverage, 3 teams will make it to the playoffs. Top team earns a bye straight to the quarterfinals. Bottom teams will fight each other today for a spot in the playoffs. And that is where the Philippines and Netherlands lie in this particular face-off.
That's right. So 2 Philippine teams in Pool A. We take a look at the route of Prohelia and Pagara. And they lost to Rondina and Pons. So obviously that's a heartbreaker. You want both teams to make it through, but unfortunately only one will. And that was a 3-setter. And that was a tough match because these 2 players, very talented out of UST. They are collegiate champions as well. And they played in the they've been together playing since 2023. So they've got a lot of experience playing together. In the meantime, the Dutch players losing to the USA in a couple of sets. They are seeded number 8 coming into this competition. So they're ranked pretty high. Prince is 30 years old. There she is. Meantime, Dresen is 44. She is the most veteran player so far here in the Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures. The sun coming out, the local time is 8:54 in the morning on a Saturday. Final games of pool play before we kick off the round of 12 in the quarterfinals. Take a look at the weather conditions, 32 degrees Celsius. There's a breeze blowing, so keeping it just breezy enough to blow away the humidity, which currently sits at 63%. These 2 players, the Filipinas, seeded number 5 in the competition. Their head coach is Joao Kyoday Barbosa. Let's go back to our PA announcer, Noel Zarate, for the official introduction.
This is match number 10. Let's meet our officials. Our first referee from the Philippines, Mark Louis Hulao. The second referee, also from the Philippines, Jeffrey Barrientos. And now let's meet the players. First for the Netherlands. Number 1, Daniek Prince. And number 2, Anyemeke Dresen. And their opponents across the sand from the Philippines. Number 1, Kai Prohelia. And number 2, Pia Pagara.
Prince, this is an experienced player in the Beach Pro Tour, finished 5th in 2024 with a different partner. Meantime, for Dresen, who's set to serve, didn't play in the Beach Pro Tour last year. And we're on our way here in the first set. Dresen passes to Prince. There's Prohelia on the attack. What a save there from Prohelia. Exciting.
Very tall combination here from Netherlands.
And right down the middle for the first point. Kai Prohelia scores for the Philippines.
And definitely quickness is going to be a major weapon here for Alas Pilipinas. against their taller counterparts. First point of the match for Prohelia and Pagara.
Kai Prohelia, only 19 years old, scores an ace.
That's an ace.
Trying to replicate what Rondina and Pons have been able to do, cross over to the quarterfinals.
There's a ball mark protocol first, as the Dutch want this one checked.
Challenge by Netherlands.
That lands on the line. The official call is still in. So 2-0 in favor of the Philippines. And another ace for Prohelia.
One attack point, 2 service aces for a 3-point lead. And hopefully the Philippines will be a destination competition in the near future, as more and more beach volleyball competition have landed here in the country as of late.
And the pokey is right on the line for Driesen.
A smart play here on the part of Netherlands.
Annemieke Driesen is 5'11". In the meantime, Danieke Prince should be about 6'1". She is not listed, but she definitely is taller than her teammate. Prohelia, tough chase for Driesen. And make that Driesen with the attack as Prince kept that ball alive.
2-point run here after being behind a 3-0 to open up set 1. Prince, Driesen fighting back.
Danieke Prince, 30 years old. Prohelia. It's outside. Nope, it's called on the line. There's a overturned by the first referee. It was called outside by the lines judge.
Stops a 2-point run. 2 attack points so far here for the Philippines. That's 1 service ace.
Prince got it.
Going the other way is Danieke Prince.
Philippines had a hand in that last attack. Prohelia just could not stop that last attempt. Side out here for Netherlands, but still behind by 1.
Serving for the Netherlands. Annemieke Driesen.
Annemieke Driesen. Could serve. Prohelia once again. Got it.
Crossword good from Prohelia.
Angled hit away from the blocker.
5-3 Philippines.
Beating the digger as well.
Out of Labangon, Cebu. Kai Prohelia with a gorgeous serve. Prince. And pushed by Pagara. Driesen.
Smart.
There's a block touch. They call against Pagara.
Off the block point. Teams battling on side outs.
Service bridge.
Short serve. Prohelia with the receive. Long arms of Prince. Saving it and then putting it in.
That tall. That fast. Such an able defender. Her thumbprint all over that last point.
And you got to be impressed with the stamina
Yes.
of these 2 Dutch players. Again, Prince is 30 and Driesen is 44, and they're still competing at a high level here. A nice shot by Prohelia. In stark contrast, Prohelia is a teenager at 19 and Pagara is 20.
Earlier, in our first match, it was you that prevailed over experience.
That's right.
Let's see the banner that will happen here in the second match of
Over the defense.
Saturday.
Driesen with a knuckle shot.
Straight to that
Ball.
part of
Driesen.
the court for on the side of the Alas Pilipinas team. Tied at 6 once again.
Serve is outside for Driesen.
7-6 Philippines. Prohelia
Tight contest in the opening set.
Yes, yes.
A 1-point lead for the Philippines. Kai Prohella gives up a free point, then the game is tied.
One service error for Netherlands, another for the Philippines. Standoff still at 7.
This Dutch pair, they've played together almost just once a year. Once in 2022, another in 2023. They didn't play together last year, but then they hook up in 2025 for the Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures. Nice shot, Pia Pagara.
Philippines had an off the block point earlier, but definitely the wiser move is to hit away from the blocker.
Pagara from Misamis Oriental. French got it. Off a block touch.
And that's the difference where they can attack. The defender at the net, because they are taller, through the block point. Tied at 8, third straight deadline.
Prohella. One-handed dig from Driesen. Prince pops it up. It's outside.
Ball out.
At least 3 errors here in the set for Netherlands. 3 points given up.
Just the second game here at center court. Finishing touches of pool play before we kick off the round of 12 later. Prince.
Going cross court is Enrique Prince.
Over Pagara. Well-placed shot. Tied at 9.
It's been a seesaw battle since the beginning between these two teams. Winner goes to the round of 12, while the loser will finish their bid. Oh, what a nice, powerful shot by Prohella.
That's a big put away. Emphatic point scored by Prohella for Alas Pilipinas. Up 1 once more.
This is action in Pool A. Lynch got it. Answers right back with a powerful hit as well.
The trend continues. And again, the height advantage.
Pagara with a good pass. Pia Pagara lobs it over and scores.
On the line.
High line shot for a 1-point lead. Alas Pilipinas leading the defense well, beating the blocker, restoring a 1-point lead.
And Beach Pro Tour Futures Nuvali would like to thank the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Ayala Land, the Nuvali Olympic, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, PLDT Home Fiber, Remiso, Makati, Piazza, Seno, Fiber Until 5 Minutes, South Forwards, and Entertainment Partners, Supreme Info Tech Solutions, Alibaba Cloud, High Alchemy, One Over Survey Technology, and broadcast partners, Signal, One Sports, One Sports Plus, and Filipinas Live.
(11-10), 1-point lead for the Philippines. Duo from UST, Kai Prohella, Pia Pagara, taking on the most veteran duo from, at least in the competition, out of the Netherlands, Danieke Prince and Annemieke Driesen, 30 and 44 years old respectively. Meanwhile, Prohella and Pagara, 19 and 20. Another service fault, the second one for Prohella.
We are now tied at 11.
Another 3-point given up. Second match in our morning coverage for the penultimate day of the Beach Pro Tour here in Nuvali, the Futures.
Well, back-to-back service faults. One bad serve deserves another, I guess. Pia Pagara. won the championship in the UAAP in her rookie season.
Oh, a big name.
And gets a service ace.
Big name in the UAAP landscape.
2-point lead.
2-point run.
Bridge. Good save by Pagara. Here comes Pia. Easy pickup there for Diason. Oh, the length of Prince making that one an easy shot.
Talk about making it count. A half turn. Enough for that pokey. Pokey delivery. Comes a 2-point run. Cuts the lead to a solitary point.
Rogelia. Here comes Kai. What a save there, but not high enough from Prince for a second touch.
The effort was there. Execution, not enough.
But you love how well these Dutch players move on the court, coach.
Exactly. Double effort.
Not a good pass there from Driesen. Driesen on the attack. And the knuckle shot is just outside.
Not this time. Pokey goes way out. This one. Little too much to the left.
Yeah. Just maybe it was the wind or something. Driesen tries again. Yeah, this one is good.
That is dropped in by Driesen.
Over the blocker. Digger could not get to the right spots.
Tough contest here for the right to go to the round of 12. Both teams giving the other a tough time here in the opening set.
And remember that there's also a lot of pressure in this type of situation because of the fact that these two teams lost their first match yesterday.
Rogelia. And what obviously will hurt for Rogelia and Pagara, they lost to a bunch of Filipinas. Rundina and Pons.
In a 3-set match.
In a 3-set match too. Meanwhile, the Dutch losing to a pair of Americans. Another service fault, this time by Pia Pagara. Not allowing the Philippines to build a more comfortable margin.
But still ahead by 2 points.
Pagara passes Rogelia. Here comes Driesen. Easy pickup for Pagara. For a 3-point lead. There it is. Pia Pagara knocking it in.
And you like the continued communication between Pagara and Rogelia. Identifying the spot if the blocker is there or not. Back to a 3-point lead for Las Pilipinas, set 1.
(17-14). The Philippines leading by 3 points. This is the biggest margin for Rogelia and Pagara against Prince and Driesen. And Driesen is wounded. So
right.
She's got a cut on her knee.
Bruce.
And
that opened up.
she's going to definitely get looked at before we continue in this game for safety issues, obviously. She's trying to wash it off.
Yes,
but they
yes.
obviously, I believe, have to stop the bleeding.
Score. Time.
Meanwhile, scoreline is at 17-14.
Well, I guess just washing it off will do.
Take the sand off.
There is no more blood on it. And first referee saying, asking her if she wants that covered. And I guess she's okay. So action resumes here at center court. Netherlands down by 3.
Ready?
in a must-win situation for both teams. It's an elimination match. All matches right now at center court are elimination matches. Nice shot there by Prince.
Directly at the blocker once again. Oblivious to the fact that the blocker was there. Established early. Using her reach advantage. Can they breach the two-point barrier?
Danique Prince stands about 6'1". Rogelia is 5'10". Prince fires one and easily scores above Pagara.
High-line shot there coming from Prince. 2 straight points. Rare scoring run here late in the set. Philippines looking for a side out.
Second straight serve for Danique Prince. Kai Rogelia. What a dig.
Oh,
And the save as well coming from Danique Prince. Make it a 3-point run for the Dutch.
and again the height and reach of the Dutch. Down 3, tied at 17. 3-point run.
Rogelia trying to wipe off and wash off some sand after diving to try and save that knuckleball coming from Prince. A 3-point lead for Rogelia and Pagara has been erased by this Dutch run. Tied at 17.
Costly, expensive miscue at the service line.
18-17 Philippines first set.
In case you're just catching up with us, this is the second game at center court.
Now switch hands.
Our first game was a loss for Alexa Polidario and Ditch Rodriguez in a 3-setter against a duo of 16-year-olds out of Latvia, Mamaya and Alexane. So Polidario and Rodriguez are out, while Mamaya and Alexane are through to the round of 12. A knuckle shot is good for Prince.
Off the hands for Danique Prince.
Wrong footing the defense. Excellent placement.
18-all.
Quick reaction time here for the Dutch.
And it all boils down to the first who can score 3 points in this first set.
Dead heat here in set 1.
Pia Pagara got it.
Mark
Shot in by Pia Pagara.
over the blocker.
19-18 Philippines.
19 serving 18. Kai Rogelia with a nice serve on 2 for Prince to tie the game.
On the second touch, they strike. Before the defense is set. Before the defense pulls back.
Service, Prince.
It's anybody's set right now between the Netherlands and the Philippines. Here at center court of the 2025 Nuvali Futures. Bad pass there from Kai Rogelia. What a good answer.
Yes.
Beautiful cut
That
shot.
sails out.
For the first set point. For Las Filipinas. Looking to close it out. And take a 1-set advantage.
Pia Pagara.
Gotta pass well. If you're Prince, this one is short, but Prince, pretty long player. That one is on the line for
Almost.
Danique Prince and ties the game.
Almost. But not quite.
Hit the outer part of the
Yes,
line,
yes.
actually.
Extended set 1.
First extended set of the day. Rogelia. That's outside, and the first set point right now for the Netherlands.
Earlier, the Netherlands saving a set point, extending the set. Now they secure their first set point. Philippines looking to tie.
Rogelia looking to redeem herself. She does after the error, ties the game by saving a set point.
Blocker went the other way. Rogelia makes them play.
Now switch hands.
Elimination match between the Philippines and the Netherlands for the right to go to the round of 12.
Serving for the Philippines, Rohenia.
Both pairs saving 1 set point each.
Service outside for
You heard it.
Rohenia.
Set point once again
And
to the Netherlands.
perhaps a wind carried it through.
Serving for the set.
We see the gust of wind right now blowing here at the sands.
About 16 kilometers per hour. Second set point for the Dutch. Rohenia again saving a set point.
Rohenia.
Redeeming herself.
22-all, first set. Serving for the Philippines,
Pia Pagara. Philippines had a set point 20-19, but unable to capitalize. And there's second set point for the Philippines. Pia Pagara with an ace.
That's a big one. Down by a set point. Now secures their second set point of this initial set.
Good pass by Prince. Now a chance for Pia Pagara to put it away. She does not take it. A chance ball for the Dutch. Driessen. Got it!
Pushed in by Annemieke Driessen.
Excellent pokey.
23-all.
Just enough to beat the defender.
Service, Driessen.
So both teams losing 2 set points each. Prince wiping some sand off her glasses. 23-all. It's just the first set of action in this elimination match between the Philippines and the Netherlands in Pool A of the main draw. Service ace for Driessen. Back-to-back points. This is set point number 3 for the Dutch.
Moves themselves a point away from stealing this set away from Alas Pilipinas.
Serving for the set, Annemieke Driessen.
It's a good pass. Rohenia. She saved the last 3 set points.
Oh
This
my.
time, she misses the mark. And off an error, the Dutch get the first set.
Netherlands 25-23.
And no doubt that was a steal of a win here for Netherlands. Down by 2 set points. Winning after a grueling 48-point set. 25-23. Final scoreline here in set 1.
Set 1 highlights. And this one went the distance and beyond. 2 set points each. On the 3rd set point, the Dutch took the set off an error by Rohenia.
Just when you think that the Philippines would hold on because they had a string of 2 straight points, Netherlands was able to hold on and eventually win by 2 points at 25-23. Fantastic numbers offensively here for Netherlands. This was not the trend in the first part because the Philippines definitely had more attack points early on before the Netherlands were able to recover and had a +4 edge. In terms of ace count, it favored the Philippines, but it proved to be a costly service error late in the set that allowed Netherlands to tie the count and eventually win the set.
And now the Philippines with their backs against the wall. Kay Rohenia, Pia Pagara, no ifs and buts about it. Gotta win this set to stay alive and in the hunt for a slot in the round of 12. Kay Rohenia off to a good start after that error, that costly error to end the first set.
For the second straight set, the Philippines pockets the first point.
Meanwhile, if you're Prince and Driessen, want to close it out in 2. And nice block by Pia Pagara, the first monster block of the match against the 6'1 Prince. And just for perspective, Pia Pagara stands about 5'10.
Well, Pia realized that the attacker kept going at them, not going for angled shots. So all she did was time her jump well enough to derail that last point of attack. But the service error once again for the Philippines gives up a free point. Netherlands on the board here in set 2.
Well, one, I guess, service fault deserves another, and one wide for Prince. 3-1. Good up coming from Prince. Here comes Prince on the attack. Sends it above the block of Pagara and all the way outside.
One thing that impressed me about Netherlands in that first set win, they were behind by 3 points late in the first set at 17-14. But they fought through. And as we mentioned, took that set away from the Philippines.
Prince. Pagara. That's going to be 4 touches against the Philippines. Two serving 4.
No attack point yet here for the Dutch.
That's right. There are 2 points coming from errors. One from Prohelia and one from Pagara. Prohelia. Bang!
Prohelia, emphatically.
Yep.
Putting that point away. And that's a kill if I've ever seen one.
They switch ends. They do that every 7 points and every 5 points in the third set. Prohelia again. This is back-to-back service faults by Kai Prohelia. Uncanny error for a former UAAP MVP back in season 85 and season 86. Knuckleball from Prohelia. Driesen on 2 there for Pagara. Here comes Prince. That's outside.
She went for an angled hit. Could not connect. I thought she would be going for a line shot. As the net defender pulled back. The blocker pulled back, rather.
That service outside. Now back-to-back service faults for the Philippines. One from, well, actually a couple from Prohelia and one from Pagara. And this is keeping the Netherlands close. 3 of the 4 points of the Dutch coming from errors by both Filipinas. Prince. That's a gimme. Put up by Prohelia and Prince putting it away.
Overpass. And again, miscues here coming from Alas Pilipinas. Surrendering easy points for Netherlands. We're now only down by one point.
Driesen serving. Prohelia through the block of Prince.
This time goes straight at the blocker.
7-5 Philippines. Service Prohelia.
If you're Las Pilipinas, you'd really like to build a larger lead against a team that seemingly is a good comeback team.
Service ace for Prohelia. There you go, bouncing back after the service fault earlier.
Biggest lead here in set 2 for Alas Pilipinas. Up 3. Looking to minimize their errors.
Prince passes to Driesen. Easy pickup for Prohelia. Here comes Kai Prohelia through the fingertips of Driesen.
Definitely, Prohelia is the hardest hitter in this match. Netherlands looking to regroup. Perhaps a little winded by that fierce rally that they threw at Alas Pilipinas en route to winning set 1, an extended set 1.
Good save from Prince. Prohelia got it. Biggest lead right now for the Philippines.
Youth over experience in the last few sequences. 5-point lead for Alas Pilipinas.
33 degrees Celsius. Humidity at 61% on a cloudy Saturday morning. Back to set 2 action. A 10-5 lead for the Philippines after losing by 2 points in an extended first set. Nice shot by Prince.
This time, making sure that she scores at the net. Hits away from the blocker. Stops a scoring run here for Las Filipinas. Cuts the lead to 4. Good hustle play here for Netherlands.
Pagara on 2.
Block
Nice
this
block.
time. And this is a rare 2-point run here for Netherlands. Again, a very good comeback team. And that is where experience sets in. The ability to make the adjustments and never give up.
Prince on the serve at 7-10. Pagara gets it by the hands of the taller blocker in Prince.
Excellent trajectory taken in that last shot.
Second service fault for Pagara here in the second set.
Annemieke Driesen now serving for the Netherlands.
In case you're just joining us on Pilipinas Live, Netherlands losing to Melissa Powell, Lindsay Calvin of the USA yesterday in their first game in pool play. And that one outside for Prohelia.
Netherlands trying to launch another uprising. Down by as much as 4 points earlier, at least.
Prohelia! He's had several of those really fiery hits. Technical timeout. The Philippines up by 3, 12-9 in the second set. Center court action in Pool A. Prohelia Pagara versus Prince and Driesen of the Netherlands.
Serving for the Philippines.
Kai Prohelia serving. Philippines down a set after losing 25-23 against the Dutch in the first set. Driesen pops it up. Here's Prince with the knuckle shot. Pagara on 2. Driesen picks it up. Driesen, another knuckle shot. This one is good.
Dropped in on the line by Annemieke Driesen.
Excellent sequence here for the Dutch.
Lead of the Philippines is down to 2.
Forcing the Philippines to work harder defensively before launching that second pokey that turned into the 10th point of set 2.
Prohelia on the attack. Cut shot. Beautiful.
Is good for Kai Prohelia.
Well placed.
Another close game, just like the first set. It's only a 3-point lead, although the Philippines led by as many as 5. Pagara pops it up. And here comes Pia. Yep.
Off the hands for Pia Pagara.
And that's how tough it has been to move from one spot to another.
4-point lead for the Philippines. Second set.
Back to a 4-point lead.
Good serve from Pagara. Driesen picks it up. Prince. That short shot doesn't even cross the net. So back to the biggest lead for the Philippines at 5.
Could have been a short point for Netherlands. Instead, it turned out to be the third straight point for the Philippines. for a 5-point lead once more, restoring their largest lead.
Prince unable to pick up the second touch, and the ace gives the Philippines their biggest lead of the set.
16-10 Philippines.
More comfortable cushion right now for the Philippines. This is what we were referring to earlier. If they could establish this type of lead after the midpoint, it augurs well for them.
Prince on the approach, gets a little help from the net. Get the side out.
Gave up one, takes one back. Looking for a string of points.
Serving for the Netherlands.
That serve is going to be very wide for Annemieke Driessen.
It now switch hands with the score 17.
Back to a 6-point lead
Yes.
for the Philippines. They're looking good here in set number 2.
Because of at least 6 or 7 errors in the set committed by Netherlands. She wanted an ace. Instead, it was another easy point that they surrendered.
Again, earlier today, first game, Alexa Polidario and Ditch Rodriguez losing to Monica Mamaya and Anise Alexane of Latvia, and will bow out of contention for the round of 12. That shot is wide for Prince.
Beginning to miss.
18-11 Philippines.
Seemingly tired at this stage, not moving as well as they did in that set 1 win.
Rogelia serving. Nice block by Pagara. Here's Rogelia. Yes!
Again, moving much better. Youth over experience. Here in set 2, after this point. Up 8, 2 points away. Pushing this second match of the day to another third set.
Short pass there from Prince. Prince backs up for it. Here's an easy pickup for Rogelia. Philippines on the attack. Yes, Rogelia against the block of Prince.
This lead was just down to 2 points earlier. Now, this advantage is at its biggest. +7 since being on top by 2. 9 set points for Alas Pilipinas, and they close it out with that service ace.
For the second match in a row, we'll see another third setter here at center court after that bad pass by Prince. 10-point win for the Philippines in the second set. Third set coming up right after these. Well, the pair of Rogelia and Pagara playing much more solid beach volleyball in the second set. Let's take a look at the highlights. After an extended 25-23 loss for Pagara and Rogelia, they bounced back big, capitalizing on plenty of errors committed by Prince and Driessen in the second set. And we'll take a look at the numbers. 6-6 opponents' errors, but Philippines much more aggressive from just about every part of the court. 11 attacks, only 4 for the Dutch. They could not get their offense going. 3 aces for the Philippines. Always out-acing so far the Dutch in this match. And we get to the third and final deciding set, and who will go to the round of 12 in the 2025 Nuvali Futures. Race to 15 here. Rogelia will serve to get us going.
Serving for the Philippines, Kai Rogelia.
Prince pops it up. It's a short pass. Easy pickup for Pagara. Now Pia. Long arms of Prince keeping it alive, but this is going to be an easy over. Another chance ball for the Philippines. Kai Rogelia this time fires one in and sends it way outside. On the board first, the Dutch, courtesy of an error by the Philippines. Day number 3 of the 2025 Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures, bringing plenty of countries from around the world to Nuvali Sands in Santa Rosa City, Laguna. Nice block by Prince. Prohelia got it.
From Asia, from North America, from Europe as well. Different continents around the globe. We have Japan among others, Israel even. Canada also.
And that's on the line, coming from Driesen. The USA here. You've got a Belgian team, I believe.
Sige, go ahead with the flags.
We've got Australia, of course. Vanuatu is here. And so many others. Philippines down by 1. Prohelia looking to tie it. No, misses again. Back-to-back errors for Kai Prohelia.
2 attack errors here for the Philippines. Race to 15 for a spot in the quarterfinals. One team from the Philippines already safely in the last 12, and that is the combo of Cici Rondina and Bernadette Pons, who won their 2 matches yesterday.
Off the block, via Pagara makes it a 1-point game.
Netherlands 3, Philippines 2.
Philippines needed that. Could have been a 3-point lead. Instead, it's down to 1. Shoes on the other foot. Philippines needing to erase this 1-point deficit after being ahead majority of the time in the previous second set win.
So far, the Philippines has not led here in set number 3. They're having trouble at the scorer's table. There you go. We have the right one on your screens and on the big board here at center court, but the scorer's table can't get it right.
So the second referee set it into order.
Just switched it around. Now we're tied with that Driesen error.
Scores now tied at 3.
Costly.
We are in the 3rd set.
Prohelia serving a short one. Good pass.
Oh, smart.
What a smart move by Prince.
Good disguise.
That's experience for you right there.
Nobody expected it to come. That delivery was precise as well.
So the Netherlands back up by 1. Prohelia looking to tie it. And yes, she does.
The pullback was late. The Diggeros right there to retrieve. Good break for the Philippines, tied at 4.
Driesen to Prince. Nice block by Pagara. Another block. No, apparently not. That was not touched. So they call a double contact against Driesen, who does not argue much with the first referee. So just like that, a 2-point run for the Philippines, coach.
Making their move after a slow start.
Bad pass from Driesen. Prince with an easy over.
Chance for the Philippines.
Prohelia making a 2-point lead. Prince to tie the game. She does. It's a block touch. They call a block touch on Pagara.
Scores now tied at 5.
And they will change ends every 5 points. Tense moments once again if you're a big beach volleyball fan. After the pair of Polidario and Rodriguez getting eliminated earlier, now a chance here for Pagara and Prohelia. Timeout first by the Netherlands, tied at 5-all, set number 3.
The physical challenge that you have to overcome and the composure that you have to be able to exhibit.
Under these conditions.
Yes.
No joke.
Challenging conditions.
5-all, set 3. Winner take all situation between the Netherlands and the Philippines of Pool A. Rogelia got it.
That is on the line for Kai Prohelia.
Enough to make that ball drop in. And that's all it needed for the Philippines to stay ahead by 1 single point.
But it's not a safe lead, especially with the way these teams have been going at it in the match.
Oh,
service ace.
that's a big
Kai
point.
Prohelia.
That's
Right.
a big point. Mishandled. That first ball. Netherlands giving up a free point.
7-5. French. Short.
Attack error.
Another free point surrendered.
That's 3 straight points now for the Philippines.
Biggest lead for Prohelia and Pagara here in set number 3.
Laboring under the heat of the sun.
Yeah. Short pass from Driesen. Driesen with the easy over. Now Pagara will attack. Good dig coming from Driesen. And Driesen comes up short again. 2 attack faults by the Dutch.
A misstep. No more lift. Behind by this much. Big lead in a race to 15.
Rogelia serving it outside this time. And she obviously is disappointed. She wanted an ace. She wanted a tough first pass, but instead gives up an easy point. It's not a safe lead still. Only 3 points up, the Philippines against the Netherlands.
After a slow start, the Philippines right now, you can say that they are in control. Past the halfway mark in a race to 15, the third and final set. But the Las Filipinas must and should minimize their errors and disallow giving up free points. That may be a ticket for Netherlands to fight back.
Rogelia got it.
Excellent off-speed point coming from Prohelia. Body pointing the other way and then executing the contact and scoring against the blocker for another 4-point lead.
Service error.
That one into the net for Pia Pagara. Costly error because it makes it a 3-point game, and the
Again.
Philippines is not out of the woods. They're 5 points away from closing out the set.
Without any effort extended by the Dutch.
And this could turn into a 2-point swing if the Netherlands will score here. Fortunately for the Philippines, Prohelia knocking it through the block. The lift not there anymore for
Yes.
French, playing in their third set today. Both teams just playing their second match of the Nuvali Futures. Although the Philippines are coming off a 3-set loss. Prohelia with back-to-back points. And now I guess you can call it a much safer lead, up by 5.
Yes, up 5, 3 points away from landing a quarterfinal spot, and physically challenged perhaps right now.
And that is, I believe, what French is. She's asking for a. Is she asking for a break because they already used a timeout?
RIT.
Folks, we have a recovery interruption timeout on
All right. So that is what it's called, recovery interruption timeout by the Netherlands, because they don't have any more timeouts. They've used it up. They are down by 5, third and final set. All right, we're back in play. Recovery interruption timeout called by the Dutch. And Prince had a little treatment on her shoulders while Pagara had her foot massaged a little bit by the trainers. Service outside for Prohelia, but it's still a comfortable margin here for the Philippines in what is the third and final set.
And we are not yet even close to noontime.
Yep.
But the glare of the sun and the heat of the sand has really reverberated to the perimeter. And if we can feel it, then what more with these players?
I can't imagine what these players are feeling and going through right now.
The adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
The motivation of getting a spot in the quarterfinals, playing later in the afternoon, hopefully, if they make it to the last four,
Round
see
of 12.
action tomorrow.
We have the round of 12 first before the quarterfinals. Although Rondina and Pons already in the quarters. Prince. And swipes it off the block of Pagara to make it a 4-point game.
You're right. For a spot in the round of 12, only the top teams are straight to the quarters.
That's right. Pagara. Good position there for the dig by Driesen. Driesen with a knuckle shot. Now Prohelia puts the Philippines at match point.
Off speed, drop shot. What a fight back after being down to start the third. Again, it's youth over experience so far in the first two matches. Can the Philippines close it out in this sequence?
Prince says not just yet. Saves one match point, but there are still 4 more for the Philippines.
That saves 1 match point.
Big serve coming up. The Netherlands cannot afford an error. Pagara passes. Kailem Prohelia looking for the winning point, and they got it! And the first Filipinas today through to the round of 12, Kai Prohelia and Pia Pagara.
Well played match, showing composure beyond their years. Beating the highly experienced duo from Netherlands. Way to survive, way to earn a spot. Heads up play from Prohelia and Pagara and route to a spot in the last 12.
We'll show you the confirmation of this 3-set win by the 19 and 20-year-old respectively, Kai Prohelia and Pia Pagara versus Danieke Prince and Annemieke Driesen of the Netherlands.
Our next match here, center court is in the men's division. It will be Hungary versus the Philippines.
Highlights of set number 3 in this third set win by Kai Prohelia, Pia Pagara of the Philippines.
After a slow start, Philippines had to fight back. They had to rally. And rally they did. Prohelia and Pagara making sure that they do not waste the chance to make it to the last 12. Outrunning, outspeeding, and then definitely imposing their smart points of attack. Doubling their attack points, +5, and punishing the reception as well of Netherlands. And this is the sum total of the numbers after 3 sets. A tight match, but definitely the third set, the telling factor, the telling blows landed deeply and harder by Alas Pilipinas. Error count was a factor, but eventually not enough to derail the Philippines from landing a spot in the last 12. Well done for Alas Pilipinas.
And we raise the nets for men's action. 2 Philippine teams will hit center court. Coming up next, James Buitrago, Rancel Varga of the Philippines taking on Damonkos Doci and Benche Streli of Hungary right here on Pilipinas Live. A beautiful aerial shot of Santa Rosa City in the Nuvali area as we bring you to Nuvali Sands, the venue for the 2025 Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures. And next up, pool play action in the men's division. This is Pool D. James Buitrago Rancel Varga coming off a 2-set loss against Israel's Tamir Hershko and River Day yesterday. Will take on a couple of players out of Hungary, Domonkos Doci and Banza Streli, who lost as well in 2 sets against Jan Joost van der Bogert and Mies Sengers of the Netherlands.
Friday was not kind to these two teams.
Yep.
Looking for a bright Saturday in their bid to land a spot in the next 12. Israel safely in the quarterfinals. Netherlands in the last 12. Hungary and the Philippines will try to outdo one another as they try to move on and try as well to eliminate one another.
All right, that is so far the result. Both teams didn't have to go through qualification. Hungary is seeded number 5. And they just picked up a gold in the 2024 Qingdao Futures in China. So they're experienced as well in the Beach Pro Tour.
They know how to win.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the combination from the Philippines has been trying their best to figure prominently. And remember that our national players have also come from competition in the SOCAM in the last week, in preparation also for the futures here in this 4-day event that started 2 days ago and will be done by tomorrow, a Sunday. That's why we're inviting all of you to please do join us. If not this afternoon, do drive. It's a seamless, nice hour and 15 drive all the way to Nuvali Sands to try and support also our teams here playing for Alas Pilipinas.
First men's match at center court for the right to go to the round of 12. And it's getting warmer, although it's just as windy, 33 degrees Celsius, 16 km/h winds. Trying to blow away the humidity, which right now is 3% lower at 60%.
Yesterday, it rained in Manila, by the way.
It rained early this morning in Santa Rosa as well.
Really?
Yep.
Not in Manila. But through it all, these players, through wind, sun, and physical
All right,
challenge,
ladies and
will try
gentlemen, we
to
now move on
survive.
to the men's division. Let's first meet our officials. Our first referee from Vietnam, Nguyen Thai Binh. Second referee from the Philippines, Abim Yarena. And now let's meet the players from Hungary. Number 1, Domonkos Doci. And number 2, Bense Streli. And their opponents across the sand from the Philippines. Number 1, James Buitrago. And number 2, Rancel Varga.
All right, here we go. The silver medalists in the 2024 Nuvali Futures. So this very tournament last year. James Buitrago, Rancel Varga will try to get to the podium again and finish even better perhaps, as they will try to stave off elimination versus the Hungarians Doci and Streli.
The best performing combination in terms of men's national pool. Without Jude Garcia, without Jara Quinton, who incidentally will be making their return to beach volleyball.
That's right.
As the Philippines continue to prepare for the Southeast Asian Games that will happen in the first week of December, all the way to the second week, together with Cici Rondina and Bernadette Pons and Dij Rodriguez.
Meantime, Domonkos Doci knocks it in. Doci stands 6'7". He is 21 years old. This is Bense Streli, 24 years old, standing 6'3".
6'3" and 6'7".
Yeah. First point there for the Philippines off a service fault by Streli.
Serving for the Philippines, James
Meantime,
Buitrago.
25-year-old James Buitrago, standing 6'1", the taller of the two Filipinos. Dochi with a bad pass. Dochi strikes again.
Down the middle for Demonkos Dochi.
You see the height advantage there in that last sequence? And that's something that they can use and utilize to the hilt.
2-1 Hungary. Serving Demonkos Dochi.
Demonkos Dochi went to the Budapest University of Technology and Economics. Arancel Varga on the attack. Got it.
Cross-court hit good for Rancel Varga.
Line shot covered. Went cross court.
Scores down tied at 2.
That is where Varga is so good at. Finding the open space. Reading the blocker.
Arancel Varga out of UST. Serving to Dochi. Streli passes.
Nice
Dochi
fake. Nice.
strikes.
Excellent this guy.
Overhead coming from Demonkos Dochi.
Hard to guard with that type of misdirection.
Service Streli.
And a jump set as well.
Yes.
Streli serving. Another service ball for Streli.
2 of the first 3 points here for the Philippines, given up
Service Buitrago.
by the pink shirts on 2 service errors.
Buitrago from National University with the serve. Here comes Streli. Got it.
Cross-court good for Streli.
Again, the height advantage.
Hungary 3, Philippines. Or Hungary 4, Philippines
Blocking
3.
of the Philippines will be severely challenged in this contest. So far, a 1-point lead
Service
has
Dochi.
been hard to overcome here for Buitrago and Varga.
Demonkos Dochi. Buitrago to Varga. Blocked by Dochi.
Block from Dochi.
Scored on a cross-court delivery earlier. Now goes straight at the blocker. First skill block of this set. And of the match for Hungary. Up to 5-3 scoreline.
Demonkos Dochi is a member of the Hungarian beach volleyball national team, and they're prepping already for the 2028 Olympics. On 2 and off the block
On the 1-2,
for James Buitrago. I think he hit the face of Dochi. Good show of sportsmanship there by Buitrago, checking in on Dochi. Problem when you're too tall.
But really, what made it doubly problematic was that they're wearing eye protection. So
Right.
you hit that part of the sunglass, and definitely that hurts.
Hang on. Dochi wants to wipe sand off his glasses, so the first referee had to halt the serve of Varga.
No, I know that. Already finished. Verbal warning for delay.
There's going to be a...
Yeah, I know that.
The next one will be a yellow card against the Hungarians. A warning by our Vietnamese first referee.
Verbal warning.
Yeah. Streli. Got it.
Cross-court hit good. Coming from Bente. Streli.
Again,
6-4 Hungary.
we'll reiterate the fact that the blocking of the Philippines will be severely challenged given the height advantage of the Hungarians.
Streli serving. Good pass by Varga. And Varga scores off the block of Dochi.
At least 2 points for Varga in the set.
Serving for the Philippines, James Buitrago.
5 serving 6, a short serve from James Buitrago. Here comes Dochi. Got it.
And again,
Cross-court hit good.
the
once again
misdirection.
for Demonkos Dochi.
Part of the game plan, part of the offensive arsenal.
7-5 Hungary.
And you can hear the grunt of Dochi all the way here every time he spikes that ball down. Varga. Got it.
Exactly.
Defense for Rancel Varga.
3 for Varga, well placed. Angled hit away from the blocker.
Lead of Hungary is down to 1.
3 of the first 5 points for the Las Filipinas, contributed by Varga.
Rancel Varga, the smallest player on the court, standing about 5'8". Could serve. A short pass there from Streli. Easy pickup. Chance to tie the game. Rancel Varga. Got it.
Crossbar on the line for Renzo Varga.
One thing I can say about Buitrago has been setting well.
7-all.
Tied at 7 per set.
Another warning being issued here by the first, and there is the yellow card now for Bench Estrelli, who took some
Yellow
time
card assessed to Hungary.
getting a sip.
Your pen. Okay?
7-all.
2-point run for the Philippines to tie the game at 7. Rancel Varga serving. Here comes Dochi on the approach.
Oh, nice.
Off the block, it hit Dochi, so a 3-point run for the Philippines off a monster block by Buitrago.
And that's the kind of effort that the Philippines will need to be able to match up with the height advantage of Hungary. 3-point run here for the Philippines.
Estrelli sets it up. Another block by Buitrago, but this one out of control and going outside. Side out for Hungary.
Not this time, but at least there was a block attempt. You get 1 out of 5 attempts, that's good enough.
Yeah.
But when you're not there, that's an automatic point for Hungary.
8-all. First set action in Pool D of the men's division. That service outside, and there's a foot fault as well they call against Estrelli.
9-8 Philippines.
Those are errors that you would not want to happen.
Yeah.
It's very hard to score. Then you give up a free point. And now you're behind.
Estrelli on 2. Varga with a dig. Rancel Varga for a 2-point lead. Got it!
Big scoring run here for the Philippines. That is where Varga's advantage lies, in the digging department. Buitrago works hard with the net defense. Varga, the top scorer so far for this combination, up 2 for the Philippines after being behind by as much as 2 as well.
Varga again with a wonderful dig. The angled shot is wide for Varga this time.
Golden chance to lead by 3. Reprieve here for Hungary as they dodge a bullet.
Nine serving 10. Buitrago against Dochi at the net. Dug by Estrelli.
Good save.
Buitrago on 2. Yes!
The 1-2 works for James Buitrago.
Inability of Hungary to trace that shot at the net will prove costly.
Philippines trying to keep serving to Dochi. That on-2 play for Estrelli backfires.
12
A 3-point lead for the Philippines. 12-9 per set.
Volleyball Federation, Nuvali and Olympic, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, PLDT Home Fiber, Refisco, Akani, Mikasa, Seno, Microtel by Wyndham South Fords, and the GMS partners, Supreme Infotech Solutions, Alibaba Cloud, iAlchemy, 1/0 Technologies, and our broadcast partners, Signal, One Sports Plus, and Pilipinas Live.
Domongos Dochi benches Estrelli of Hungary, seeded number 5, against the number 4 seeds out of the Philippines, James Buitrago and Rancel Varga, who are right now sitting on a 3-point lead. This match is their biggest cushion of the opening set.
Exactly. After a control for Hungary. In the early goings of set 1, the Philippines has taken over, pouncing on mistakes and miscues coming from Hungary. Varga has been solid. Defensively, he has been on point. Offensively, he has led the way in scoring, pushing the Philippines to a 4-point lead.
Philippines continuing to serve to Dumongkos. No, this time they changed it up. They served to Streli, the smaller of the two Hungarians. What a dig again for Rancel Varga. Varga lobs it over Dochi, and the run continues. This lead is 5 points for the Philippines.
Varga at the forefront of this 5-point edge. Again, in the dig department, that is where Varga stands out, forcing Hungary to call ceasefire at this stage of set 1.
Philippines on a huge run here, now leading by 5 points. 14-9 against the number 5 seeds out of Hungary. Good serve, and another ace for Rancel Varga. The Philippines is fired up.
Why not? It was a fiery start by Hungary. We're so strong and so good to open up set 1. Until such time that Varga started to dominate for the last Filipinas.
Streli passes. Varga, easy pickup.
Again.
Rancel Varga blocked by Streli, and that is a side out the Hungarians have been looking for.
That is something that they have in terms of advantage, height and reach. The vertical is allowing the Philippines from having a 7-point lead. Finally, a side out here for Hungary on serve.
Great pass by Varga considering the serve, and a block by Dochi, and it's a 2-point run for the Hungarians.
On 2 straight kill blocks, understanding that they have to double their effort.
Bencha Streli also plays a libero for Extraliga. That's the pro league in Hungary.
In indoor volleyball.
Indoor volleyball, and he's 6'3". Rancel Varga down the line. Streli picking it up. Here comes Streli on the attack. Into the net. Another net attack error coming from Bencha Streli.
And again, the block attempt by Buitrago. Has to be a constant. May not be successful, at least give yourselves a 50% or 50% chance of forcing the opponent to miss.
Back to the biggest lead for the Philippines at 5. Dochi to Streli. Yes!
He's been pining for that, aching for an emphatic point against that presence at the net by James Buitrago.
4-point game. Dochi getting ready to serve for Hungary.
Again, laboring under the heat of the sun.
Yes. And to think it's a cloudy Saturday.
And windy at that.
Short pass coming from Buitrago. Here comes James.
Tremendous adjustments by Buitrago.
Buitrago tries again. Yes.
Has been acting as the playmaker and the presence at the net, but getting a chance to pounce and score against the taller blocker pushes the Philippines the 5-point edge.
Rancel Varga, 2-time UAAP Men's Beach Volleyball MVP. Gets another ace. That's his third one today.
Tremendous play for Varga, and it has been sustained.
Philippines now 3 points away from taking the first set.
Varga used to play with Ranran Abdilla, who has skipped these first two tournaments, but
Correct.
he said he will be back before the year ends.
For the Southeast Asian Games, perhaps.
That's right.
Or for the October competition here in Nuvali Sands.
Dachi. Outside.
Ball out.
The lead continues to balloon. For Alas, Pilipinas up 7 at this stage, 19 serving 12. The error count will be interesting to see later on here for Hungary.
Serve is outside for Rancel Varga, but they are very comfortably ahead. Up by 6, only 2 points away from closing out
Serving
the opening
for
set.
Hungary, Vincent Strelli.
Foot fault
Yes.
against Strelli.
Easily called.
Oh, wait a minute. There's going to be an overrule, I believe, by the first referee.
The put the sand is not fault. It's okay to do that. The foot put the sand is a Mr. Joseph play.
All right. So that will count. Overruled by the first referee.
That's an ace for Hungary.
Quick pass by Buitrago.
Nice fake.
Buitrago with an open block.
Boom from James Buitrago.
What about that fake shot coming
Yeah.
from Varga?
Now the Philippines at 7
And the blocker blocked that move coming from Vargas and free up Buitrago to give the Philippines 6 set points.
Here's Dachi looking to save a set point.
Net touch.
And that touch they're going to call against James Buitrago.
Now's for chance with the
So a
score.
set point given up.
Philippines still at set point.
And there are 5 more for the Philippines.
Service Dutchy.
Dachi serving. Varga passes. Chance to put it away right here for Rancel Varga, who's played so well in the first set. And he does.
Rancel Varga.
Top
The
scoring
Philippines
Varga
takes the first set, 21-15.
sealing this first set win. Philippines comfortably winning by 6. 21-15 to have a 1-set edge against Team Hungary.
Take a look at highlights of the opening set. It was a seesaw battle in the beginning, but then Philippines pulling away courtesy of the aces of Rancel Varga and the spectacular setting by James Buitrago as well.
The steady play of Varga produced 11 attack points, aided by Buitrago, especially after the midpoint. Blocking, of course, as expected, favored Hungary. But what is not seen in the stats is the block attempts of Buitrago that force a lot of errors on the part of Hungary. Hungary lapsing into 6 errors compared to the Philippines, who only had 3. And the reception of Hungary was extremely challenged, giving up 3 service aces to the Philippines, and eventually all those will snowball against Hungary in the Philippines with a 1-set edge over the team from Europe.
Strelli serving to start set number 2. James Buitrago with a pass.
Smart.
And the first point of set number 2 scored by James Buitrago of the Philippines.
Philippines scores first in the second. Serving for the Philippines, Rancel Varga.
And it was on the Varga serve that Philippines made a huge run in the first set. Let's see if they can start one again. Dochi. Oh, Varga with a dig. Ransel Varga at the net, and that push going outside. Dochi a little too eager.
And again, just the effort by Varga to be there at the net helped force that last over push on the part of Dochi.
6-7, Dochi got a little too over-eager, pushing it outside. So a 2-0 start for the Philippines. Varga serving to Dochi.
Varga again.
Ransel Varga. Tips. Varga, this time attacks, and a block touch against Dochi makes it a 3-0 run.
It has been so difficult to guard because of an array of shots that he has in his arsenal. Playing with superior confidence right now against a combination that they believe that they can take and handle.
Philippines seeded number 4, Hungarians seeded number 5. Both did not have to go through qualifying. So this is basically just their second game in pool play. Both lost in 2 sets in their first games. The Philippines against Israel, Hungarians against the Netherlands. That is outside from Ransel Varga for the first point of Hungary.
133. Serving for Hungary, Domontos, Dochi.
Short serve. That's going to be a lift they're going to call on James Buitrago.
Back-to-back points for Hungary.
And the 2 points of Hungary have come from errors from the Philippines. Philippines only committing 3 errors in that first set win.
Here's Varga. That is outside, but there is a block touch against Dochi.
That action happened right in front of the first referee.
4-2 Philippines. Service Buitrago.
Four serving 2. That one is very short for James Buitrago. 3 of the... Is that all points?
Correct.
All points of Hungary coming from errors by the Philippines.
Buitrago tried to be tricky. It backfired.
Service, Strelli.
Chance to tie on the Strelli serve. And Varga again, just showcasing an entire array of shots today.
Fearless play here coming from Varga. Little bit of hang time. Waiting for the blocker to set where he will track the ball. And Varga goes opposite and then goes long and deep. 2 straight points for the Philippines.
Dochi off the block and outside.
Off the block, good for Domontos, Dochi.
Buitrago was right there, overpowered in that last sequence. Maximizing their height advantage against the blocker.
Service, Dochi.
So still a 1-point game. 4 serving 5. Buitrago. Easy pickup there for Strelli. And a nice deceptive shot from Benson Strelli.
Cross-court shot was covered, but he went for a short cross-court attempt. Sensing that Varga was once again right there to keep that ball alive and in play. 2 straight points on the flip side for the pink shirts.
Tied at 5. Buitrago. Yes. No, it is outside. So for the first time in set number 2, Hungary on top
3
by
straight
1.
points for Hungary. They now have the lead, 6-5 here in the second set.
Went for a deep shot. Overshoots.
Buitrago makes up for the mistake and ties the game.
No off speed. Better trajectory, making sure that that ball was in upon contact.
James Buitrago now serving for the Philippines.
Almost an ace there on that trickler for Buitrago. Vargas says, I'll get it. Buitrago attacks and off the chest of Strelli scores.
Well set up by Varga. But activity offensively for Buitrago in this set.
7-6 Philippines, second set.
Not only did they stop a 3-point run, but they built on a two-point surge for a 1-point lead here in set 2.
Dochi off the block again.
Off the hands for Dochi.
They seemingly have regained their
And now
strength
switch hands. The
and
score
legs
is tied
in
at
set 2
7 here in the
after
second.
being wore down in that set 1 loss against the Philippines.
Both teams getting a quick sip at 7-all here in set number 2. Philippines winning the first set convincingly against Hungary. But right now it's a tight contest once again. Service outside.
Serve out.
This is where Hungary
7 Philippines.
had one of its biggest problems in that set 1 loss.
For the Philippines.
From the service line. Looking to also be better with the reception here in set 2.
Service error.
A lot more errors for the
Oh,
Philippines.
no doubt. Probably
Here-
doubling their error count.
Yep, in
3
set 2.
errors only for Alas Pilipinas in that set 1 win.
Already 5 errors, Coach Ronnie.
Almost double what they had in that set 1 win.
Another error. That's number 6 for the Philippines.
Good presence at the net by Hungary. We're now ahead by 1. Oh, good. That's a good one. Big side out. Created by Buitrago. Away from the blocker.
James Buitrago now serving for the Philippines.
Tight contest here in set number 2, and 9-all. Strelli. Dochi into the net. Both teams with their fair share of mistakes here, Coach Ronnie.
Indeed. Excellent decision by Buitrago to pull back.
10-9
Stay away from the net. It's been a battle of 2-point runs and 3-point surge.
Strelli. Yes, finds the corner and
1-2 is on the
scores.
corner for Hungary.
Definitely more attack points for Hungary
10-all.
in this set.
Now serving
Because they only had
Vincent
4
Strelli.
in that set 1 loss. Meanwhile, the Philippines had 11 attack points. Definitely that number will be down.
Buitrago.
I'm sorry, they had 8 attack points in that set 1 loss.
Defense for James Buitrago.
11 for the
And we
Philippines.
now move into our technical timeout. The score 11 for the Philippines.
11-10. Philippines up by 1 against Hungary here in set 2.
Serving for the Philippines.
Back to the action. Set number 2. Philippines leading by 1, 11-10 against Hungary. Strelli. Lobs it over the block of Buitrago. Terrific shot by Streli.
That ties the score at 11 here in the second set.
11 all. Here in set 2.
Nuvali now serving.
Hungary losing by 6 in the first set. Buitrago, yes, that off-speed hit, dropping right in front of Streli and out of reach. Biggest lead for the Philippines was 3 points here in the second set. Streli again,
Once again,
just
over the defense
putting
for
it high
Streli.
up out of reach of Buitrago.
12 all.
Game is tied.
Service Streli.
Seesaw battle once again here in set number 2. Buitrago.
Oh, nice.
And
Nice,
Ransel
nice.
Varga lobbing it over Dochi.
Will the wizardry of Varga once again come into play as the Philippines looks on to try and sweep Hungary. Hungary playing much better, staying away from unnecessary miscues.
Varga with a serve. Streli picks it up. Dochi. And Streli right on the line.
Line shot. That was
Once again, the score is tied at 13.
very minimal space and time
Service
that he had, but he was able to connect. What a serve.
But a good pass by Buitrago. James, yes, down the line against the
Down the
block
line
of
for James
Dochi.
Buitrago.
That's the version coming from James Buitrago.
14-13 Philippines second set. Now serving James Buitrago.
Seesaw battle continues in this nip and tuck affair.
Dochi. Varga, as good as he is, that
And
one
that
a
works
little out
for
of reach.
Dochi. We now switch hands with the score tied at 14.
Still like that double effort coming from Varga, diving to retrieve that last shot. But still, a point extracted by Hungary to tie the scoreline once again at 14.
Winner goes to the round of 12 as both teams coming off losses in their first game in the main draw.
Number 2, go straight to the service zone. Ready?
4 pools, 3 teams per pool makes it to the next phase.
Serving for
But the top
Hungary,
team
Francis
gets an
Streli.
automatic berth in the quarterfinals.
Streli serving. Ansel Varga for the lead. There it is.
Off the hands for Ransel Varga.
Will not be denied with much force.
15-14
You
Philippines.
can see the blocker wincing in pain.
Ransel Varga now serving.
Diminutive, but definitely smart and powerful.
Next time, okay? Okay?
Dochi. Into the net.
Jack error.
Another error here as Dochi is out of it.
At this stage of the set and of the match for Hungary, that is not an option. Down 2. Late here in set number 2. Philippines looking to hold on and sweep Team Hungary.
Two-point lead for the Philippines after that error by Domongos Dochi. And Hungary using their one and only timeout Varga with the sign of the cross, looking for a sweep against the number 5 seeds from Hungary. Philippines seeded number 4 in the 2025 Nuvali Futures. Not a good pass there from Doci. And a block by James Boitrago.
Well, the first ball was in a bubble, and Boitrago saw that, ambushing that last play and imposing a 3-point lead.
But with the way things are going, with the errors both teams are committing, Hungary, you can say, is still in it. Ooh. But another shot this time goes to the block for Doci.
With a different pace and different force, beats the net defense of James Boitrago, stopping a fine scoring run for the Philippines.
Just a 2-point lead for the Philippines. Varga picked up by Estrelli, chased by Doci. And that one outside, another miss hit by the Hungarians.
What about that call coming from Boitrago? That shot was in between Varga and Boitrago. Right idea. Just went out by a few inches. Down 3 once more. Philippines 3 points away from bagging this match and moving over to the last 12.
James Boitrago.
Great shot by Estrelli.
1-2 is dropped in.
Well, height is might. And at this stage, that is something that Hungary can try to use in their bid to hold on and send this match into a deciding third set.
Out of Budapest, bench Estrelli serving. Rancel Varga fires one and sends it outside.
Too much. Overcooked.
Now a 1-point game. Still anybody's set.
Indeed.
Final game of Pool D.
And closing out is never easy.
Yes. Despite the 6-point win by the Philippines in the first set, this is shaping up to be something a lot different. Estrelli, nice serve. Rancel Varga. Estrelli with a dig. Estrelli got it. Game is tied at 18.
Reading the pullback, pouncing on that opportunity, erasing a 3-point deficit, registering a 3-point run to tie the scoreline at 18.
Timeout for the Philippines. Tied at 18, set number 2. All here in set number 2. Both teams just 3 points away from snatching this set from the other. Varga against Doci. Got it.
Heads up play by Varga. And this is a situation where you can say when push comes to shove, poise is going to be essential. Shot making critical. Can the Philippines close it out in 2 straight sets?
Varga, serving is going to be essential. That's on the line. Oh, what a big serve coming from Rancel Varga. That is the tail end of a 2-point run for the Philippines.
Audacity written all over the face of Varga. Took the risk.
That was a big risk.
Pocketed the reward.
Not a good pass from Estrelli. Estrelli with a hit. Varga to Boitrago.
Too much.
Back battle at the net, easily won by Doci. A match point saved by Hungary.
Buitrago
Hungary saves one
trying
match
to
point.
calm Varga, who had to work triply hard.
Doci now serving for Hungary.
They gotta get a good pass here.
Exactly.
Philippines. All important serve from Domingos Doci of Hungary. It's a safe one. Easy pickup for Varga. Varga for the win. Not just yet. Streli with a dig. Streli. One-handed dig from Varga. Rancel Varga with a hit. Another chance here for Hungary to save a match point.
Wow! Wow!
What a save! Rancel Varga, an unorthodox shot,
Told you.
but effective enough for the win.
This match in straight sets.
Again, poise, shot making, decision making, critical parts in this element of a win here for Varga Buitrago representing Alas Pilipinas. Safely in the last 12.
The higher seeds at number 4, James Buitrago, Rancel Varga of the Philippines taking down the taller number 5 seeds out of Hungary, Domingos Doci and benches Streli in straight sets. Set number 2, highlights of this big win by James Buitrago and Rancel Varga of the Philippines against Hungary's Domingos Doci and benches Streli.
Masterful win here for Team Philippines. It's not just about offense. It's not just about blocking. But I thought the game plan was executed to the hilt. Outsized, definitely the shorter combination. But finding ways to score against Hungary and making sure that big defense, seemingly like a fortress, and Buitrago's presence also at the net had a hand about this 2-set win for the Philippines. And what about the audacity of Rancel Varga at the service line when the set was on the line?
So, for the second straight game, the Philippines through to the round of 12 with that big win by James Buitrago and Rancel Varga. And coming up next, another set of Filipinos. It is Jude Garcia, Jaron Riquinton taking on USA's David Y. Zoric and John Schwangel right here on Pilipinas Live. Back here at the Nuvali Sands in Santa Rosa City, Laguna, Jude Garcia, Jaro Quinton of the Philippines returned from their duties playing with the Crisscross King Crunchers and back to what they love to do, playing beach volleyball, which is what they did a lot back in college for Garcia with FEU, for Quinton with UST. They're taking on a pair of Americans, Dave Wyzorek and John Schwangel.
These are former bronze medalists in the Southeast Asian Games twice over. Jaro Quinton and Jude Garcia making their comeback in beach volleyball after returning to indoor volleyball and powering their franchise. Excellent performance. But right now, the order of the day is to try and make it to the next 12, but they have to hurdle the challenge from North America for them to be able to land a spot in the last 12.
Dave Wyzorek, John Schwangel, coming off a loss versus Finley Bennett and Jed Walker of Australia, who were seated much lower than them. They lost in 3 sets in 46 minutes. They're looking to bounce back today. In the meantime, Jude Garcia, Jaro Quinton losing to Momel Lorenz and Thilo Reichel of Germany, the #1 seeds of the Nuvali Futures.
And that is the quality of competition that we have here in the Futures. Of course, the Beach Pro Tour with 3-tier events, the Elite 16, the Challenger, and the Futures.
Second referee also from the Philippines, Mark Louis Hulao. And now let's meet the players. First, for the United States of America. #1, David Wyzorek. And #2, John Schwangel. And their opponents across the sand from the Philippines. #1, Jude Garcia. And #2, Jaro Quinton.
Jude Garcia, Jaro Quinton seeded number 16. They didn't have to go through qualifying as well, while the Americans are much higher seeds at number 8. Again, both teams are coming off losses. Philippines, 2-set loss against the #1 seeds in the tournament, while the USA losing to Australia in 3 sets. Here we go, Jaro Quinton.
Tough group.
Will serve to kick us off. This is the final game in Pool A. Schwangel, got it.
First point of the match to the
25-year-old John Schwangel.
For the combination in pink against the pair wearing green from the Philippines.
Schwangel went to Santa Monica College. Gets an ace. Back-to-back points for Schwangel. He stands 6'2". Slow start here for the pair of Filipinos.
2-0 USA.
Back-to-back MVP awards, at least for Jude Garcia in indoor volleyball.
Garcia is blocked by Wyzorek.
The height advantage once again that they have.
Wyzorek is 6'8".
Wyzorek walked in front of us and definitely at least a head taller. At least
USA.
against Jude Garcia.
6'3" and 6'8", the Americans. Schwangel. Oh, what a start here for the USA. 4 straight points.
Well, I'm sure that they saw the match earlier between Hungary and the Philippines. And now the Philippines was able to deflate that height disadvantage.
It's still Schwangel serving. And that one is just outside. Ball mark protocol here. There's a challenge issued by the Americans. It looked very close. Can't even tell if it clipped the line or not.
Well, this stage of the competition, you'd rather be greedy and get as many points as you can.
You want to get out of the sun as quickly as possible.
Correct.
Because these guys are still going to play later this afternoon for the round of 12 and the quarterfinals. We're all finishing that today because tomorrow is reserved for the semis and the finals.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. So they're all playing again today. The players, the teams that saw action already are still seeing action again today. Schwangel. Yes. Schwangel. 5-1 USA.
No scoring run here given up by Team US for the Philippines. We're still looking for momentum against a fast-starting combination from USA.
A block by Zorik.
And again, putting a shadow, casting a giant shadow against the offense of Team Philippines.
As the changeover is 6-1 for the United States.
6-1 start for the US of A.
Talk about jumping the gun on the Philippines. Again, the blocking of USA has produced at least 2 points. Or make that 3 points. 2 offensive blocks and forcing that last attack miscue.
7-1 USA.
Up by 6 at 7-1 at this stage.
Jude Garcia. Got it.
That is dropped in by Jude Garcia.
Philippines needing more of that. Moving forward.
That cuts the US lead down to 5. Serving for the Philippines, Jared Reguiton.
Zorik sets it up for Schwangel. And Schwangel scores again.
8-2 USA. Service, Schwangel.
Comfortable 6-point lead.
Service fault for Schwangel.
3-point given up. Philippines will take it. Offense hard to come by given the blocking, given the height advantage of Team USA. Warshek and Schwingel.
David Zorik blocked up top. They call a net touch on Jude Garcia. Right now, the Philippines can't get anything going. Down by 7 already.
Zorik has been a fortress at the net. Like a sequoia, casting a shadow against the smaller counterparts.
Garcia pops it up. Schwangel got it.
Disrupting the offensive flow of Alas Pilipinas. And in transition, firing another bullet. Registering an 8-point lead. Tremendous start here to open up this match for Team USA.
Garcia.
Good save.
One of the best rallies so far. And Zorik unable to handle the first ball.
Excellent pokey coming from Jude Garcia. 4 in the match. 2 attack points and 2 free points given up by USA. Brings the Philippines 1 point closer but still behind by 6 at this stage of set 1.
Service, Reguiton.
Sarah Quinton making his fight back, or his comeback rather, to beach volleyball. Product of UST.
Net touch.
Call it net touch.
Too many mistakes here in this set for Team Philippines.
11-4 United States.
Again, the offensive flow is not yet there.
Service, Schwangel.
Mainly because of the blocking of Team USA.
Schwangel with a serve. Garcia. Easy pickup for Schwangel in the back row. And Schwangel scores again.
Time and again, they have overpowered the blocking of Team Philippines. Height, force, for an 8-point lead.
Well, for Filipino fans, Coach, who watch Reguiton and Garcia, they've just come, obviously, from a 1-year stint in indoor volleyball, being at least 2 years removed from beach volleyball. Is this an adjustment stage for the two?
True.
For Team USA.
And this is a tough pool that they're in. Could be the pool of death, so to speak.
Yep. There are no qualifiers in Pool A. These are all main draw teams. Reguiton. Nice pickup by Schwangel. A block, but it goes outside for Riquinton.
Point coming from Schwangel.
Philippines
Riquinton beaten in that last defensive sequence.
can't get a break here. Lead is 8 for the Americans. The 6'8", 29-year-old Wyzorek with a serve. Garcia down the line, and yes, he scores.
On the line for Jude Garcia.
3 attack points for the Philippines out of the 6-point output.
Now serving for the Philippines.
Jaron Riquinton, 4-time UAAP champion, a Rookie of the Year, 3-time bronze medalist in the SEA Games.
Looking for another podium finish as Alas has grown its national pool with the re-inclusion of these two big names.
And Wyzorek, who plays indoor volleyball and was a pro in Turkey and Germany, easily scores against Jude Garcia.
So plays as a reinforcement like this as well. I saw a little twist of the ankle coming from Jude Garcia.
That's right. The service outside for Schwangel. There's a ball mark protocol as well.
First
And-
challenge from Team USA.
First referee will check it out. As is the rule when the team challenges. And this is a long, hard look at first referee. Initial call was outside. It is still outside.
Challenge by USA is unsuccessful. Point stays with the Philippines. As we now move into our technical
So-
timeout, it is 14-7.
Technical timeout, 7-point lead for the USA against the Philippines opening set.
So the USA has no more challenges remaining in the set.
And we would like to thank the Philippine National Volleyball Federation.
It's been all USA here in the first set against the Philippines, led by as many as 8. This is a 7-point cushion for David Wyzorek and John Schwangel against Jude Garcia and Jaron Riquinton of the
In
Philippines.
establishing their blocking formation and their game plan with their net defense, I think that was the first big thing that worked in their favor. No chance for the Philippines to score, getting pounced on in transition, outworked, down 7 at this stage of set 1.
Schwangel. That's outside.
Good block attempt coming from Riquinton. They down to 6.
John Schwangel getting some sand wiped off his glasses. He coached Team Canada to the silver medal in the 2024 Olympics. The pair of Brandy Wilkerson and Melissa Humana Paredes. So he's not only a good player, he's a great coach as well. Yeah, Schwangel, good save by Riquinton. Garcia unable to pop it up for a third touch. And if you look closely at the American side,
Yes.
number 2, John Schwangel, is actually wearing socks as David Wyzorek gets a block. But these are footsie socks,
Footsie socks.
which means there's a hole for each of the toe.
68 USA.
First time we've seen
Yes.
a player in beach volleyball wear this equipment. Garcia.
Finally,
That catches
finally.
the back of the line.
Garcia.
Through the block point coming from Garcia.
as long as Garcia and Riquinton have been playing beach volleyball, they've never played together until today. This is their first tournament together as teammates because Garcia played with Arpasto and Buitrago. Meanwhile, Riquinton played with Abdilla and Varga before. Varga with UST, of course. They're both former UST players, student athletes.
UAP standouts.
That's right.
Decorated players.
So a little run here for the Philippines. They've scored 2 in a row. Out of Bulacan, Jaron Riquinton serves into the net.
Costly.
Going to the United States. It is now 17-10 for Team USA. Serving for the United States, John Schwingle.
Back to a 7-point cushion. Schwangel with an easy serve. Jude Garcia.
Try to be creative.
Schwangel. Easy pickup there for Riquinton. Here's Jaron. That shot outside. He's asking for a block touch. There is one.
All touch ball, point to the Philippines.
Excellent decision by Riquinton. Not going for the line shot, but instead attacking the outside hand. Rather the inside hand, going for that cross-court kill. Lead down to 6 at 17-11.
Jude Garcia serving for the Philippines.
Garcia, another 3-time Southeast Asian Games bronze medalist. Best outside hitter back in his UAAP days with FEU, season 81.
One of the best indoor players right now in the country.
That's right.
United States
Former
now 3
MVP
points
in the
away.
Spikers turf.
Claiming the first set.
Men's Professional Volleyball League in the Philippines. For those of you watching on Volleyball TV. Riquinton pops it up. And Garcia
Again.
just struggling here in the first set.
And you heard there Team USA saying no entry still. That has been the theme in this match so far.
Riquinton to Jude Garcia. Blocked
Again.
by
Another block.
Wyzorek. And it is 9 set points for the USA.
And not only is Wyzorek really tall, but he has excellent timing. And he has read Garcia extremely well. Has only given up 1 point in that face-off for the entire set.
Service for David Wyzorek, the former 3-time All-American. Wins the game, wins the set by 10 points for the USA.
Sailing their way with a dominant performance, Philippines looks to rebound after this first set double.
Set 1 highlights, and it was all USA. David Wyzorek, John Schwangel in full control of the opening set against Jaron Riquinton and Jude Garcia.
Blocking, excellence from the service line, and then a big, strong start in the first set. And all those things were big factors that worked well in favor of Team USA. Only 5 attack points given up. Why? Because of the presence of Wyzorek. Some problems with the reception likewise of Team Philippines, and eventually that snowballed against Alas Pilipinas, and Team USA built one big lead after another, and eventually the Philippines were overrun.
Second set, first serve to the United States.
Welcome to the 4th game at center court of day number 3 of the Nuvali Futures, and it starts where we left it off at the end of the first set. The service ace by the Americans.
That's the way the set ended, and this is also where the second set started.
It was a 5-0 start in the first set for the Americans.
And that was the same background music that we heard.
And that one outside, Jude Garcia really out of sorts in this match.
2-0 USA.
That's his adjustment. Go for a high line shot. Because Wyzorek covers so much space, given that height and reach.
Much better pass from Garcia. There's a fiery hit from Garcia. We've seen that many times, but today just for the first time.
Many times. And again, trying to get used once again to playing in the sand.
All right.
The heat, the surface, and then a different challenge. It's just a two-man game.
A lot of ground to cover.
Exactly.
Schwangel to Izorek. And easy point for Schwangel.
Perfect hit on that line shot. Very clean attempt as well. Schwangel.
Izorek serving to Garcia. He's been their target. And a block.
That's a monster block for Izorek.
Izorek with a terrific denial. They had 4 blocks in the first set.
And all the service aces, that's already 6 points. Now here in set 2, he already has 2 blocks against Jude Garcia.
Now Jaron Quinton, his turn to attack. And this one is outside.
We're just counting the offensive blocks. What about the shots that he has changed?
He has changed.
Or influenced to miss?
5-1 USA.
6-8?
I believe so.
And that
Oh, the height. Yeah, 6'8". Service outside.
and very quick for his size.
Well, he's only 29 years old.
Moves like he's about 6 feet.
He played 2 seasons for the U.S. national indoor volleyball team. But in college, he was a 3-time All-American for Pepperdine University. Talking about David Izorek.
That is also the same college that Ricardo Brown went to.
Okay. Here's some little PBA background for you. Jude Garcia with a serve. Here's Schwangel. Back to Izorek.
How do you defend that? And
It doesn't even feel, coach, like the USA is playing at 90%.
Yes. But again, learning some lessons from how the Philippines beat Hungary earlier. Now not giving any space and opportunity for the Philippines to find an offensive flow.
And that's just the 3rd point for the Philippines. A service fault by John Schwangel. Jaron Quinton.
A former Growling Tiger.
That's right. And he finished 5th in the Subic Futures with Ranran Abdilla.
That was a few years back.
Yep, 2022. Quinton blocked by Izorek. Garcia off the bicep of Schwangel, and Garcia makes it a 2-point game.
That was a booming hit coming from Jude Garcia.
Back-to-back points for the Philippines.
Still trying to get used to playing under the sun once more.
Yep. Well, they're lucky. It's not a sunny today. It's a cloudy day. They call a double contact on David Izorek.
3-point given up.
That's 3 straight points for the
A
Philippines.
3-point run for the Philippines.
Best
Make it
scoring run.
Right, make it a 1-point game. Chance to tie now on the serve by 24-year-old Jaron Quinton. He's the tallest Filipino at 6'2", at least in this lineup. But they serve it outside.
7-5 USA.
But in a much better position, talking about the Philippines. Yes, because at this point of the first set, after the first 12 points, the Philippines was already behind by a huge deficit.
Garcia. It is wide again.
Half an inch away from the line. Again, that high line shot has not worked so far for Jude Garcia.
He has been up and down so far today, Jude Garcia. 8 serving 5, but Izorek returns the favor with a service fault.
As we switch as the score, 8 for the United States, 6 for the Philippines.
Just a 2-point game as the teams will change ends. Again, this is the final game of Pool A. Winner goes to the round of 12. The loser ends their bid here in the Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures.
Serving for the Philippines, Jude Garcia.
Schwangel, easy over just to keep it alive.
Excellent serve by Garcia.
And a bad pass by Schwangel. Philippines within one.
Try to go for the tomahawk dig.
The U.S. lead is down to 1.
Garcia, slowly but surely finding his groove.
Schwangel block. The first monster block by the Philippines. Jude Garcia turning Schwangel away.
Offense and defense, Garcia awakening. And that's a good sign here for Las Filipinas.
The score is now tied at 8.
First deadlock of the match at 8-all.
Nothing was this close in that
Yes.
first set. Runaway win for Team USA.
Good idea for the Philippines to serve to the smaller Schwangel, and Schwangel forces
That error.
a shot and commits the error.
Lead now goes to the Philippines.
Making the necessary in-game adjustments, Garcia and Riquinton.
That's 4
Garcia
straight
has
points.
spearheaded his fight back. First taste of the lead for the Philippines against USA. Not just in the set, but in the match.
This strategy of serving to the smaller Schwangel paying off for the Philippines. This one just out of reach for Jaron Riquinton on the dig and side out for the USA.
Off-speed point here coming from Team USA.
Serving for the United States, John Schwingel.
Best scoring run, by the way, for Las Filipinas in the match.
Riquinton. Garcia is blocked by Wyzorek. Jaron.
What a dig.
But it goes outside, fortunately for the Philippines.
10-9 Philippines. Service Riquinton.
Riquinton serving. Philippines back up by one. Schwangel. Riquinton keeping it alive. Now a chance here. On the second touch.
Almost.
There's a nice block by Garcia, but it goes outside. Wyzorek scored.
No against this Wyzorek. Not yet.
Ties the score at 10.
First 20 points. Standoff.
Wyzorek.
Better set for Team Philippines. Trying to push this match into a possible third set.
Service outside again for Wyzorek. Technical timeout. Philippines up by one, 11-10 against the USA. Set number 2.
And once again, we would like to thank the Philippine National.
It is starting to get warmer at 34 degrees, but the wind's still blowing
34 now.
at 16 kilometers per hour. Humidity a lot less, 57%. Still a beautiful day. Saturday
Indeed.
here at Nuvali Sands in
Can't
Santa
ask
Rosa.
for more. This type of competition is elite. Again, a three-tier competition in the Beach Pro Tour, the Elite 16, the Challenger, and then the Futures. $5,000 competition spread along the competitors will make it to the deepest point, and then the tour points that goes with the reward money as well.
Schwangel to tie the game. Riquinton with a great pickup. Now a chance to make it a 2-point lead. Not yet, says Wyzorek with another monster block, this time against Jaron Riquinton.
But the important thing is that now we are seeing rallies, something that we did not see in that overwhelming first set win for Team USA against the Philippines.
Game is tied once again, 11. Garcia bounces it off the block of Wyzorek.
Garcia.
Excellent sequence once again for Garcia. Has really propelled the Philippines to compete better and give themselves a shot of extracting a set against USA.
Good pass by Schwangel. Now a chance for a 2-point lead. Garcia blocked up top. No blocker. Jaro Riquenton makes it a 2-point lead for the Philippines. Wyzoric was out of position.
Yes, as he stumbled. 2-point lead, the biggest lead in the set and in the match for Team Philippines. Playing better, fighting harder, anchored in the exploits of Jude Garcia.
Schwangel, now Wyzoric, but there will be no third touch for the USA as there's a double contact against Schwangel.
They committed only 4 errors in that first set win. Maybe nearing double that number already. Down 3.
Biggest lead for the Philippines in the match. They're losing by 10 in the first set. Schwangel, yes!
That is on the line for John Schwengel.
Wrong guess on the part of Jaro Riquenton, went the opposite way.
Philippine lead is down to 2.
Schwengel finally connects
Serving, Dave Wyzoric.
for Team USA.
Garcia. What a cut shot for
Indeed.
Jude Garcia.
By Jude Garcia.
Taking a line shot, hitting that last attempt way beyond reach of the digger.
Well, Jude Garcia starting to warm up here in set number 2. A lot more aggressive, which explains why the Philippines now in a much better position with better attack points. Up by 3. Schwangel. Easy pickup for Jaro Riquenton. Here's Riquenton with a push. Schwangel. Got it.
Good recovery by Schwangel. It's been made to work hard by Team Pilipinas time and again. Finally gets one over Garcia and Riquenton. Still behind at this stage. Philippines ahead 15-13.
Only Riquenton not taking a break for a drink. Everybody back on the court now. 2-point game. USA winning the first set by 10 points. But the Philippines up by 2 here in the second set. Final game of Pool A in the men's division. The winner goes to the round of 12. The winner will bow out of the competition. Garcia misses.
There was that slight opening as the blocker mistimed.
Back-to-back points for the Americans.
Garcia will miss and Team USA will inch 1 point closer. 15 or 14. 13 serving 15.
There's a nice shot. Jude Garcia making up for the mistake and restores a 2-point lead for the Philippines.
You're right. It was 14 serving 15 earlier. Now it's 16-14. Riquenton and Garcia holding on.
Schwangel. Yes, finds the corner. Such a precise hitter is John Schwangel.
It was missing in the early goings of set 2. Now was found the corner pockets.
Lead of the Philippines is down to 1. Now serving, Dave Wyzoric.
Garcia. Yes.
Has read the blocker well.
Jude Garcia.
In the first set, he could not penetrate the blocking
17-15
of USA, but now he has found a way to score. And the Philippines go all the way.
Right on the line. Service ace for Garcia.
Big one.
And the USA calls a timeout, down by 3 again, and the Philippines 3 points away from winning the second set. 18-15. USA, comprised of David Wyzorek and John Schwangel, down by 3 points here in set number 2 after winning the first set against Jude Garcia, Jaron de Quinton by 10. Short pass there from Schwangel. Schwangel rejected. Jude Garcia, his second monster block of the match.
Not even the timeout will be able to rescue Team USA with this second set onslaught imposed by Garcia and de Quinton.
Philippines now 2 points away from equalizing and sending this into a deciding third set, but Garcia serves it outside.
A side out, badly needed by USA. 16 in the set for them, still behind by 3.
Philippines, 16 for the United States, second set.
And again, 3 of the 4 players taking a sip. Jaron de Quinton is very well hydrated, it seems like it. Center court action. Day number 3 of the Nuvali Futures. We had qualification on Thursday, and majority of the pool play matches yesterday, and the remaining today before we give you the round of 12 and the quarterfinals to finish off Saturday.
Wow.
Nice push coming from Garcia on that knuckle shot.
The Philippines now
It was like an elevator move on the part of Garcia, up and away. As a pokey that led to a high line shot. Equivalent to 4 set points, by the way, for the Philippines.
And Wyzorek coming up short.
won by the Philippines.
They call a lifting violation on Wyzorek in the process, and the Philippines, they get a 5-point win against the USA in set number 2.
We're going to a third set. That's the bottom line. 1 set all. USA winning the first set handily. Philippines coming back, fighting hard, pushing this match into a third and final set.
Highlights of set number 2, the Philippines bouncing back. Jude Garcia coming alive with a couple of monster blocks, including an ace.
Well, that set the tone pretty much the same way that Team USA was able to do that against the Philippines, wherein the blocking was the key element for them to take away the offense, and then they continued to attack, and that made it difficult for Team USA to be able to score, made life miserable for Schwangel. And eventually, the offense of Wyzorek was nowhere to be found. Excellent in terms of defense, and again, the error count of Team USA led to them, their attack points was nowhere near the number of points that they scored against the Philippines, who reached double figures in attack points, mainly through Jude Garcia.
Here we go. Race to score 15 points. Third and final set for the right to go to the round of 12 in the 2025 Nuvali Futures. Battle at the net, won by Schwangel. On to Jaron de Quinton. What a save by Schwangel, but no second touch for the USA. The Philippines on the board first for the first time in the match.
Burst of emotions coming from Jaron de Quinton. Once again, seemingly they have found the weaker link defensively here for Team USA. They have pounced on that opportunity, and it has spelled dividends for Alas Pilipinas.
Quinton, the younger of the 2 players from the Philippines, at 24. Jude Garcia is 25. The service into the net for Jaron.
Free point given up.
Now serving for the United States, Dave Wyzorek.
1-all. Garcia Bounces it off the block easily.
Off the hands for Jude Garcia.
It was about 2 of 10 perhaps in that first set loss.
2-1 Philippines.
But since then, he has been able to solve the puzzle of Wojciech at the net. 11 attack points in that set to win, by the way, for Garcia and Riquinton.
Another service fault. All of the 2 points of the Americans have been freebies given up by the Philippines.
Service, Schwengel.
John Schwangel out of Santa Monica College. Garcia. Blocked by Wyzorek.
Attacker.
That was already the second chance for the Philippines to score, but Wyzorek again up to the task this time. 1 point lead, a 2-point run here for USA.
Local time 11:33. And this is just the 4th game in or at center court.
An upcoming match will be played around 12 noon perhaps.
12 noon.
Between the Philippines and Vanuatu.
Service error.
Service fault for the Americans to
Score is now tied at 3.
give the Philippines their first free point. We're tied at 3-all.
Riquinton.
Schwangel got it right in between the players.
And that is something that Team USA needs, for Schwangel to also be able to provide the much needed offense.
There's something wrong with the glasses of Schwangel. And I think he's going to get a replacement.
I think his eye protection broke.
There it is. At this time of the day, these glasses are very important. And the ball's going up high. And the blinding light of the sun, obviously,
Yes.
hurt your chances of either making a good pass or hitting the ball. Jaron Riquinton attacking. Good pop-up coming from Schwangel. Schwangel makes it a 2-point lead for the Americans.
For Schwengel.
Riquinton was nowhere near.
5-3
Schwangel
USA.
eluding the defense of Garcia this time. 2-point lead right now for the pink shirts.
Riquinton blocked. Another excellent defensive play by Wyzorek at the net.
Blocking the angled hit. Then again, tracking the line shot. Moving that to an angled block.
USA.
Defensive effort. Excellent for a 3-point lead.
Timeout here for the Philippines, down by 3 in the 3rd and final set. The USA up against the Philippines. 3rd and final set of Pool A action in the men's division.
Philippines looking for another comeback mode here after falling behind by this much here in the 3rd and final set.
Garcia lobs it over. Wyzorek make it a 2-point game.
Excellent pokey coming from Garcia.
We now switch hands. The score: USA 6, Philippines 4.
Garcia set to serve. Looking to get a break point and make this game close. Schwangel. That is outside. Attack error from Schwangel. And now it's a 1-point game.
And the block attempt of Jude Garcia definitely forcing that attack error. That is what we saw multiple times in that set 2 win for the Philippines.
Short pass coming from Schwangel. That tip is outside again for Schwangel.
Time and again, the Philippines will test his mettle.
After precise shots in the first set for Schwangel, he has missed a lot in the second and all the way here in the third. 3-point run for the Philippines. Schwangel.
Misread. Miscommunication between Garcia and Riquinton. Is it a 1 or a 2 block? As a result, Schwangel found the opening. Easy point to bring home for Team USA.
That stops the 3-point run of the Philippines. USA back up by 1. Riquinton misses. And now the USA on a 2-point run.
There was a human pole at the net. Too tall, too long for Riquinton to work with. Stops a 3-point run, restores a 2-point edge for Team USA.
Riquinton. There's a net touch they call against Wyzorek. Punches the ball out.
Good break.
It now switch hands. It is 8 for the United States, 7 for the Philippines.
Halfway there.
Water break. USA up by 1. All-important winner-take-all was set number 3. For the chance to make it to the round of 12 later this afternoon. Schwangel. It's on the line.
On the line for John Schwangel.
Challenged by Jude Garcia. Challenged by the Philippines.
So ball mark protocol. And the referee, first referee, will check it out.
Challenge by the Philippines is unsuccessful. Point goes to the United States.
So the call stands. It is a point for the USA. Back to a 2-point cushion here for the Americans. Riquinton.
Wow.
Blocked again by Wyzorek, who restores a 3-point lead for the USA.
At least 4 blocks in this set. Has restored that fortress. And his defensive efforts have given them a 3-point lead.
Great shot. The only shot available for Charo Riquinton.
Exactly. The only shot available. Line shot covered. Cross court wide open. But that is a diagonal shot that you have to convert.
And it's not easy because it has to be precise because the defense was already there. That was the defensive pattern for the Americans. They were expecting a cross-court shot. It had to be the perfect cross-court shot for you to score a point. And this one outside now. As,
Costly.
The blocker, Wyzorek, just bothering the shots of either Garcia or Riquinton.
Changing shots. Cici Rondina, Bernadette Pons will play later on.
Already in the quarterfinals. What a save by Schwangel. Riquinton. Yes!
Schwangel was right there. Losing vision on that ball. Team USA, Philippines now with 9 third set points.
Philippines still in it. The USA trying to protect a 2-point cushion.
Yes, anything can happen in this set, given the way these two teams have played.
Quinton serving. Great pass by Wyzorek.
Wow.
And Dave
On the
Wyzorek
line for Dave
puts that one
Wyzorek.
away.
The only chance that he has been able to attack.
12-9 USA, third set.
Everything has gone to his teammate. Emphatic put away by Wyzorek.
Quinton blocked again.
Another block point for Wyzorek. The United States now 2 points away from the match.
That's a
now-
heartbreaker for Team Philippines. Suddenly, it's a 4-point lead, a luxury at this stage.
And suddenly it's the sun is out.
And Wyzorek is
Fully.
also out. That's why they are ahead by this much.
Back-to-back monster blocks by Wyzorek. And it's 6 match points for the Americans at 14. Make that 5 match points at 14-9.
He has been the telling factor here for Team USA. Beyond a doubt.
Dave Wyzorek.
Serve is outside. 1 match point given up. There's still 4 more for the USA.
Philippines losing traction of playing nip and tuck here in the third set. Ice Wyzorek took over.
All right, chance to put a finish to this. Schwangel got it. And that'll do it.
John Schwingel.
A 3-set win for David Wyzorek and John Schwangel of the USA against Jude Garcia and Jaron de Quinton of the Philippines.
That pull away after the midpoint was instrumental. And that derailed the chances of the Philippines to put more pressure on Team USA. And eventually, that was enough cushion to diffuse a possible late uprising. Team USA safely in the last 12. Quinton and Garcia will not make it to the next phase.
Set 3 highlights in this win by the USA against the Philippines for the right to go to the round of 12 of the 2025 Nuvali Futures.
And again, reprising the way they started in set 1, building an early lead, although the Philippines was able to fight back, keeping it close until a breakaway late in the set that eventually was the most telling factor and the biggest surge for Team USA to frustrate Team Philippines. Let's take a look at the numbers. And again, terms of attack points almost equal, but the blocking, the biggest department that worked in the favor of Team USA, size and reach, and eventually was imposed against Team Philippines. And that is the story and narrative of this 3-set match.
All right, we take a short break and come back with women's action in the round of 12 featuring Bel Lawak and Shersin Toko of Vanuatu against Kai Prohelia Pia Pagara of the Philippines right here on Pilipinas Live.
between Vanuatu and the Philippines.
It is 11:55 on a Saturday morning right here at Nuvali Sands in Santa Rosa, Laguna, the Philippines. We continue our coverage of the 2025 Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures, and we kick off the round of 12. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching us on Volleyball TV and Pilipinas Live. It is Bel Lawak and Shersin Toko of Vanuatu taking on Kai Prohelia, Pia Pagara of the Philippines at 12 o'clock. And then Romania taking on the Philippines, Epa and Cordero. Windy day, but the sun is finally took a peek after a cloudy morning. This is the format we have for the Nuvali Future. 16 teams into 4 pools. Top 3 will move on to the round of 12, while the last one gets eliminated. Top team from each pool earns a round or a spot in the round of 12, while the best team in the pool goes straight to the quarterfinals.
Which is exactly what Bernadette Pons and CC Rondina were able to do yesterday as they swept their pool and are headed to the quarterfinals, but not for these teams that we are about to see, because they will have to tread this runway for them to be able to land to the next phase.
And there you see the 1-1 standing of Bel Lawak and Shersin Toko. They're coming off a loss against Rico and Take of Japan in 3 sets after winning their first game in pool play against Mamaya and Alexane of Latvia.
21-16, 16-21, 15-11, defeating Latvia, losing to Japan 17-21, 21-15, 15-11.
Meantime, you saw the record of Prohelia and Pagara. And there are the conditions right now at center court.
35 degrees so far, the hottest for the day. This time it's the turn of the UAP standouts. Prohelia and Pia Pagara losing to beating Netherlands earlier in 3 grueling sets. 23-25, 21-11, 15-10.
That was after losing in 3 sets as well in their first game.
To Bernadette Pons and CC Rondina.
Right, of pool play.
17-21, winning the second set 21-18, bowing the third set 12-15 in a nail-biter of a loss against the bronze medal team in the Southeast Asian Games, the Rondina-Pons combo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the women's division round of 12 matchup. This is match number 19. Let's meet our officials. Our first referee from Vietnam, Win Tai Bin. Our second referee from the Philippines, Mark Louis Hulao. And now let's meet the players. First, for Vanuatu, number 1, Majabel Lawak. And number 2, Shersin Toko. And their opponents across the sand from the Philippines, number 1, Kai Prohelia. And number 2, Pia Pagara. It is Lawak Toko versus Prohelia Pagara. Match number 19. Good luck to both teams.
We saw Kai Prohelia, Pia Pagara in action against the Netherlands earlier today. They picked up a 3-set win, taking down Prince and Driessen.
First serve of the match to the Philippines. Serving, Kai Prohelia.
Rogelia and Pagara seeded number 5 in the tournament, taking on the number 3 seeds out of Vanuatu. And Lawak,
First point of the
the
match.
23-year-old, will get the first point of the match.
Serving for Vanuatu.
A good start is something that you always would want to trigger. Put the other team on their heels and establish a possible dominant play.
Meantime, Toko. Easy pickup for Pagara. Pia.
Nice. Misread there by the digger. Incorrect spot. Pagara knocks in the first point. Of this pair. How hard it is to make it to the next phase.
Yes. Service fault for Pia Pagara.
How much does it take from one's energy and strength playing already earlier?
And then playing again this time
In less than 2.5 hours. Perhaps.
much hotter conditions.
Correct.
Lawak with
Even
the serve.
this morning, it was already quite hot.
Already.
But at 35 degrees, definitely this is the maximum so far that we have seen this day.
And that one is called outside for Toko.
Tied at 2.
Prohelia serving for the Philippines.
Good serve. Toko to Lawak. And the
Miss hit.
23-year-old sends it to the net.
Lead now goes to the Philippines, 3-2.
Good break here for the Philippines, ahead by 1. It was a come from behind effort earlier by this combination. Pagara and Prohelia.
Now Prohelia trying to make it a 2-point lead.
That's a
She does.
ball from Kai Prohelia.
Good scoring run here. Saw that earlier against Netherlands. They haven't looked back after dropping a close first set.
Nice serve again. Toko. Yes! And there's a net touch they call against Pia Pagara.
Stops a scoring run for the Philippines. And as we play on here in center court, there are also simultaneous matches, or a simultaneous match on the other court, or in the other court.
Sherisin Toko, 27 years old. Good pass by Prohelia. And back to a 2-point lead again for the Philippines.
Team Philippines now up by 2.
Tremendous accuracy here in the part of Philippines.
Service, Pagara.
Toko.
Oh, good stop.
Lawak back to Toko. And this
Almost.
time through the fingertips of Pagara. And this duo out of Vanuatu
Are very quick.
very quick. And
Very
they
quick.
finished 5th this year in the Kurongata Futures in Australia.
Kulangata, yes, in Australia.
Chance ball on the way. Let's see if Vanuatu can take advantage. On 2, Toko called for double contact.
Tried to be tricky. Element of surprise.
6-4 Philippines.
Will not get it done. Still a 2-point lead here for Pagara and Prohelia.
Toko,
Smart.
easy point.
Oh,
Ball out.
goes out.
That looked like what you said, Coach. Going to be an easy point.
Timeout, Vanuatu.
Just too strong for Toko, and Vanuatu calling a timeout, down by 3 here in the opening set. And the duo out of Vanuatu burning their one and only timeout, down by 3 points. Against the duo from the Philippines. Kai Prohelia serving at 7-4. And that's an ace.
Well placed. In between the two receivers.
Biggest lead for the tandem of Prohelia and Pagara at 4 points.
0-0.
Second one of the set.
Always a risk. Trying to load up on the serve. Sherison Toko. Now Pagara. Toko with coverage. Lawak pops it up. Toko attacks and sends it outside again.
Again, that spot has not been kind for the yellow shirts. Time and again, they've gone to that pocket to give the Philippines a safe 4-point lead.
Sia Pagara set to serve. Pagara and Prohelia finished number 33 2 years ago, right here in Nuvali. It was the challenge before, the Nuvali challenge.
A higher tier competition,
Yes.
of course.
Because the Futures is the entry level as Pagara scores against Lawak. But in 2024, at the Qingdao Futures, Pagara and Prohelia finished 5th.
Getting better and better.
That is a good save coming from
yes.
Toko. Lawak sends it across the net. Prohelia attacking and missing the mark.
Try to score off the block. Oh, given the block touch. Excellent decision to target the blocker in that instance and score off the block.
Biggest lead now at 6 points for the Philippines. Pia Pagara serving. That's outside.
Serve out.
3 points surrendered. 6 in the set.
Serving for Vanuatu, Bel Lawak.
Bel Lawak is serving. Vanuatu down by 5. Pagara. Toko. And easy put away off an overpass by Toko.
Well, the second jump was better than the first. And Pagara also communicating to Prohelia that there was no blocker.
Service Prohelia.
And this duo out of Vanuatu, they were here last year, played in the ABC Senior Beach Volleyball Championship and lost all of their matches. They played 3 matches. So it's their second time in the Philippines.
Now they have a shot of making it to the last 12.
Right.
If they can get past the challenge of Team Philippines, who are still ahead by 5 at this stage at 12-7.
Prohelia. Yes.
That is in for Kai Prohelia.
Definitely a heavy hitter.
13-7 Philippines. Service Pagara.
Hottest so far for the day.
35 and counting.
Closing at 36, I guess.
Oh, for sure. And there's Lawak.
Ball from Bel Lawak.
A little frustration coming out as well after trailing for much of the first set.
For the Philippines, 8 for Vanuatu. And we would like to thank the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Ayala Land, Nuvali, Ever Living, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, PLDT Home Fiber, Revisio, Akari, Mikasa, Seno, Fibertel by Wyndham South Boards, and the GMS partners, Supreme Infotech Solutions, Alibaba Cloud, iAlchemy, 1/0 Technologies, and broadcast partners, Signal, One Sports Plus, and Philippine Slide.
Technical timeout over. The Philippines up by 5 points. Kai Prohelia, Pia Pagara versus Bel Lawak and Sherison Toko of Vanuatu, seeded number 3 in this competition after a great performance early this year in Coolangatta. And that's a point scored by Prohelia.
14-8 Philippines.
Staying clear of Vanuatu. A 6-point cushion is definitely a luxury at this stage. given that this is already the second match for Team Philippines.
I believe Vanuatu also played
In the other court.
the other course. Nice shot there by Lawak. So one side out per team so far, keeping it a tight one. It's a 5-point game.
Who was the stronger result? Who can endure it better in terms of physical challenge?
Pagara. There's a nice block by Ben Lawak.
First one, first offensive block from high of 6. Lead is down to 4.
There isn't much of a height difference between these two teams. 5'8", 5'7". Oh, pretty evenly matched physically. And ages are not too far apart as well. That one outside for Toko.
Push it too long.
15-10 Philippines. Serving for the Philippines, Pia Pagara.
Lawak with the pass. Pagara. Comes up short.
Tiger.
And again, attacking with much force, something that Vanuatu has done as of late, has put the Philippines on its heels and has distorted the offensive pattern as of late. Incidentally, after this match, Romania plays the
Service,
Philippines.
Lawak.
The duo out of National University will see the court later, or Epa and Cordero. In the meantime, Toko. Oh, nice shot by Pagara on the second.
By Pia Pagara.
This guy seeing a bump set. Good tricky play. The last sequence. From Romania, Vaipa and Alupe against Epa and Cordero.
Lawak. Yes.
On the line for Majabel Lawak.
It's a good thing that the Philippines had a sizable lead here after the opening of the set, because Vanuatu has definitely played better after the midpoint.
Four-point game. Sherisin Toko, the oldest player on the court at just 27 years old. Service just outside, but not by much.
17-12 Philippines. Pia Pagara now serving for the Philippines.
Toko. Little help from the net to slow the ball down. Pagara. Toko diving for it. Easy pickup for Pagara. Pia on the attack. What a save again from Sherisin Toko. Now Prohelia looking to finish the rally. What a block
Long rally
by
and from
Lawak.
from Majabel Lawak.
Longest rally. And that went in favor of Vanuatu, who worked pretty hard to secure that last point.
It was all defense in that rally for Vanuatu, and it paid off.
Dig. And then that final clinching move, that kill block. But they give up
Philippines
by
now
3
3
points.
points away from taking the first set. Now serving Kai Brania.
18 serving 13. First set. Round of 12 matchup between Vanuatu and the Philippines. Vanuatu seeded number 3,
From the
Philippines
defense
seeded
for Majabel
number
Lawak.
5.
And that shot ricocheted off the blocker.
Sherisin Toko now serving for Vanuatu.
4-point barrier still stands between the Philippines and Vanuatu.
Toko serving to Pagara. What a dig again by Sherisin Toko. And
That is
the
it
easy
for
over
Majabel
turns
Lawak.
into a point for Ben Lawak.
Getting their second win.
The Philippines is down to 3.
Same Vanuatu, but still behind by 3. After being down by as much as 6.
And the antenna off the block of Lawak. So that's a side out for the Philippines.
Pia Pagara overpowering the blocker.
19-15 Philippines first set.
It's that simple. For another 4-point lead.
Little help from the net. That's a trickler of an ace for Pia Pagara.
Equivalent to 5 set points. And again, the value of having a sizable lead. Imagine if it was only a 2-point edge for the Philippines.
Comfortable edge by Prohelia and Pagara. A point away from the finish. Bel Lawak running hit. Now an easy over. Chance to attack here for Lawak. Yes, she does.
Shot in by Bel Lawak.
That's a drop shot that was tough.
That's a 1 set point.
Tough to defend. Saving 1 to 5 set points. Still behind by 4.
Serving for Vanuatu.
Prohelia will put it away.
Shot in by Prohelia.
The decision making is so critical, especially in the battle at the net.
Takes the first set.
Looked easy, but it never was. 5-point win at 21-16 in favor of the Philippines.
Take a look at the numbers after the first set. A 5-point win by the Philippines against Vanuatu. Attacks in favor of the Philippines, but blocking by Bel Lawak kept the game somewhat close, but in the end, Philippines with a great finish as Kai Prohelia kicks things off in set number 2 with the first point for the Philippines. Another service fault for the first point of Vanuatu here in the second set.
Serving for Vanuatu, Bel Lawak.
5'8", Bel Lawak with serve. Pia Pagara. Yes, through the block of Lawak.
2-1 Philippines. Now serving Pia Pagara.
Toko sets it up for Lawak. Easy dig for Prohelia. Here comes Kai Prohelia. Lobs it over the block of Lawak for the second point of the Philippines.
And now a 3-1 lead for the Philippines.
Another good start here for Team Philippines, something that they would want to replicate in their bid to make it to the last 12, as they also try to target a sweep of a win against Vanuatu. And again, a good break here for Team Philippines.
Another trickler off the serve by Pia Pagara.
Something that we saw late in that set 1 win for Alas Pilipinas.
Lawak with the pass. Vanuatu right on the line.
If there's something that you can see from Vanuatu is that they play hard and fight really hard. They don't give up easy points.
Good pass. Here's Prohelia with the off-speed hit.
Rolling hit for a 3-point lead here, courtesy of Prohelia. Staying strong amidst the glare of the sun in a game that's played at high noon on the penultimate day of this 4-day event.
Rogelia with a great serve, but a good pass from Toko. Battle at the net. Pagara pops it up. Now Lawak. Yes.
Down the middle from National Lawak.
Always aggressive. Searching for opening. Will be rewarded as they attempt to erase what remains of this 2-point lead for the Philippines.
Pagara. One-handed dig for Toko. Not good enough for a second touch from Lawak.
Still appreciate that double effort by the digger. But they are once again down by 3 points at this stage.
Another early timeout for Vanuatu, down by 3 points early against the Philippines. Philippines with a 5-point win in the first set, and they're looking to close this one out in a sweep to proceed to the quarterfinals. First round of 12 matchup for the Nuvali Futures.
Serving for the Philippines, Pia Pagara.
Service fault for Pagara. And makes it a 2-point game again.
Serving for Vanuatu,
A window of opening is something that you don't want to leave open for this team of Vanuatu.
Rogelia. Blocked by Lawak. And Lawak had 2 blocks in the first set, but this one a net touch on Bel Lawak.
Good break.
So that point goes the other way.
To the delight of Pia Pagara and Fran Rogelia.
Back to this is a 3-point lead now for the Philippines, and a bad pass by Lawak makes it a 4-point game.
Pagara acknowledging that effort coming from Rogelia.
Good pass by Toko. And a hit. Harrison Toko gets the side out for Vanuatu.
Stops a 3-point run of the Philippines. 3-point run for the Philippines gave them earlier a 4-point lead. Now it's down to 3.
Service outside for Bel Lawak.
Back to a 4-point lead once again for the Philippines.
Lawak has been inconsistent in this game. Despite the great defense at the net, she has committed a number of errors for Vanuatu.
Serving for the Philippines, Pia
Mali
Pagara.
serving 5. Second set. Philippines up 1-0. Harrison Toko got it.
Down the middle for Sherison Toko.
Very few rallies so far here in this set. The exchange of side outs, except for that good scoring run for the Philippines. That has led to this sizable edge.
Net touch again on Bel Lawak in that attempt to block Rogelia.
Second net infraction in this set for Vanuatu.
10-6 Philippines. Second set.
Lawak, that's way outside.
All out.
as Lawak tried to
Now a
attack that
5-point
fullback
lead for the
defense.
Philippines against Vanuatu.
Back-to-back errors coming from Ben Lawak, and now a 5-point lead for the Philippines. This is their biggest of the match. Lawak, yes, gets the side out.
Off the hands good for Mashabel Lawak.
Gave up a string of points before striking that last attack point.
Service Lawak.
Service ace. Now back-to-back points for Ben Lawak to trim that deficit down to 3.
Again, that early investment coming from the Philippines to build a good-sized lead enables them to protect a 3-point edge up to this stage.
Another ace.
That's another ace.
Red flag is on here for Alas Pilipinas. Best scoring run
Just a 2-point lead for the Philippines.
for the yellow shirts. So now only behind by a couple of points.
3 straight points scored by Vanuatu, all coming from Ben Lawak, by the way. 2 aces and an attack. Pagara. What a dig coming from Toko, but that's saved by Lawak.
Almost a
Going
steal
wide.
of a point coming from Lawak.
We now move into our technical timeout.
The Philippines again getting a huge break. 12-9 scoreline, second set.
Futures Nuvali would like to thank the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Ayala Land, Nuvali Ever Living, Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, PLDT Home Fiber, Rebisco, Akari, Mikasa, Seno, Microtel by Rhythm South Forbes, and the GMS partners are Supreme Infotech Solutions, Alibaba Cloud, iAlchemy, Run Over Zero Technologies, and broadcast partners Signal, One Sports Plus, and Filipinas Live.
Twelve 9. Philippines leading once again in the technical timeout. That was the case in the first set. Biggest lead was 5 points here in set number 2. Vanuatu's been playing catch-up, but another service fault. Another one from Pia Pagara.
Serving for Vanuatu,
Best for
Sherry
Alas
Toko.
Pilipinas to stay away from unforced errors, especially at this stage. On this uprising, trying to be generated by Vanuatu.
Prohelia with a nice attack.
And through the defense for
Hitting that ball
California.
sideways.
Beating the back pedal defense easily
13-10 Philippines. Now serving California.
as the blocker tried to pull back.
Lawak. Yes.
Down the middle once again for Mashabel Lawak.
No more 5-point lead for Team Philippines. Vanuatu once again trying to stay close, playing harder.
Nice block by Lawak at the net. Pagara. Toko pops it up. Sherison Toko, no! That overpass, easy put away for Pagara, and a net touch this time by Sherison Toko.
Yeah, you know.
Either way, it was a point. What was about to happen for Pagara and Prohelia. Pagara omnipresent at the net at that last exchange. 3-point cushion. Philippines.
Toko with a perfect pass. Sherison Toko. One-handed dig for Prohelia. That turns into a point for Vanuatu.
Now serving Sherry Singh Toko.
Another bad pass by Prohelia. Lawak. That's popped up by Pagara. Pia attacking. Yes!
Just
That
enough,
finds the end line.
just enough contact and force to get that shot straight
12 lead for
to
the
the end line.
What a transition from defense to offense for the Philippines.
That was a rescue play, by the way,
Yes.
for the Philippines.
Oh, great shot by Sheridan Toko. The block was positioned, but she found a way to sneak that in.
She saw the digger running to her left, and that was her trigger to send that shot to the left side of the digger.
13 serving 15, Vanuatu still in it. Pagara. Yes.
Good communication between Prohelio and Pagara. Respecting the blocker, hitting the shot beyond reach of the digger.
And got that ball above the net, giving it a sharp angle on the way down. 3-point lead for the Philippines. Lawak fires one in directly for Helia for the point.
No tomahawk dig there. To keep that ball in play instead, Vanuatu 1 point closer, lead down to 2 points for Team Philippines.
Helia. Now Lawak rising. Good coverage in the back by Prohelia. Now Kai Prohelia with the off-speed hit, keeping the Philippines up by 3.
The digger guessed right. It was to her side, but it was such a short shot that it made it life difficult for the digger to keep that ball up.
Short pass from Sheridan Toko. That one outside.
Ball out.
They called it. And that shot
Back to
saved
a
long.
4-point lead for the Philippines. 18-14.
Philippines in a good
3 points
position
away
now.
from claiming the match.
2-point barrier has not been breached. Instead, it's back to a 4-point edge for Team Philippines.
Good tip by Lawak over the outstretched arms of Pagara.
One thing you can say about the yellow shirts is that they continue to fight hard and play even harder.
Off the block. Set the ball away from Toko, and Philippines comfortably ahead by 4.
Outsmarting the blocker, pushing the Philippines closer to a possible 2-set sweep and a spot in the last 12.
Nice hit by Toko.
And that is good once again
Keep
from
it
Sheridan
a 3-point
Toko.
game.
Now switch hands. Philippines up by 3, 19-16 in the second set.
Itching their way to a critical point that could probably give them their first match point, referring of course to Alas Pilipinas.
Sheridan Toko now serving for Vanuatu.
Prohelia. And that puts the Philippines at match point.
The Philippines is now at match point.
Excellent first ball, leading to that attack. This one.
Serving for the match, Kai Prohelia.
Sheridan Toko saves a
On
match
the
point.
corner as Vanuatu saves 1 match point.
The pulse is still moving, the lifeline barely there. Can the
Now
Philippines
serving
close it out?
Lawak.
Now a chance to put it away. Pia Pagara looking for the win. A nice block by Lawak. But the tip, that knuckle shot by Kylie Prohelia wins the match. We're just in the nick of time because Prohelia is cramping up. A terrific shot for Prohelia to win the game. And the first 2-set win by Prohelia and Pagara in the Nuvali Futures. So we say goodbye to Ben Lawak and Sheridan Toko of Vanuatu in this 2-set win by Prohelia and Pagara of the Philippines. Highlights of set number 2 in this 2-set win by Kai Prohenya Pia Pagara of the Philippines, seeded number 5 against the higher seeded number 3 team of the tournament from Vanuatu, composed of Belawak and Sherisin Toko. First 2-set win for Prohenya and Pagara in the Nuvali Futures after 3 setters in pool play. And here are the numbers. It was a close one. It's just the errors of Vanuatu that really hurt them all through 2 sets. So, Philippines, Prohenya and Pagara through to the quarterfinals, and Vanuatu, Lawak, and Toko are out of the competition. Coming up, we've got Beata Vida and Francesca Alupe of Romania taking on another Philippine duo of Epa and Cordero. That's next right here on Pilipinas Live.
The official warm-up has now begun. In our next featured match in the women's round of 12 between Romania and the Philippines.
Good day and welcome back to Santa Rosa, Laguna at the Nuvali Sands for round of 12 action in the 2025 Beach Pro Tour Nuvali Futures. Probably about, I'm guesstimating, 15 km/h winds on a sunny Saturday, 12:46 local time, and we have the qualifiers seated number 11 out of Romania, Beata Vida and Francesca Alupe, taking on the qualifiers seated number 15 from the Philippines, Scott Epa and Honey Cordero. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching us on Pilipinas Live. Eric Tipan with Coach Ronnie Magsanok.
Two teams who have played since a couple of days ago, surviving and making their way to the main draw. And taking a look at their respective runways, Romania defeating the Philippines, losing to Australia. And heading to this game, they have to get past the challenge of Kat Epa and Honey Grace Cordero if they're to move over to the last 12. Same thing goes for the Philippines, which lost to Lithuania in 2 straight sets and defeated Israel in 3 tough sets. And they will try to eliminate one another in their attempt to make it to the next phase.
There is the road of Epa and Cordero, defeating Israel and losing to Lithuania. But if you're wondering which Philippine team lost versus Alupe and Vaipa, they beat Villapando and Gaviola in 2 sets, 21-13, 21-14. And here are the conditions: 35 degrees Celsius, wind still at about 16 km/h, humidity at 53%. Perfect for beach volleyball action.
Indeed.
We wouldn't have it any other way. More round of 12 action in the women's division. Before we give you the quarterfinals, which happens later, and by then, you'll be able to get a glimpse of some of the stars from the Philippines, including Cici Rondina and Bernadette Pons, who won both of their matches in pool play, earning them a slot outright in the quarterfinals.
And that's a big jump.
Yeah.
From the main draw, not playing anymore in the round of 12 and safely in the last 8. And also staying away from the sun.
Yes.
And the surface time here at the Sands.
All right, our officials are in position. Let's
We now continue in the women's division
from
in the
Noel
round of
Zarate.
12. And this is match number 20. Let's meet our officials. First referee from the Philippines, Abim Yarena. Second referee also from the Philippines, Jeffrey Barrientos. And now let's meet the players. First for Romania. Number 1, Beata Vida. Number 2, Francesca Alupe. Their opponents across the sand from the Philippines. Number 1, Kat Epa. And number 2, Honey Grace Cordero.
All right, here we go. Beata Vaida stands 5'11", while her teammate Francesca Alupe is 6'3". Obviously, much taller than Kat Epa, 5'9", and Cordero is 5'5". Here we go, set number 1. Both players are from National University, just won the gold medal in the beach volleyball tournament of the UAAP in season 87. First point going to Romania off a service fault by Cordero. 27-year-old Beata Vaida with a serve. Cordero. The knuckle shot is in against the outstretched arms of the 6'3" Francesca Alupe.
You can sense that height disparity there in the battle at the net. And at that height, you have to be able to outsmart a very tall blocker.
An easy shot there for Alupe.
Blocking may be a concern here for the Philippines. This is where the big advantage lies for Romania in this face-off.
Francesca Alupe studies in the USA. Ooh, an odd serve for Alupe. Gets a block against Cordero, and another block against Epa.
3-1 Romania.
Alupe goes to UCLA. This is her first ever Beach Pro Tour event. And an ace for Alupe.
And that's a big plus. Alupe, a force of the net. And likewise with her first line of offense, which is from the service line.
Almost, but a good receive coming from Cordero. But Cordero throws it away off a missed underhand shot.
But again, distorting their offensive formation, disallowing them from launching a point of attack.
5-1 for Romania.
5-1 start for the Romanians, who finished 21st early this year in Colombata, another futures event of the Beach Pro Tour. Cordero sets it up for Epa. Vaida with the over on the dig. Vaida again diving for it. Nice shot by Epa on the first touch.
The tomahawk dig, turning defense into offense. They scored the second point of the set for the Philippines.
Teams change ends every 7 points.
Service Cordero.
Cordero out of Silay City, Negros Occidental. Just as old as Alupe at 22. And Alupe hammers that one in.
Merciless for Alupe. Giving Romania another point. Increasing their lead. Again, oblivious to the blocker. Given her size and reach advantage.
Cordero passes Epa. And a nice push coming from Cordero against the two hands of Alupe at the net.
The second time that she has beaten Alupe at the net. Third point of the set for Team Philippines.
And great way avoiding the net contact as well for Honey Grace Cordero. Cordero, easy put away.
1-2 good for Cordero.
2-point run for the Philippines. All scored by Cordero.
Over pass coming from Romania, leading to that easy point.
4 serving 6 opening set of this round of 12 matchup. That's going to be an ace for
That's an ace.
marking a 3-point run for the Philippines.
Fight back is on here for Las Pilipinas.
Kat Epa is from Bay City in Negros Oriental. Went to Bay City High School. Alupe. Cordero with a dig. Cordero attacking. Vaida. Oh, and Cordero had the right idea. Vaida was running one way, but the ball hit the net.
7-5 Romania.
There was that opening for Las Pilipinas.
Now serving, Francesca.
Good break there for Romania.
And the sun hiding behind the clouds, at least right now. Cooler weather right here at center court in Nuvali Sands. That serve outside for Alupe. And it's back to a 1-point game.
Down to a 1-point lead for Romania. Service Cordero.
Good pass by Alupe. Yeah, Alupe with an open net. That catches the line.
Francesca Alupe.
Francesca Alupe, if you're wondering why she's so athletic despite being so tall at 6'3", both her parents were Olympic rowers. Dad is a 2-time champion, while the mom is a 2-time Olympic gold medalist.
And that's a winning pedigree for you.
Yeah, exactly.
If you've ever seen one.
Ball mark protocol. And it's an overturn by the first referee.
Point goes to the Philippines.
I just saw the line touching. I know the sign can be out, but if the ball touches the line, it's still in, and we saw it.
No, outside.
Scores now tied at 7 as we switch ends.
All right. Beata Vaida trying to argue it, but that was called outside. So the point going to the Philippines.
Tied at 7.
Yeah.
Down by as much as 5. 4 at the very least.
First deadlock of the opening set.
Serving for the Philippines, Honey Grace Cordero.
Great pass by Alupe. Vaida back to Alupe, and a net touch. No call against Alupe.
The lead now goes to the Philippines.
Can you believe it? This is a major turnaround. That happened not even reaching the midpoint, but a quick turnaround.
First lead for the Philippines, 8-7. Serve outside this time.
8-all. Serving for Romania, Beata Vaida.
Not a good receive
That's
there
an ace.
from Cordero. Vaida scores an ace to tie the game. No, beg your pardon, to take the lead back for Romania.
Back on top, 9-8.
I scored 2 straight points.
Much better pass coming from Cordero. Vaida, a little too far for Alupe.
Scores 9-9.
9-all. First set. UAAP champions, Epa and Cordero from NU. Nice block!
That's a
The
monster block!
Yep, she's only 5'9", Kat Epa blocking the 6'3" Alupe. Can you believe that?
Timing is the name of the game.
10-9 Philippines.
That was not in... That was not visible in the early goings. That Alupe was a dominant force for Romania in the early goings.
But a service fault there for Epa. Ties the game at 10.
Serving for Romania, Francesca Alupe.
Oh, tough. She lost the handle on the toss.
We now hit our technical timeout with the score 11 for the
Philippines up by 1, 11-10. Technical timeout of the opening set.
And the Beach Pro Tour Futures Nuvali would like to thank the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Ayala Land, Nuvali, and Living.
After an early lead by Romania, they are down by 1 point at the technical timeout of the first set against the Philippines. Both teams are qualifiers, so they were not in the main draw. They had to play Thursday before getting eligible to play yesterday in the main draw. Alupe. Cordero. Yes, catches the corner on the dig save.
What about the net defense by EPA? Not allowing Alipe from scoring easily. Just being there is a good deterrent.
Another service fault though for Cordero. The Philippines started off the set with a service fault. Beata Vaida serving. She played in the Beach Pro Tour last in 2019 before the break, and then recently just returned. Nice block by Epa on Vaida.
EPA has jets on those legs that propels her upwards against the taller opposition. Tremendous effort coming from EPA at the net.
Now, both Romanians taller than both Filipinas. All right, easy point for Alupe.
Something that we saw early in the set. She was a dominant force, both on offense and even on blocking as well. In blocking as well, rather.
Nice serve from Alupe. Epa. Now Vaida. Yes. Spikes that one home.
Two emphatic putaways. Also 2 straight points here for Romania.
Game is tied at 13. Short pass from Honey Grace Cordero. Using the left hand is blocked by Alupe. And this one off the block, and that's a point for the Philippines.
Smart play once again here for Epa and Cordero.
14-13 Philippines.
Much better serve there. It's clearly in. Alupe let it go.
Misread.
Now's the chance. Philippines 15.
Giving up 2 straight points here for the Philippines.
And back to a 2-point cushion for Epa and Cordero. Beata Vaida sets it up for Alupe, and just an easy shot for a 6'3" Alupe.
This time she used a knuckleball to get past the defense of the yellow shirts.
Beata Vaida also plays as a professional indoor volleyball player. Has experience playing in Hungary and Switzerland. And
On the line.
lob coming from Vaida all the way to the back.
Excellent placement. No blocker in sight. Beating that pullback defense.
15 all. Service fault. After scoring a point, she throws away one. Beata Vaida.
Same narrative earlier for the Philippines. 2 straight points and then giving up a point on the service.
Now serving Kat Epa.
16 serving 15. Francesca Alupe.
Again, the knuckleball.
Once again, Francesca Alupe.
Simply has found a solution against the net defense of the
16 all.
Philippines.
Good serve from Alupe. And a terrific knuckle shot from Cordero. Put the Philippines back on top by 1.
16 Philippines. Serving for the Philippines.
Finding ways to score against Alipe.
Honey Grace Cordero is only 5'5", but she has an array of shots, including terrific serves, and she gets an ace to give the Philippines a 2-point lead.
Philippines now 3 points away from taking the first set.
Timeout. Beata Vaida calling for it. And Romania down by 2 here late in the first set. Philippines protecting a 2-point lead. First set of this round of 12 matchup against Romania. That is Honey Grace Cordero.
Still serving for the Philippines, Honey Grace Cordero.
Picked up a few aces so far here in the first set. Francesca Alupe. Easy pickup for Cordero. Chance to make it a 3-point cushion. Good block by Alupe, but the rally continues. Vida pops it up. Alupe on the turnaround. This one going way outside on the dig by Cordero.
Still behind by 1. And seemingly, the Philippines has turned the #1 scoring weapon of Romania, which is Alupe, into a weak link on defense. And they have pounced on her defense repeatedly. And one big reason why they are ahead by a point here in set 1.
Epa with a receive. Got Epa. That's going to be wide.
Ball out. 18 all.
Off speed. Goes wide. 2 straight points. That has been the theme in the last few. After the midpoint, a battle of 2-point runs.
Oh, perfect. Poking coming from Honey Grace Cordero.
Excellent knuckleball play here, coming from Cordero.
Couldn't have placed it any better. Honey Grace Cordero, near miraculous shot, puts the Philippines back on top by 1.
#1 server.
Got Epa to serve for the Philippines.
Serving for the Philippines, Kat Epa.
Could serve. Now Alupe. It's on the line.
On the line for Francesca Alupe. The score tied once again at 19.
Dead hit. Set 1.
Service Alupe.
Serve's going to be outside. So 1 set point for the Philippines.
Now at set points.
Costly miscue from the service line coming from Alupe.
Serving for the set, Honey Grace Cordero.
On 2 for Vida. Now a chance for Cordero to put it away. Yes, he does!
Over the defense for Honey Grace Cordero. The Philippines wins the first set, 21-19.
Down by at least 4 points. Winning by 2. At this a 6-point swing. Tremendous fight back. Composure coming from Epa and Cordero, beating the Giants of Romania. Up by a set.
Highlights of set #1. After a good start for Yata Vida and Francesca Alupe of Romania. A great way to turn it around for the Philippines, Kat Epa and Honey Grace Cordero.
Imagine outblocking Romania, beating the taller counterparts at their own game and neutralizing the effectivity of Alupe. And again, using the main weapon of Romania against them. And that augurs well for the Philippines, who outsmarted the opposition en route to a 1-set edge.
Here's Alupe. Gets the first point of the second set and a fiery spike.
And the blocking and block attempts of the Philippines made Alupe quite tentative in their points of attack from the midpoint onwards in that first set loss.
Cordero lobbing it over Alupe, and the Philippines is on the board.
High line shot there in the part of the Philippines.
Canepa now serving for the Philippines.
Alupe bounces it off the block of Epa. Much more aggressive start for Alupe after she got neutralized by the Philippines in the first set.
Neutralized, contained. The Philippines made life miserable for Alupe. 2 straight points, 2 points here in this set for Alupe.
Knuckle shot there from Epa.
Away from the very tall blocker. Beyond reach of the digger.
Bad pass coming from Vida.
Oops.
Oh, again, great precision on the pokey coming from Cordero. And just like that, a 1-point lead for the Philippines for the first time here in set number 2.
There's no way you can get that shot over the blockers, given the height disparity. And really, the challenge is for the digger defender to be able to wipe her way and guard those type of shots.
Meantime, an answer from Francesca Alupe to tie the game at 3.
3 points for Alupe, 3 points for Romania.
Great pass coming from Cordero. There's a block by Alupe. And Alupe with a pokey for the point. And Romania back on top by 1.
As Alupe has scored all of the points of Romania here in set 2 up to this point.
Here comes Epa. Knuckleball over Alupe. Alupe quick picks it up. A block at the net. Epa again getting the better of the 6'3 Alupe.
Yes, sir. Sometimes it's not just about for the Philippines, it's all about smartness and being fearless.
Philippines had 2 monster blocks in the first set against Romania. Here's Alupe. That's a nice dig. Alupe pops it up. Here comes Vida with a knuckle shot. Epa blocked up top. The dig is good for the Philippines. Defense keeping the rally alive. They get a free ball here. Epa. That one outside. A heartbreaker of a shot there coming from Epa after working so hard to keep it alive. They lose the point off an attack fault.
Alupe is down.
Alupe is tired.
So was Epa earlier. They will call timeout.
All right, so a timeout here for Romania. That is odd considering they have a 1-point lead, but nevertheless, that's where we are right now. 5-4 Romania. And a timeout.
The recovery interruption timeout has expired for Romania.
All right, we're back after a long break because Romania took back-to-back timeouts. One official timeout and then one recovery interruption timeout because Francesca Lupe became dizzy because of the heat and obviously the humidity. They were up by 1 when they called the timeout, which made part of the Philippine coaching staff upset. They're talking to the officials because obviously
6-4 Romania.
they're thinking it's taking too much time away from the match and then the cooling off the Philippine duo as well. But an ace as we return for Alupe for a 2-point lead, Romania. Alupe diving for the dig. Alupe chasing it and keeping it alive for Romania. Cordero got it.
Dropped in once again by Honey Grace Cordero.
No wasted movements on the part of Cordero. But based on what we're seeing of Alupe, definitely she's moving better.
Yeah.
Seems to be re-energized after that break that she took earlier.
Still a 1-point game. Cordero has been hitting some magnificent shots, but that one, Vida punches it through the block of Epa.
That was Vida
7-5
with that last point, beating the blocker, restoring a 2-point lead.
Now serving, Viata, Vida.
Cordero with a second touch. Vida with a save. And this one, no third touch, as everybody out of position already for Romania. Philippines keeping in step, just down by 1. Set number 2.
For the Philippines, Kat Epa.
Philippines ahead by a set.
Alupe. Cordero with a nice dig. Oh! Great shot on the second touch by Kat Epa to tie the game at 7.
Now switch sides. With the score
Masterful precision on the part of Alas Pilipinas, forcing the Romanians to move as much as they can, trying to wear down Romania. Now the Philippines has been able to tie the scoreline, which stands at 7 apiece.
It was just a 2-point win for the Philippines in the first set, which means this is a tight game. But Alupe having second thoughts about whether or not it was going to be outside, and by the time she picked it up, it was already behind her.
3-point run here for Team Philippines, down 2, ahead by 1. Up by a set as well.
That comes up short for Vida. A 4-point run, Coach Roddy, for the Philippines, now up by 2.
Indeed.
9-7 Philippines, second set.
Answering the resurgence of Felipe and Romania and imposing a 2-point edge.
9 serving 7. They keep targeting Alupe. Alupe is tired. Philippines knows it. They're taking advantage. But Alupe right there, hitting above the block of Epa.
Number 2 server.
Respecting the blocker as the Philippines even outblock Romania at the end of the first set. 2 blocks for the Philippines, none for Romania at the end of set 1.
Good pass coming from Epa. But that one, that's a problem. You pass it close to the net, and Alupe, and that's 6'3" height and that wingspan.
Overpass. Alupe strikes.
Can easily knock it away. 9-all. Bad pass coming from Epa. She'll try to make up for it. Cut shot saved by Vida. Alupe diving. Cordero. Oh, a nice shot. Cordero again, just frustrating Alupe defensively at the net.
Again outsmarting the taller blocker. And the direction of those shots has made it difficult for Alupe and Vida to provide her dig defense. First eluding the blocker and then outsmarting the digger.
Alupe through the block, but a great save. Rally continues, and again, Cordero on the second touch.
11-9 Philippines, second set.
No more timeouts remaining here for Romania. Alupe wiping some sand from her glasses, also getting a breather. Vida and Alupe coming off a 3-set loss in their second game in the main draw.
Oh.
This one outside for Alupe.
Ball out.
Over-eager in the part of Alupe.
You're now moving to our technical timeout with the score 12 for the Philippines.
Biggest lead for the Philippines after being behind by 2 points on a 5-point third round.
And we would like to thank once again the Philippine National Volleyball Federation.
Back here at center court, where the Philippines won the first set 21-19 and are up 12-9 against Romania. Philippines coming off a 3-set win against Slavi and Dave of Israel in the second game of the main draw. Both teams are 1-1 coming into the round of 12. That's a hammer put down by Beata Vida. Good serve.
What a serve.
Vida. And Epa seeing that Alupe was peeling away from the net. Alupe breathing pretty hard. I was watching her during the timeout,
Exactly.
the technical timeout. She was breathing heavily. Absolutely tired already.
So the effect of the hydration earlier has already worn off.
Yep.
That quick.
And that's why the Philippines just targeting Alupe every single time. But Alupe right there with a hit. It's a 2-point game.
Service Alupe.
22-year-old Francesca Alupe. Vida picking it up. Now Vida battling at the net. Cordero keeping it alive.
Oh my.
And again, Epa making Alupe run around, hitting the ball behind her.
That's the game plan. Move Alupe around. Force her to defend as much as she can. Wear down the giant.
And it's paying off, Coach Ronnie, that
Indeed.
strategy. And they serve to Alupe. Alupe now even the reception in trouble for Alupe.
No breathing room for Alupe, really. That's why she has struggled physically.
15-11 Philippines.
Romania in trouble if Alupe can't bounce back here. But Cordero giving them a breather. Easy point given up off a service fault. Right now, if you're the Philippines, you can't afford these errors as well. This is not a comfortable lead.
Not at all.
Just a 3-point game. Vida serving to Cordero. This one
Again.
right off the line. It seemed 50-50 when that ball was crossing the net.
You take your chances with those type of shots. Unless you want to go straight at Alupe, which is going to be difficult for you to be able to do.
All right, expect Epa to serve to Alupe right here.
Nice
Good
play.
shot.
That is in for Beata Vida.
You know what? It's also hard for Beata Vida to get her offensive flow because she hasn't gotten any touches because the Philippines has almost completely eliminated her from any rally.
Service out for Alupe, and again, he is very tired already.
Look at Alupe.
Yeah, she's already sitting down, just trying to get every second of available time to breathe. Cordero, this is going to cost the Philippines if they are not able to keep it together.
Trying to recover every ounce of energy that she can.
Good pass. Cordero. Vida. Got it. Nice shot by Yata Vida.
And finally, Alupe slows down. An offensive sequence for the Philippines, leading to that emphatic point delivered by Vida.
It's a 2-point game. Oh, service into the net. Costly error for Beata Vida as they were just trying to develop momentum.
Deflating, really, as the Philippines has now reached point number 18.
It is 3 points either way. Alupe.
Ooh.
Off the chest of Cordero and outside, so Alupe gets the point. Francesca Alupe serving, 16-18. It's what looks like a push serve. Epa. And again, just trying to move Alupe around. Chance ball here for the Philippines. Cordero. Nice shot.
Over the defense for Honey Grace Cordero.
Look at the reaction of Alupe.
Yeah, just falling down to her knees. She is dead tired, and understandably so. She's had to run almost a 5K, maybe an 8K already.
In terms of mileage,
Yeah.
probably more. As the Philippines has punished her defense.
That's a problem when you're carrying a lot of weight. You also get really tired really quickly. And that's a lot of weight at 6'3", jumping around the sand. But she still is fighting. A nice shot for Alupe to keep it a 2-point game.
They were enjoying a 2-point lead until the Philippines made a strong move to overtake the 2-point deficit and build a lead as much as 4.
Vida fires one in, makes it a 1-point game. This is the closest Romanians have been, at least in the last 7 minutes.
3 straight points here for the purple shirts. Coming alive.
Yeah. This one going down the wire. We expected as much from two teams who went through qualifying. And an overpass. Alupe ties the game at 19.
A 4-point lead.
3 straight points for Romania. The second set is now tied at 19.
Tremendous recovery here for the Romanians. Playing to the physical challenge that they've been experiencing in the last few points.
Bad pass from Cordero.
Oh my.
Shot is outside.
4 straight points for Romania.
4-point
Romania
run,
now at set
Romania,
point.
and it's their first set point of the match.
Can you believe it? Instead of the Philippines extracting a match point. 1 point from losing this set for the Philippines.
Epa. Yes. And Vida complaining about a double contact violation.
But no warning. No, it's good.
Serving for the Philippines, Kat Epa.
No, not delay.
It looked like a good shot from the Philippines. So understandably,
The concern was on the set.
yeah, but it still looked like a good shot. And rarely there's a double contact call in beach. Service ace for Epa, targeting Alupe once again. It's match point for the first time for Epa and Cordero.
Huge point delivered by Epa for the Philippines. Down by a set point now. Having its first match point against Romania.
Alupe. Oh, Alupe punches it through. And this time Epa goes down, takes a breather, a short one. 21 all.
Serving for Romania.
Trying to limit their emotions, control the unnecessary movements, and conserve energy. 1 set point saved, 1 match point saved as well.
And once again, we would like to thank the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, the Yamaland, Nuvali Living, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, PLDT Home Fiber, Rebisco, Academy, Mikasa, Seno, Microtel by Winham, South Forbes, and GMS partners are Supreme Infosec Solutions, Alibaba Cloud, High Alchemy, 1/0 Technologies, and broadcast partners Signal, One Sports Plus, and Pilipinas Live.
21 all. A set point by Romania, saved by the Philippines. A match point by the Philippines, saved by Romania. Off to an extended second set we go. Alupe serving. Cordero. Oh, great saves by both teams, but Cordero sending that one wide, and it's set point number 2 for Romania.
Just when you think they were down and out. Down by 4, ahead by 1. 5-point swing generated by Romania.
What a costly error by Cordero that time.
Oh,
Bad pass. So a chance ball going to Romania. Can they take advantage? Alupe. Cordero, great shot, making up for the error, saves another set point.
a master defense reader, really. Defense goes right, she goes the opposite way. Defense goes the opposite way, she goes the other way.
The smallest player on the court, the wisest by far, Honey Grace Cordero, ties the game at 22. And now a chance to go back to match point. Cordero. Vida. Got it.
Power shot coming from Vida.
Good save coming from Vida. And these 4 players are laboring through the pain and heat. Another set point, third of the set for Romania.
Cordero again. And Alupe is clearly frustrated with the shots that Cordero's been making since the first set.
Tagline is, catch me if you can.
Third set point saved by the Philippines. Oh, costly error there on the serve by Kat Epa.
Romania once again at
Set point number 4, Romania.
Serving for the set, Francesca Alupe.
Now Kat Epa.
Oh,
That shot is outside.
Ball out.
did you see
Epa.
the effort coming from Alipe after that serve?
And the second set goes to Romania.
They survive.
25-23.
To fight another set.
Yes.
First set.
Who has the stronger resolve? Who has enough fuel in their gas tank? Those questions will be answered shortly as we approach the third and final set.
Highlights of set number 2. And just when it seemed like the Philippines was taking advantage of Alupe being tired, one way or another, Alupe and Vida bouncing back, finding
Yes.
that second win in the second set to stay alive for this third and final set.
It's all about having that mental toughness, as
Yeah.
they say. Strong mind and the body will then follow. I thought that set slipped away from the hands of the Philippine team, who committed several errors that hurt their chances of sealing this win and coming up with a straight set win to move to the next phase. Instead, we play 2-15 in the deciding set.
Okay, ready?
Epa and Cordero of the Philippines against
Now the third set.
Romania's
Race to 15.
Vida and Alupe fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals. And Alupe
That is on the line. So
flips
open
the
third
line
set
and gets
for
the
Romania.
first point of
For
set number
Francesca
3.
Alupe.
You have to salute the way Alupe has
Yeah.
managed to fight through
Serving for Romania.
whatever she is
Vida.
feeling at this stage.
Remember, in the second set, Romania called a timeout back-to-back. As you see, Alupe with the block, so she's picked up back-to-back points. Romania called a timeout back-to-back with a recovery interruption timeout.
Right.
Just to give Alupe a chance to take a dip in a tub of ice to recover because she was so tired in the second set. But they bounced back and got the win. Now they're up 2-0 in set 3. And got Epa, and this is the third time she's on the sand for quite a while.
Also struggling physically.
Yep. A 3-0 start for Romania after being in danger in the second set, down twice at match point. Oops. Now a 4-0 start for Romania.
Epa showing signs of slowing down here.
And Romania can see it. An early timeout here for Epa. She's limping to the bench.
Exactly.
Romania smelling blood, targeting her on the serves.
That's the way the game goes.
Yeah.
Turning off the tide.
Yeah. And you bounce on the weakness of your opponent.
Exactly. Merciless. You just can't be methodical.
Yeah.
Any chance that you get to find your edge, you will take it.
That's right, in any sport.
And only one team will move over to the next phase. It's all about survival and stamping your edge. Nothing less.
It looked like the Philippines had an edge in the second set, bouncing on how tired Vida was, beg your pardon, Alupe was.
Could hardly stand.
Yeah. But again, like what you said, Coach Ronnie, impressive stamina. And, you know,
those are things that you work on to get in shape. Conditioning, not just to play well, but the ability of the body to recover while at play.
And, you know, that mental toughness to whatever you're feeling, overcome. And this time, it is Kat Epa will get looked at by the medical team.
Might be cramping.
Medical timeout here by the Philippines. We'll take a break as well.
The alright team for the Philippines is now over. We resume play.
4-0 start here for Romania in the fifth and final set. Bit of a long break because of a medical timeout by the Philippines to have Kat Epa get checked on.
She's
Epa's
back.
okay, she's back.
And up.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, but the run continues for Romania, now up 5-0.
And immediately they target Epa to receive. That's merciless. And the Philippines was the same earlier against Alupe.
Targeting Alupe.
But then, getting hydrated, regaining her strength, and powering through her mind.
That's right. Vida with a serve.
What about Vida and Cordero?
Epa. Now Vida attacking again. Everything flowing and falling for Romania.
That's the mystery of sports, really. 1 point, you're down, giving up 4 lost. Then you get a second chance. Suddenly, you appear to be stronger and play even much better.
Epa attacks. Epa comes up short. 7-0. Romania here in the third and final set. You're watching the round of 12 action between two qualifiers, Romania and the Philippines. Winner goes to the quarterfinals while the loser ends their stint here in the Nuvali Futures. Another block coming from Lupe, and now an 8-0 run by Romania.
Okay, ready.
Beata Vida with a serve. Got Epa rising. What a dig for Vida. Vida on the attack. And right now, Romania unstoppable in the third set.
Remember that the game plan of the Philippines was to stay away from giving Vida those touches. But right now, this is an imposing 9-0 lead for Romania.
Almost looks insurmountable.
I wouldn't say that given the way this match has gone.
There's a point. The first one for the Philippines in the third set, but it's still an overwhelming 8-point deficit.
I really like the sporting gesture of all of these players, all of the teams that I have seen so far, acknowledging one another, even here in the stands.
Alupe, dug by Cordero. And Epa's down. Cordero all alone. Epa can't get back into the play anymore.
I believe she's cramping again. 10-1. 9-point edge.
Just
Final set.
the grit and the courage of Epa to stay in the game.
Alupe was able to overcome her challenge earlier. But she took a longer break, of course.
Epa can barely move now. Barely jump.
Can barely land.
Cordero blocked. 10-point lead for Romania. 4 points away from the win.
No matter what you say about the course of this match, it boils down to the physical challenge that Epa is facing and Alupe was able to overcome. I thought she was totally out of it, but she came back better and stronger.
There's a good shot coming from Kat Epa, but the question is that going to be enough to start a run? And the Philippines right now, they need a major run. Down by, this is 9 points.
After this match, we will have Philippines versus Australia.
We go back to men's action.
Right.
3 points away from the match.
We start the round of 12 at center court.
Elimination games, knockout matches.
Yes.
Buitrago Varga versus Bennett and Walker, while
That's an ace.
Czechoslovakia squares off with Latvia.
Czech Republic.
Sorry, Czech Republic.
Now switch ends.
Service ace for Romania, and it's an 11-point lead now, 2 points away from securing a slot in the quarterfinals.
This was not how we saw it.
Yeah.
In the second set, wherein the Philippines were up by 4 late in the set. Stranded at 19 points.
That finds the corner
they had a match point.
Twice. Philippines had 2 match points. Meanwhile, Romania had 3 set points before winning in the 4th. Service ace, so a 2-point run for the first time for the Philippines here in set number 3. That's still down by 9. Lupe, bad pass. Wow, 3-point run here for the Philippines. Scott Epa playing on one leg and still effective.
She was the kryptonite earlier against Lupe, remember?
All right, chance to attack here. Cordero on the approach. Blocked by Alupe. Epa sends it outside, and that'll do it.
Romania now at match point.
Kat Epa and Honey Grace Cordero did their best. Did more than what was required, but they came up short.
And the advantage was too much.
Yeah.
A 3-point run that largely put a dent to that very big lead that Romania had against the Philippines.
And a put away by Alupe for a 10-point win in set number 3.
Oops.
And you see how tired Alupe is, just collapsing after hugging her teammate.
Wow. That's a testament to what she had to endure to help Romania come out on top. So did Epa and Cordero. Vaida was strong up to the end.
Yeah, just impressive. The resolve of both players, both teams to finish the match, no matter what physical condition they were in. Got Epa cramping up right at the beginning of the 3rd set. Vaida was running on empty in the 2nd set. But somehow both teams finished the match. Unfortunately, only one will come out the winner.
It will be a nice question to all of these players how they were able to finish the match. But the bottom line is, Romania progresses, the Philippines will not be able to make it to the next round. What a win. What a comeback victory for Romania.
Take a look at set 3 highlights. It was a short and sweet one. Most of these highlights belong to Romania, Coach Ronnie.
Simply because they had a 9-0 lead. And then the struggles of Epa ramping up. Play was halted until she recovered. But when she got back and up, still it was the same narrative that Romania's Alupe and Vaida was able to impose against the Philippines. And as we take a look at the numbers, big plus for Romania. The Philippines only had 2 attack points, blocking, efficiency at the service line, and limiting their error count to just 1. One-sided in the 3rd set, but not the perfect story, as the Philippines almost had this match in the bag, only to come up short. And what a way for Romania to steal this match away from the Philippines.
All right, coming up next, we have the Philippines. James Buitrago and Rancel Varga taking on Australia's 18-year-old Finley Bennett and 21-year-old Jed Walker. That is next in the round of 12 right here at the Nuvali Futures. nice look at the stands where you see some of the fans and some of the organizers as well of the Nuvali Futures of the Beach Pro Tour. This is day number 3. Yesterday was the main draw. Thursday we had qualifications. Now we're in the round of 12. Hi everybody, thank you for watching us on Pilipinas Live. Here is what is next. The number 4 seeds from the Philippines, James Buitrago, Rancel Varga, taking on the number 9 seeds from Australia, 18-year-old Finley Bennett, 21-year-old Jed Walker. Round of 12 action in the men's division. The winner will go to the quarterfinals, while the loser will bow out of the competition. And this is the route so far for Bennett and Walker. They won their first game in the main draw, a 3-setter against Wieczorek and Schweingel. And then they're lost 2 sets against Germany's Lorenz and Rietschel. Meantime, for the Philippines, as we switch the graphic over, we'll show you how Buitrago and Varga did in the main draw. They lost their first game, a 2-setter against Hershko and Day. And they're coming off a win. They had a 2-set win against Hungary's Doci and Streli. So both teams are 1-1 after the main draw, giving them a slot in the round of 12. And again, the winner goes to the quarterfinals. Buitrago and Varga are the silver medalists from last year's Nuvali Futures, so they want to get back to that position once again, or maybe even a gold. 35 degrees Celsius, winds picking up at 18 kilometers per hour, humidity at 52%. And let's get to the official introductions once again with Noel Zarate.
Mark Louis Hulao. The second referee from Vietnam, Nguyen Tai Bin. And now let's meet the players. First for Australia, number 1, Finley Bennett. And number 2, Jed Walker. And their opponents across the sand from the Philippines, number 1, James Buitrago. And number 2, Rancel Varga. Winner of this matchup moves on to the quarterfinals. Good luck to both teams.
The Australians, seeded number 9, they are coming off a 3rd place finish in Coolangatta Futures just 2 months ago.
First serve of the match to Australia. Serving
And
Finley Bennett.
again, the Philippines going up against really tall opponents. Finley Bennett, 18 years old, 6'7". Jed Walker is 6'2". Walker with a hit. And it's picked up. A nice block up top by Bennett.
For Finley Bennett. That opens the scoring in this match for Australia.
Familiar faces, familiar names. Philippines once again looking to overcome a height disadvantage against an elite team, an elite pair coming from down under.
Varga, here comes Buitrago, fires one and misses.
Ball out.
This is a tall unit coming from Australia. We're not only long and tall, but extremely quick
Yep.
for their size. 2 teams we have seen in the Nuvali competition previously, not yet.
Although they are familiar with the Beach Pro Tour because they are bronze medalists in Coolangatta. Buitrago lobs it over the defense and scores the first point for the Philippines.
Buitrago has been an excellent figure for this team, but Varga has been an epitome of consistency and smart play for the yellow shirts.
Here's Bennett. Nice dig coming from Varga.
That kind of defense from Varga.
Varga with a knuckle shot. It goes outside.
Trying to deflect it from the hands of the blockers. Will not work.
Now serving for Australia, Jed Walker.
Jed Walker. Varga with a knuckleball. This one is in.
1 point for Buitrago, 1 point for Varga. Equivalent to 2 points, but still behind by 1.
Serving for the Philippines, James Buitrago.
Finley Bennett
Nice.
outside. But there is a block touch. Nope, there's no call.
Good challenge coming from Buitrago, forcing that miss. That's the value again of a block attempt, even against a taller opposition.
So Philippines ties the game at 3. Oh, service on the line. James Buitrago with an ace.
Philippines playing the edges.
Yep.
Taking the risk.
Philippines now on top.
First lead for the Philippines at 4-3.
Gamble taken, paying off.
Buitrago serving. Bennett to Walker. Back to Bennett. Got it.
Cross-court ball from Finley Bennett.
Offense better than the defense in that last sequence.
Service Bennett.
Buitrago. Walker, easy pickup. Jed Walker is blocked up top by Buitrago. Another block by James. Bennett comes up short.
Attack error, point to the Philippines.
At least a head shorter, Buitrago and per third. Double work at the net, forcing that last miss. Another point lead here for the Philippines. Buitrago, a workhorse indeed.
Philippines back up by 1. 5 serving 4. First set. Walker, easy over. Chance to attack. On 2, no. What a fake! And Buitrago makes it a 2-point lead for the Philippines.
Buitrago, re-energized after getting a breather earlier. After their last match, waited for about 2 hours. Or even less.
Good pass coming from Walker. Finally a side out for Australia. Jed Walker with the score.
Philippine lead is down to 1.
Buitrago blocked by Bennett. What a shot!
On the line for Renzo Vaga. 7-5 Philippines. Service Buitrago.
Finley Bennett with a pass. Off the block and outside.
Finley Bennett. Service Bennett.
Bennett out of Adelaide Brighton Secondary School. He's just 18 years old. James Buitrago from National University. Jed Walker, yes, with a little help from the
Off the
net.
hands for Jed Walker.
Finally beaten at the net is Buitrago, but not after a lot of hard work coming from Walker. This sequence.
Seven all. First set, service outside.
Serve up. 8-7 Philippines. Now serving Renzo Vaga.
Lancel Varga out of UST, serving at 8-7. Bennett with a pass. Walker to Bennett. Easy point.
And it's dropped in by Finley Bennett.
Buitrago with the receive. And bounces it off the head of Bennett for the point.
In the earlier match that we covered between featuring Buitrago and Varga, Buitrago struck hardest in the latter part. Now, he has provided the early spark for the Philippines in this elimination match, a knockout match against Australia. Trying to set the tone.
Walker, Varga, right place, right time for the dig. There's a block. Bennett attacks. Bennett misses the line and sends it outside.
You can sense that every time there is a long rally, more often than not, the Philippines will have that edge, forcing Australia to work harder, moving them more than they would want to.
Biggest lead, short-lived one for the Philippines. Service fault for Buitrago. Makes it a one-point game again.
Now serving for Australia, Finley Bennett.
Ready?
9 serving 10. Great receive coming from Buitrago. James buries that one. What a shot for James Buitrago.
Rockets in those legs, propelling himself upwards against the taller blocker. This one's a chance to get deeper in the competition.
Back to the biggest lead for the Philippines, 11-9. That serve outside. 2 service faults back-to-back for the Philippines. Sends us to our technical timeout. Buitrago and Varga still up by 1.
And we would like to thank the following: the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Ayala Land, Nuvali Ever Living, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, PLDT Home Fiber, Registro, Makati, Yata, Zeno, Hypertel by Women South Force, and Beer Cruise, with a food downstairs serving snacks. And we'd also like to thank our GMS partners, Supreme Infotech Solutions, Alibaba Cloud, iAlchemy, Portable Hero Technology, and broadcast partners, Signal, One Sports, One Sports One, and Filipinas Live. We now switch ends.
Finley Bennett, Jed Walker down by a point. Australians, the number 9 seeds,
Jed Walker.
coming into the 2025 Nuvali Futures, taking on the number 4 seeds from the Philippines, James Buitrago, Rancel Varga. Buitrago, outside.
Ball out. 11 all.
A lot of errors for the Philippines. At least last 3 points of Australia
Jed
are
Walker now serving for Australia.
gimmies from the Filipinos. But Jed Walker returns the favor off a service fault.
Now serving James Buitrago.
Service ace for Buitrago as Bennett unable to handle the serve.
Excellent first set so far here for Team Philippines.
13-11 Philippines.
Still up by 2 points at this stage.
13-11 Philippines.
I like the aggression coming from Buitrago and Varga.
Walker sets it up. Here comes Bennett. Got it.
Respecting the blocking ability of Buitrago. Shifting his attack away from the blocker on this angled swipe. This way.
Philippines is down to 1.
Buitrago answers right back with another emphatic kill.
A lot of attack points here for Team
Now serving
Philippines.
Rancel Varga.
Ready?
Philippines maintaining a 2-point cushion. Great pass coming from Walker. And Walker sneaks it by the block of Buitrago.
Leading the Philippines is down to 1.
Varga, back to James. Oh, James is operating at 100% right now. No pacing so far for James Buitrago. He's gone all out. And which is why the Philippines enjoying a 2-point cushion against this young and energetic team out of Australia.
Oh, there's no pacing here for Buitrago.
Yeah.
It's a deep step in that pedal, really, to try and jump start and take a 1-set lead here against Australia. But serving has been a problem here for Team Philippines.
Just too much energy for Buitrago, whether it's the spikes or the serves. Service outside for Findlay Bennett, giving the Philippines some easy points as well. Walker backs up to set it for Bennett. Battle at the net, won by the 6'7" Bennett.
Head and shoulders above, or rather advantage against Team Philippines.
Varga. Great dig coming from Walker. Here's Jed Walker. Now Buitrago. What a shot! What a shot by James Buitrago, who is showing us everything in this game.
Exactly. Walker was trying to protect Bennett from a high line shot. Instead, Buitrago reads the wiper defender and sends it the opposite way.
But now if you're a fan, you're wondering, how much does James Buitrago have in the tank? Because he suffered from a little bit of cramps in their second game in the main draw against Daci and Streli. Australia with an attack error calls the timeout here. They're down against the Philippines by 2. Findlay Bennett, Jed Walker down by 2, 15-17 against that duo from the Philippines. Rancel Varga, James Buitrago. Both teams are 1-1 after the main draw, but it's the Philippines coming off a win against Hungary's Daci and Streli, while Bennett and Walker, a 2-set loss against the Germans Lorenz and Richel.
This morning.
Yes. What a dig from Varga. As a block by Findlay Bennett, Varga with coverage. Rancel Varga tries again. One-handed dig this time from Walker. Walker fires. Varga was there. Rancel lobs it and scores!
That's a high line shot. That's a knuckleball. And that's the aggression that the Philippines has been able to come up with, led by James Buitrago. Seconded by Rancel Varga. Looking good at this stage. But with what we have seen so far today, nothing is certain until you get the final point.
But the Philippines in a good position now, up by 4. And an ace for James Buitrago, and it is 5 set points for the Philippines. Australia with no more timeouts remaining. What a set here for Buitrago and Varga. They're doing everything right. getting the attacks in, having some terrific defensive plays at the net, and digs coming specially from Rancel Varga. Now serving for the set. It's outside again for James Buitrago.
Australia saving 1 set point, but still behind by 4.
Serving for Australia, Finley Bennett.
Chance to put it away. Buitrago. Not just yet. Walker picks it up. Here comes Jed Walker.
Wow.
Down the line.
That finds the line for Jed Walker.
Through the block.
2 set point save by Australia.
Emphatic put away.
Couple of set points.
Indeed. Still alive.
Here's a much better pass. Now Buitrago. And James Buitrago gives the Philippines a 4-point win in the first set.
Yes, led the way from start to finish. Definitely the underdogs in this face-off, but nonetheless coming up with this impressive first set win. Still a lot of job to do. Task lies ahead. Australia looking to reboot, looking to recalibrate as they try to recover from this 1 set deficit.
Highlights of the first set win by the Philippines, winning by 4. Buitrago Varga versus Bennett and Walker. And there was a lot of fiery attacks from James Buitrago, and Rancel Varga defending very well on the ground. Set to action. And again, James Buitrago picking up where he left off with the first attack point of the Philippines in set number 2.
At the end of the first set, Philippines +2 in attack points. But the turning point was the 3 aces. And that put Australia on their heels, given that their reception was in a bubble a lot of times.
Bennett got it.
Cross-court hit good for Finley Bennett. 1-all. Service, Bennett.
Finley Bennett serving. The Australians, they've played 5 sets already, 6 including the first set of this round of 12 matchup. Service fault for Finley Bennett. The Philippines, meantime, they've played 4 sets so far. A 2-set loss and a 2-set win. That's 5 sets, including the first set win earlier. Easy pickup. No! Varga let it go, and it's outside.
Perfect read coming from Rancel Varga.
3-1 Philippines.
Bennett tried to be tricky in that last play.
Short serve. Bennett through the block of Buitrago.
Off the block for Finley Bennett.
Went for it. Attacked the blocker. Buitrago has been a constant at the net.
Serving for Australia, Jed Walker.
Tremendous effort in terms of block attempts for James Buitrago.
Set too far. But Buitrago found a way to bounce it off the block of Bennett. That was an impossible shot. Only 1 angle remaining, and still Buitrago found a way to get it going.
Serving for the Philippines, Rancel Varga.
Bennett bounces it off the face of Buitrago. Chance ball for the Australians. Walker, no! The overpass, and Buitrago knocks it in.
And once again, propelling himself like a human rocket is James Buitrago. Quicker than the defense, striking before the defense was set, and scoring and lifting the Philippines once more. Up 3, second set. The aggression has not wavered for Buitrago and Varga, by the way.
Biggest lead for the Philippines here in the set, 5-2. Varga was right there, but it just, that ball bouncing hard off his arms and outside.
Down the line shot, they're coming from Bennett.
375.
Trying to increase the lifeline of Australia.
Oh, great tip. Ramsel Varga was spinning like a top, but still found his bearings and knocked it in. What a shot for Ramsel Varga.
Investing on a lot of hard work. That is something that the Philippines has been able to do well here against Australia. Outwork this combination of Australians.
Down the middle.
Nice shot for Finley Bennett.
That's tremendous ball strike here coming from Bennett.
It's a 2-point game.
Service, Walker.
4 serving 6. Buitrago.
Finding the line is James Buitrago.
This one an easy lob over the outstretched arms of Bennett.
7-4 Philippines. Service, Varga.
The set was also excellent. Not too near the net.
Yeah.
Giving allowance for Buitrago to work with.
Great pass. But a chance ball here for the Philippines. Varga. Got it.
Same thing. This time it's Buitrago for Varga. Because anytime you get too close to the net, Bennett will have that huge advantage against them.
8-4 Philippines. Second set. Timeout, Australia.
Early timeout for Australia, down by 4 early in the second set.
Still serving for the Philippines, Ramsel Varga.
Well, Finley Bennett, Jed Walker down by 4, burning a timeout here in the second set to recover their bearings. Walker with the pass. On 2 for Bennett.
1-2 good for Finley Bennett.
Excellent pass leading to that play coming from Bennett.
That gives the Philippine lead down to 3.
Looking to survive and send this match into a 3-setter.
Good pass by Buitrago. James got
Cross-court ball for James Buitrago.
Buitrago at his best. The energy has not waned for James Buitrago. Unbelievable fitness.
9-point Philippines.
it. Lead back to 4 for Buitrago and Varga. Walker sets it up for Bennett. Oh,
Wow.
Bennett. That's a nice one.
Buitrago, incorrect guess as Bennett went straight. Guarded the angled hit.
Jed Walker, who also plays as an outside hitter in Australia's Pro Indoor Volleyball League, the Australian Volleyball Super League. And he is the reigning MVP, by the way.
But gives up a 3-point on that service error. Then for the Philippines, 6 for Australia.
Varga serves it outside. 2 straight points for Bennett and Walker.
Southeast Asia versus Oceania is our collision in this marquee matchup between the Philippines and Australia.
Buitrago got it right on the line.
Faster than the digger, better than the blocker. Buitrago continues to be the spark for the Philippines.
Philippines maintaining a 4-point cushion. Bad pass coming from Bennett. They get to save it, but it's a chance ball for the Philippines. Rancel Varga blocked, but it goes through.
Bennett did all the hard work, but who brings home the point? It's Varga for the Philippines. Biggest lead enjoyed here by the team in yellow. 5-point edge.
Philippines seeded number 4, Australia seeded number 9. So technically, Buitrago and Varga are the favorites here. They get an ace off a service on catching the net cord and trickling in for Buitrago.
13-7 Philippines.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
6-point lead at this point. It's a big, big edge.
Jed Walker got it.
Patient play coming from Bennett. Looking to overhaul what is left of a 5-point edge for the Philippines.
The Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Ayala Land, Nuvali Olympic. Serving for Australia, Jed Walker.
(13-8), Philippines up by 5 points. That one outside for Finley Bennett, but
Net touch.
there's a net touch they call against Buitrago.
Lead of the Philippines
So
is
Australia
down to 4.
scoring after the technical timeout, make it a 4-point game.
And Australia, it's 2 points away from the 6-point deficit or 6-point lead earlier. Make that 3.
Off a service ace. Much needed run for the Australians.
Just a 3-point lead now.
Right at the midpoint.
Yep.
After the Philippines has been able to get to point number 13.
Varga against Bennett.
Yes!
Yes!
On the line for Rancel Varga.
Good delay coming from Varga. Waiting for the blocker to
14-10
descend.
Philippines. Serving Rancel Varga.
And very impressive the way Buitrago and Varga able to maintain this cushion. Lead is 4 against the taller, younger Australian team.
And the pace that they have been able to
On the
bring
line for
and
James
sustain.
Buitrago.
Down to 3 earlier, now on top by 5 on 2 straight points. One coming from Varga, the other delivered by James Buitrago.
And this one restores the biggest lead of the Philippines at 5 points. That shot by James Buitrago, who has been the energy man for the Philippines.
Normally, it's Varga who supplies that,
Exactly.
the adrenaline for this combo.
Battle at the net.
Joust won by Finley Bennett. But Buitrago was in the air up there against the tall Finley Bennett.
Now serving
11 serving 15. Varga, bad pass. Buitrago chasing it down. Walker pops it up.
Oh, nice
Yes,
play.
back with a point.
Excellent two-way play for Bennett.
And the lead of the Philippines
Lead
once
was-
again down to 3.
At 5 points a minute ago. Now it's down to 3 once again. Can Australia breach the 3-point barrier?
Much better pass coming from Varga. Ransel. Dug by Walker. Walker. Blocked by Buitrago.
Monster block for James Buitrago.
Look at the reaction of Buitrago. Yes, sir. The king of the jungle. But right now, the king of the sands. At 2:36 in the afternoon, has stood the tallest. Has played the hardest. Has been at the forefront of this advantage that the Philippines still has. 4-point lead at 16-12 in set 2.
If I blocked a 6'2" player, coach, I'd react like that as well.
That will be PlayStation, my friend.
If I can block a 6'2",
Because you will never get that high.
here's Walker. And this time gets by the block of Buitrago down the line.
Line shot. Well done. Again, looking to breach the 3-point barrier.
Walker.
You're right, coach. I may not even reach the top of the net. I'm looking.
I'll be kinder to you. In our dreams, I'll join you. Because you're my good friend.
Buitrago catches the line.
And why dream of blocking them?
17-13.
It's good enough from our perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Let it stay at that to be safer. Lead back to 4 once again for the Philippines.
Vargas serving. Down the line, and it's out the line.
Almost.
But wait a
Oh.
minute. An overrule by the first referee. He calls it on the line. And a ball mark protocol and a challenge by the Australians. They're going to take a look.
Now a challenge from Australia.
The lines judge called it out. The overrule by the first referee, it was in. And it is still in.
Overrule stays.
Australia still has one more challenge remaining in the set. Philippines now 3 points away from the match.
Back to the biggest lead for Buitrago and Varga at 5 points. Walker with a great pass. Jed Walker. What a dig for Varga. Varga on the attack. Varga scoring! 6-point lead for the Philippines.
Fearless, unperturbed by the height disadvantage.
19-13 Philippines second set.
The Philippines has played probably its 2 best matches today.
Back to back.
Correct.
Their first match in the main draw was a loss to the Israelis, and then they won against Hungary in 2 sets.
This
And
morning.
Yes. Bennett off the block and outside. Side out Australia.
Finally, they score off Buitrago's defense at the net. Philippines looking for its first match
Billy
point.
Bennett serving for Australia.
Australia has not been able to breach the 3-point barrier, but now the lead stands at 5 for the Philippines.
Service ace for Finley Bennett. Australia needed that desperately.
Talk about biting the bullet. Could have been the first match point,
Down to 4.
but instead, they eat 1 point off that deficit.
Buitrago. Now Jed Walker on the attack. That's outside, but there's a block touch against Buitrago. So 3 straight points scored by Australia. Timeout Philippines.
16 for Australia.
This is the barrier that they want to overcome. Philippines
Philippines.
trying to get their first match point of this contest.
Philippine timeout over. Both teams, no more timeouts remaining.
Serving for Australia, Finley Bennett.
Australia on a 3-point run. And they are within 3 points. Oh, but a costly service fault by Finley Bennett. And it's match point, Buitrago and Varga.
And again, the value of having a big cushion. That's the investment that you put in. Early work, good size team. You make mistakes, the other team makes a nice uprising, you're still ahead.
Short serve, and an ace! James Buitrago delivers the winning blow as this duo continues its winning streak. They've won 2 in a row, and this is their second 2-set win of the Nuvali Futures.
On to the quarterfinals.
Yep.
For this fantastic duo from the Philippines. Buitrago, Varga outworking Australia will be rewarded with a seat in the last 8.
To set number 2 as the Philippines kept the intensity at a high and dominated, led by as many as 6 points en route to a 2-set finish. Buitrago and Varga, a spectacular win against the Australians. Take a look at the numbers.
Nothing was easy in this win coming from the Philippines, but it was all about effort and mindset. It was all about aggression and execution, elements that were keys to winning that 2-set sweep over the taller counterparts from Australia.
All right, coming up next, we have another round of 12 matchup, Czech Republic and Latvia. That's next right here on Pilipinas Live. nice look at some of the fans and organizers as well from the PNVF, the Philippine National Volleyball Federation. Thanks for joining us on Pilipinas Live or Volleyball TV. Welcome to the round of 12 in the men's division of the Nuvali Futures. And we have the Czech Republic, Tomas Semerad, Adam Stocek, taking on a couple of Latvians.
As we move over to the round of 12, each match is an elimination game or a knockout match for the right to make it to the quarterfinals, of which Boitrago and Varga are safely in.
Yes.
And likewise on the Distav side, Rondina and Bernadette Pons, by virtue of winning 2 straight matches yesterday, are also going to play later on in the last 8, or play in the last 8.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we stay in the men's division for the round of
12. This is match number 20. Let's meet our officials. Our first referee from the Philippines, Jeffrey Barrientos. Second referee, also from the Philippines, Abim Yarena. And now let's meet the players. First for Czechia. Number 1, Tomas Semerad. And number 2, Adam Stocek. And their opponents across the sand from Latvia. Number 1, Olivers Bulgac. And number 2, Marcus Grodinch.
So you're looking at the Latvians, Olivers Bulgac and Marcus Grodinch, going up against players out of the Czech Republic. You can call it Czechia. That's the shorter name of the Czech Republic, but formally they're known as the Czech Republic.
First serve of the match to Czechia, serving Adam Stocek.
Bulgac with a pass and an attack fault for Grodinch to start off the opening set, and the first point going to the Czech Republic.
Bulgac and Grodinch versus Semerad and Stocek of the Czech Republic.
Semerad, Stocek coming off a 2-set loss against the Slovakians Nemek and Petrov in the second game of the main draw. They are 1-1 as well.
In Pool C.
Yes, they won their first game against Tolentino and Francisco of the Philippines.
21-13, 21-9.
Power hit coming from Adam Stocek.
Meanwhile, Latvia's Bulgac and Grodinch lost to Greece
2-1 Czechia.
and defeated the
Now serving
Philippines.
Tomas Semerad.
And the Philippine team that they beat was Rosales and Iraya, in case you're wondering.
That's a block point for Tomas Semerad.
Excellent block point by Tomas Semerad, who stands 6'8". Right
Again.
now is the tallest player we've seen so far at center
There
court.
was another 6'8" player earlier.
Is it 6'8" or
Action.
6'7"?
Either way.
Either way.
They're both
Both very
extremely
tall.
tall. And very good players at that. Highly
true.
skilled.
There's Grodinch. Yes!
Over the defense by Marcus Grodinch.
Excellent placement by Grodinch.
Serving from Latvia, Marcus Grodinch.
So Grodinch.
Grodinch.
Yep. 21 years old. Same age as his teammate Oliver Bulgac. What a dig coming from Bulgac. Bulgac with the off-speed hit. Semerad sets it up for Stocek. Stocek bounces it off the block of Grodinch.
They called it out in favor of the pink shirts. Yellow team contesting that the shot was in before that ball hit the antenna.
Yep.
They may have a case in point. And that this play will be replayed, I believe. Let's double check.
Well, it's 3-all. Stocek pops it up Bulgac gets it back. Got it.
Cross-court hit is good for Oliver's Bulgac.
You hear the sound of the support coming from Latvia.
Yep.
Eastern Europe.
A huge Latvian contingent watching right beside us. Service outside for Marcus Graudic.
Now we switch hands with the score.
The Latvians are
4
coming
for
off a
Czechia, 3 for
17th
Latvia.
place finish in the Warsaw and Serbia Futures just this year.
Warsaw in Poland.
Yep.
Service, Stochek.
From Eastern Europe to Southeast Asia.
Meanwhile, Stochek and Samarad played here last 2024 in the Nuvali Open.
Off the hands for Grodic.
Raudic striking
4-all.
and scoring. Explosive matchup is what we're seeing. That's how difficult it is just to get to the quarterfinals.
That's right. But right now the favorites are the duo from the Czech Republic, Samarad and Stochek. They are seeded number 4. Didn't play in the qualifying anymore, while the Latvians went through qualifying and are seeded number 10.
Service, Semerad.
6'8" Samarad.
Service outside for the 22-year-old.
5-all. Service, Grodic.
Marcus Graudic. Stochek pops it up. Adam Stochek. There's a block touch.
Off the touch for Adam Stochek.
Maybe smaller in terms of height, but definitely packs a lot of power. Stoichek,
Service, Stochek.
the southpaw, the lefty, with that booming cross-court delivery.
Soft serve coming from Stochek. Graudic got it.
Cross-court hit is good for Marcus Grodic.
He scored most of the points for the picture.
Oliver's Bulgac.
Oliver's Bulgac serves it outside.
7-6 Czechia.
No long rallies, all quick points.
Now serving Thomas Semerad.
Samarad, 2022 Czech champion.
He's the southpaw.
Yep.
Cross-court fireball for Marcus Grodic.
Graudic knocks it in, and it's a tight ball game.
We now switch hands with the score.
And again, quick exchange of points here.
And after 14 points, we're tied at 7 each.
Very rare transition plays as well.
Serving for Latvia, Marcus Grodic.
Marcus Graudic, 5'10".
That's an ace.
So coming from Stoichek.
The lead down to Latvia, 8-7.
Latvia up by 1. Stochek pops it up. Adam, off-speed hit. What a dig for Bulgac. Wait a minute, there's a net touch they call against Graudic.
8-all. Now serving for Czechia, Adam Stochek.
Stochek freelances as a beach volleyball trainer as well. In his downtime, serving at 8-all. Graudic to Bulgac.
Cross-court hit is good for Oliver's Bulgac.
Meeting the defense of Samarad at the net. Again, the seesaw affair continues.
And while Latvia may be smaller, they are feisty and powerful, this duo. Stochek pops it up.
Off the hands for Adam Stochek.
Stochek also has that power.
Yep.
The score is tied at 9. Tomas now serving for Czechia.
It's popped up by Bulgac. With a left hand, Bulgac hits it, but a nice recovery at the net. Stochek, meantime, puts it away.
A lot of spin coming from Stochek in that last hit.
10-9 Czechia.
A lot of pace generated.
Service Semerat.
Now the Czech Republic up by 1, 10-9. But an easy point scored.
Going down the line, Oliver's Bulgac.
Stochek was on the other side.
We are tied at 10. Now serving, Marcus Grodich.
Good looping shot over the blocker, which was Semerad.
Good dig coming from Oliver's Bulgac. And that defensive play getting the Latvians a point, and they're up by 1.
Excellent reaction time here coming from the pink shirts.
And the Beach Pro Tour features Nuvali would like to thank Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Ayala Land.
Meantime, look at the graphic at the bottom of your screens. The Pool B results from Latvia. We mentioned this earlier. They got a win against the Philippines, but lost to Greece. And the Philippine team they beat was Rosales and Iraya, the number 15 seeds from the Philippines. And these are the Latvians, both 21 years old. Oliver's Bulgac wearing the number 1 jersey, and Marcus Graudic wearing the number 2 jersey. Stochek got it.
That is dropped in by Adam Stochek. That ties up the score in 11. Adam Stochek now serving for Czechia.
11 all, tight contest. Opening set of this round of 12 matchup. Winner goes to the quarters, and the losers are out of contention. A block up top by Semerad.
Won by Tomas Semerad.
Towering in that last face-off. Shorter combo. The ones in pink. Semerad towering against the opposition.
Graudic off the block, and Semerad pushes it outside.
It's a defense of Semerad and scores off the block.
12 all.
Tied at 12.
Serving for Latvia, Oliver's Bulgac.
As we reach the midpoint.
Probably
the initial set.
The slowest first set so far here at center court.
Evenly matched.
Tomas Semerad. Got it.
That's his turn to score off the block.
We've rarely seen a rally.
Probably his wingspan's about 7'2", 7'4", perhaps.
Marcus Graudic. And again,
Off the hands for Marcus
using
Grodic.
the high hands of Semerad. Latvians very smart in attacking the tall blocker from the Czech Republic.
Semerad is not able to press that block.
Stochek with the pass. And here comes Bulgac. Got it again.
Going the other way, Oliver's Bulgac. Now Latvia on top, 14-13.
No 2-point lead. That's an exchange of 1 point edge. All they are willing to give in this tight first set.
Semerad back to Stochek.
That's power. Very rare block points scored in this first set so far. Tied at 14. The slow grind continues. Who will blink?
Yeah, that is a question. Water break for the Czech Republic. Tied at 14.
Serving for Czechia, Adam Stochek.
Oliver's Bulgac knocks it in.
That's a fireball from Oliver's Bulgac.
No rally. Tremendous force taken
Oliver's Bulgac now
and
serving
thrown
for Latvia.
by these two teams against each other. Non-stop. Relentless.
But right now, the Latvians leading the way, and there is your 2-point lead for Latvia off a service ace by Oliver's Bulgac. Timeout for the Czech Republic, down by 2, first set.
Cause for concern here for the yellow and red.
The last two games of the check-ins in the main draw. Got a win against the Philippines, 21-13, 21-9.
Iraya and Rosales.
Ryan Rosales, but lost to Slovenia.
Another team from Eastern Europe.
That's right. Back to the action.
Still serving from Latvia, Oliver's Bulgac.
Round of 12 matchup, Latvia, Czech Republic for the right to go to the quarterfinals. Stochek. Oops. And Oliver's Bulgac.
Over the defense
Smart.
for Oliver Bulgac.
Smart play coming from Bulgac. They found ways to score against the giant. Semerad. 3 straight points. That's a big lead, considering how this set has gone here.
Stochek.
Poking.
Answers back.
Ball touch called. The point goes to Czechia.
Side out for the Czech Republic.
It's against the defense of Groudinch.
Now serving for Czechia, Tomas Semerad.
There's an on-two play for Oliver's Bulgac.
And again, unable to press that block was Semerad.
Serving for Latvia.
They've been scoring off the block against Semerad.
An impressive hold here for the Latvians, maintaining a 3-point cushion. Stochek. And Claudic, yes!
The 1-2 is knocked in.
Excellent save by Bulgac. They did it to the point. That clincher by
Latvia now
Groudinch.
2 points away from playing the first set. Serving, Marcus
Tied at 14 since that time. 4-1 run. Or make that a 5-1 run generated here by Latvia.
Stochek. What a dig. Great effort to keep it alive.
Well
for
defended.
Claudic, but a chance ball for the Czech Republic. Stochek. Cut shot. Beautiful
Off-speed attack
delivery.
is good for Adam Stochek.
Stays alive.
We now switch chance to score.
Stays away from a possible
16 for Czechia.
set point deficit. Can they pull through? Can they erase this 3-point deficit late here in set 1?
Serving for Czechia.
16 serving 19. Short pass coming from Graudic. Marcus Graudic, and again.
Off the
Semerad
hands
just
for Marcos Graudic.
out of control with the blocks most of the time here in the first set.
And they've
Latvia
used
now at set points.
Semerad as a
Serving for the set.
offensive
Oliver
tool
Spoonbridge.
to work in their favor. Total of 4 set points here for Latvia.
They throw away one off a service fault by
One set
Oliver
point saved by
Spoonbridge.
Czechia. Serving Tomas Semerad.
Czech Republic seeded number 4 in big trouble against the qualifiers out of Latvia. Chance to put it away. Marcus Graudic got it.
Going cross-court and
Again, he saw the digger cover the line shot.
The first set goes to Latvia,
And what does
21 to
Latvia do?
16.
Send that shot away from the blocker, Bian Rich of the digger. 5-point win, 21-16 count. First set scoreline.
Highlights of the opening set was a tight contest until 3/4 of the way when the Latvians turned up the heat and pulled off a 5-point win in the end, 21-16 against Semerad and Stoček of the Czech Republic. Round of 12 matchup.
Second set, first serve to Latvia.
Numbers that will tell you the narrative. 17 attack points for Latvia, 10 only for the Czech Republic. Error count, very minimum. Or rather, to a minimum for both teams, accounting for 6 errors total already for these two
That is dropped in by
combos.
Adam Stoček.
But Stoček delivers the first point of the second set
Service, Stoček.
for the Czech Republic. Bad pass from Graudic. Marcus Graudic targeting Semerad. Stoček pops it up. Tomas. What a save. And terrific reflexes by Tomas Semerad, guarding the net and putting that one away.
And finally, Semerad returns the favor. He's been scored on multiple times, numerous times at the net. Finally, he strikes back to give his team a 2-point lead.
2-0 start for the Czech Republic. Stoček keeping it alive. And double contact they're going to call against Tomas Semerad for the first point of Latvia.
Serving for Latvia, Marcos Graudic.
Semerad gets the first touch, so Semerad attacks, bouncing it off the block of
Off the block,
Graudic.
good for Tomas Semerad. 3-1 Czechia.
Trying to be more aggressive here in this set.
Service, Semerad.
All it took for Latvia was that late scoring run, the total 3 points. And eventually, it was very hard for the Czech Republic to fight back.
Service fault for Tomas
Now serving for
Semerad.
Latvia, Oliver Spoonbridge.
Stocek. One-handed dig coming from Bulgac. Bulgac attacks. Stocek with a dig. Now the Czech Republic.
Wow.
Denied at the net by Graudic.
Ambushed. As Stocek once again tried to score in transition. Now we're seeing rallies, something that we didn't witness in that grind of a set in the previous one.
A service fault there for Oliver's Bulgac.
Score 4 for Czechia, 3 for Latvia.
5-4, make that 4-3. Czech Republic, set number 2. First set won by Latvia, 21-16. Served by Adam Stocek. Marcus Graudic got it.
That is a power hit coming from Marcus Graudic.
Unbelievable vertical.
Service, Graudic.
Samarad sets it up for Stocek. Now Stocek popping it up. On 2 for Samarad.
1-2 fireball from Tomas Semerad.
Definitely Semerad is trying to play faster. Understanding how quick these two Latvians are defensively.
5-4 Czechia.
Now the Czech Republic on top by 1, 5-4. Graudic. Yes! Through the block of Samarad.
Eyeball to eyeball, no problem. Maybe a head shorter. Even more, but definitely fearless.
Tied at 5, set number 2. And a knuckleball from Stocek.
Perfect placement. Pokey straight
6-5 Czechia.
to the end line.
Service, Stocek.
The slow grind has begun once again here in set 2.
Too short of a serve for Adam Stocek. Errors they cannot afford here in set number 2 after losing the first set by 5 points.
Top prize is $1,000 and 200 tour points. Up to the 13th placer, $100 and 70 tour points.
That is on the line for Oliver's Bulgac.
Lead now goes to Latvia, 7-6.
The shorter pair, definitely the more explosive up to this point. Not that tall, but extremely quick and plays with so much force.
One-point lead for Latvia. Samarad. What a dig. And that turnaround just wide for Graudic. Had the right idea.
The 180 turn was not enough for him to get a good visual. Chance to lead by 2. Instead, we're tied at 7.
They will change ends and grab a sip as well. Gives us enough time to welcome our viewers on Pilipinas Live and Volleyball TV. This is the round of 12 matchup in the men's division of the Nuvali Futures. Winner goes to the quarters, loser goes home. It's as simple as that.
Serving for Czechia, Tomas Semerad.
On 2.
Wow.
Terrific pass and the finish by Oliver's Bulgac.
Beating Semerad was trying to establish his blocking at the net.
Oliver's Bulgac now serving.
This agile Latvian team
Very agile.
Posing so many problems for the Czech Republic. Semerad comes up short.
9-7.
Trying to adjust to that high ball set. Is this the run that Latvia has been searching for?
And it doesn't help the Czech Republic. And Oliver's Bogac knocks in an ace, putting up the biggest lead for Latvia at 10-7. Timeout, Czech Republic.
For 4-point run for Latvia.
A nice crowd shot. Beautiful Nuvali sands in Santa Rosa City, Laguna. A cloudy afternoon and windy enough to make it a pleasant time to watch a round of 12 action in the Nuvali Futures. Latvia up by 3, and the Czech Republic burning their one and only timeout. And there's a good reply after the timeout. Semerad knocking it in.
Adam Stochek now serving for Czechia.
Eight, serving 10, Stochek. Graudic answers right back with a Latvian side out.
Again with much force and power. Nothing less. Placement? At times, but most of the time. Attack hard. Finish the point.
There's an answer by Semerad.
Third point of the set for Semerad. On all quick hits.
Again, the Czech Republic, they may have been outplayed in the first set, but they're the higher seeds. They're seeded number 4 coming into this competition.
The team that is in yellow and red, by the way.
That's right. Meanwhile, Latvia, they came through qualifying before making it to the main draw and then winning enough to make it to the round of 12. 3-point lead once again for Latvia.
And once again, we would like to thank the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Ayala Land, Nuvali Ever Living, the Philippine Sports Division, the Philippine Olympic Committee, PLDT Home Fiber, Remisco, Academy, Mikasa, Seno, Vibratel by Vibratel Forms, Pure Foods, and our GMS partners, Supreme Influence and Solutions, Alibaba Cloud, iAlchemy, 1/0 Technologies, and our broadcast partners, Signal, Wood Sports, Wood Sports Plus, and Filipinas Live. Oliver's Bogac serving for Latvia.
Back at center court for the round of 12 between Latvia and the Czech Republic. Bad pass, and that's irrecoverable for the Czech Republic. Biggest lead for Latvia, up by 4 now, off an ace.
Looking back at set 1. The Czech Republic also surrendered 2 aces against Latvia. And one critical ace happened in the latter part of that first set. This scoring run is vital right now. Czech Republic, they have to respond as quickly as they can.
Stochek has the answer. There's your response.
Much at that point to pump some blood in that lifeline.
Adam Stochek goes to Karlov University, which was one of the oldest universities in the world, founded in 1348. Oliver's Bulgac.
Oops, too much.
That goes outside.
That's a rare attack error for Latvia, as they've been on point offensively since set 1.
They were again targeting the fingertips of Semerad, but that's a rare miss.
Intensity
14-11 Latvia.
written all over the faces of Latvia.
Nice hit. Semerad scores.
2-point barrier stands the way of the Czech Republic.
Latvia. 12 serving 14. Got to make up for this deficit if you're the Czech Republic. And Oliver's Bulgac sends it outside. Easy points going the way of the Czech Republic.
2 attack errors as of late. That 4-point lead is now just down to 1.
Czech Republic not having to work for this run because of the errors. But there's an answer from Oliver's Bulgac. Bouncing back after the mistake.
And Bulgac giving his team a more comfortable lead. Better than a 1-point margin.
Yep.
But the Czech Republic intent on catching up and erasing what remains of what was once a 4-point lead for Latvia.
Oliver Bulgac serving for Latvia.
Serving 13. Semerad with a perfect pass. And he fires away and scores.
Definitely a better set offensively for Semerad. Yep. His blocking may not be the way they would want him to be able to establish, but definitely a big offensive weapon here in set 2.
Czechia a point away from tying after being down by as many as 4. Bad pass there coming from Bulgac. Bulgac attacking. And another error allows the Czech Republic to tie the game at 15-all.
And out of the 4 points that the Czech Republic has erased, 3 of those points have come from 3 attack errors from Bulgac.
Graudic.
Off the block.
Back on top. Latvia by 1 point.
Now serving, Marcus Graudic.
Good pass coming from Stochek.
Oh, that's
but a block by Graudic to restore a 2-point cushion.
And because of the fact that Semerad has scored heavily here in set 2, last service was directed at Semerad or Stoichek to disallow Semerad from attacking them and for Semerad to be the playmaker. 2-point lead, Latvia.
Block up top, going outside. Last touch by Graudic. So Stochek scores and makes it a 1-point game again.
Outsmarting Graudic. Pushing them 1 point closer. But they're behind by a set.
Good serve by Semerad. Bulgac. What a save by Stochek. But another chance to attack here for the Latvians. Another one-handed dig by Stochek. Stochek rises. Czech Republic on the attack. Now Graudic lobs it over. And a tough catch for Stochek. And Latvia scores.
Latvia with the upper hand once again. Longest rally so far of the set and of the match. Look at Stoichek. Tremendous triple effort.
But coming up short in the end. Two-point lead for Latvia. Semerad to Stoichek. And Stoichek perfectly places the ball for a side out.
Exactly.
The chance. The score 18 for Latvia, 17 for Czechia.
Excellent lob against the blocker. Down 4, now behind by 1.
Cooler conditions at 3:30 local time here in the Philippines. You're watching the Nuvali Futures first Beach Pro Tour event in 2025. Just coming off the heels of the Asian Volleyball Confederation Nuvali Open just early last month. You're looking at Oliver's Bulgats of Latvia. There's Adam Stoichek of the Czech Republic. Right now, Czech Republic down by 1 and down by a set, losing by 5 in the first against Latvia. So must-win situation, and they get an ace to tie the game as the Latvians both thought about the second touch, but nobody went for the first.
Definitely a miscom there for the pink shirts. Looking to take the lead here late in set 2.
Czech Republic down by as many as 4, but now they're back in the game. Bulgac got it.
And you can say that Bulgac has the number of Semerad. We talk about the battle at the net. Disallowing the Czech Republic from taking the lead away from them.
On 2, it's outside for Semerad. And that's going to be 2 match points for the Latvians.
That's a miss.
A big miss.
A big one, an expensive one if you may put it.
Stand up, now everybody clap your hands.
And the Latvians are on their feet. And an ace to finish it off for Graudic. The Latvians, qualifiers, beat the number 4 seeds. Quite an upset for the 21-year-olds from Latvia.
Definitely a king-size upset against a team that saw action in the main draw, did not have to go through the qualifiers, but they played so well against the Giants from the Czech Republic. And Latvia safely into the last 8 with this masterful win.
Highlights of set number 2, a masterful performance here by the qualifiers out of Latvia. Coming into this match, seeded number 10, had to play 1 match in qualifying and then the 2 matches in the main draw.
It boiled down to the tight points in the end as Latvia's 4-point lead vanished. They nearly surrendered the driver's seat, but eventually Latvia was able to overcome the challenge of the Czech Republic and getting that huge break, scoring on a service ace as the ball clipped the net. But that error coming from Semerad was costly for the Czech Republic. And eventually, not even those numbers is enough to do justice to the kind of grind that we saw in that 2-set win by Latvia over the Czech Republic.
And coming up next, what a lot of you fans have been waiting for. New Zealand's Polly and McDonald taking on the Philippines, Rondina and Pons. We begin the quarterfinals right here on Pilipinas Live.